Hello and welcome to the penultimate round of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series, live here from Teesside Autodrome. I am David Sullivan. I'm joined in the commentary box later on by Tom Butterworth. And as I say, we are here for the penultimate round, using the national circuit here at Teesside Autodrome, just over 1,000 metres. We were expecting a little bit of rain, probably slightly more than what it says on the screen, but the sky's looking clear today at Teesside Autodrome. And one thing that is clear, the voice of my co-commentator, Mr. Tom Butterworth.
Well, we try and keep it that way. Good morning, David.
Good morning, Tom.
Looking forward to another fantastic round here at Teesside. Always brilliant action here, and we are already gridding up for our first heat of Bambinos, which we will bring you straight away. So pole position, first time ever for Edward Rye. Austin Oman, championship protagonist, potential championship winner today. David will go into that in a little bit more detail in just a moment. He takes P2. Fraser Anderson in P3 with Colby Patterson, 4th position. Joey Swan in 5th with Jack Mellon in 6th. 7th place went to Buddy Hugo, 8th for Freddie Murray, 9th for Ellis Child, 10th for Alfie Watson, 11th for Brady Atkin McDonald, which I believe is a new name to the series as well, and 12th for Harris Barber. 13th for Ethan McClelland and 14th for Jake Gibbon. Already the grid is being cleared and we are ready to go racing here at heat number 1. David, take us through the start.
Yes, Tom, bang on 11 o'clock. We're running perfectly to schedule here at Teesside Autodrome. The grid is cleared. The green is up already for the first time. The green is down. We're away and racing, and Austin Oman slots in behind Edward Rye, who has a quick look over his shoulder to make sure the track's clear behind, though. Colby Patterson is the one making the move from the outside of the second row up into 3rd place, right in behind his AC Racing teammate Austin Oman. And as Tom mentioned before this race started, Austin Oman can win the championship today if he scores at least 180 points, although he will now drop down into 3rd place as Edward Rye spins from the pole position berth on the outside of hairpin 1 and already pops his head down behind the steering wheel. Hero at the start of the day now has work to do from all the way down in P14.
Yeah, such a shame for Edward Rye. He gave us an absolutely fantastic interview this morning as well, and I implore you to check that out on YouTube as soon as we can get it uploaded. He's a star in the making, is this lad, but unfortunately not the best first half a lap to his day. So work to do for Edward Rye, but we're sure he can come through during the course of the day. Meanwhile, it is Patterson from Oman as they come over the line for the first time. We will bring you the rundown of the order. So it is Patterson, as we said, from Oman, nose to tail. Then there's a bit of a gap back to Fraser Anderson. Ellis Child in 4th, Joey Swan, Buddy Hugo, Jack Mellon, Freddie Murray, Brad Atkin McDonald making a decent start, and Alfie Watson in P10.
So I'm looking at the big movers on the opening lap. Ellis Child 5 places up from P9 into 4th place. Fantastic opening lap for the driver of the number 88 machine, and he's right on the back. You'll see them cut into shot ever so shortly, and he's right behind Fraser Anderson as they head down towards South Bank. You'll see at the top of the screen as well, we are racing to a time limit. As just had a quick look there, we had something moved off the track. It looks like it's a front torsion bar, Tom, and I think that's from the previous qualifying session for our senior Pro Karts. And, Tom, as we mentioned,
should we do a public service announcement then before we move on ever so slightly with the Bambinos? Things are getting lively. If you're in Senior Pro Kart and you're listening to the PA at the circuit, please come and get your torsion bar.
Very much so, Tom. As we mentioned, Austin Oman can wrap this championship up today by scoring enough points. The driver that was leading the championship points overall, actually, although it's certainly on a drop score provision. Harvey Bacon has elected not to attend. They've already moved up now, Tom, as the British Championship Series has finished. They've already moved up to Army Cadets, so they are electing not to complete the season here at Teesside Autodrome, but still Austin Oman has to score sufficient points throughout the last 2 rounds in order to score the championship. He can do it today, but it does involve him finishing towards the front end of the field in all of our races so that it doesn't end up dropping a score, because of course we run 7 out of 9 here at Teesside Autodrome, 9 championship rounds, and we take the 7 best scores.
Just been thinking about Edward Rye. In his interview he said he took the entire lap flat out before, which is how he took pole position.
Oh, Tom, just off camera, we've got an incident there between Freddie Murray and Jack Mellon going through the chicane. I don't think either of them actually have lost any places, but they are now coming under pressure from Edward Rye, who's making his way back through the field. They got side by side over the dogtooth curbs on the entry into the D chicane, and I think one of them is going to be adjudged to have been the cause of that one. There is a warning flag coming out, and I think it's the number 91 of Freddie Murray, as we've got a spin as well, and that's Brady Atkin McDonald, and he's gone into the tyres just trying to get back on track, so the marshal's going to have to retrieve him, and he will drop down into P14.
Oh,
there he is. That's Brady Atkin McDonald. He had the spin and went off into the tyre, so he'll be back on track ever so shortly.
And he is in fact getting underway now. Yeah, just going back to the Edward Rye thing. He said he'd taken every corner flat out, and I was wondering whether it was maybe cold tyres opening lap, and he tried to just go flat out through the hairpin and ambition over adhesion, as they say.
Possibly so, and we know here, Tom, that it is a flat-out circuit for the front runners, at the very least for our Bambinos. And we've seen it in the past. It's a very slipstreamy track, isn't it? It's not like they're having to get hard on the brakes. It is a case of keeping the momentum up. We've spoken on a number of occasions about these Comma C50 engines and about where you have to keep the rev range high, right? Because there's absolutely nothing on bottom end on these small engines. As we see there, that is Anderson, Child and Joey Swan battling for position down the back straight. This will be one of the final few races in Bambino for Joey Swan before he moves up into the Honda Cadet 200 class here at Teesside Autodrome. I know the kart is waiting for him. It just needs him to finish the season in Bambino, and then throughout our winter series here at Teesside, he will move up into our cadet class. And Tom, we're not just staying here actually for that winter series either. We're sandwiching it with an away day. We are going to Wilton Mill in January.
Yeah, and unfortunately we aren't bringing you that as a live stream, but it is going to be a fantastic event. And what was it you were saying earlier? Potentially gives the commentators a chance to have a go.
Well, certainly you. I put you forward for it.
I was thinking maybe we could both have a go, and we could maybe you could push me off at a different chicane this time.
No, I've proved my talents, Tom. You've still got to realise your potential.
my potential will never be realised. That's the crying shame. As Joey Swan goes side by side down the back straight with Ellis Child. Is he going to tuck back in and maybe go for the undercut into hairpin 3? He's certainly looking racy, Joey Swan, today. This is pretty good showing for him. So as you said, David, moving up to cadet at the next round, but looking very racy at the moment.
Yeah, really stepped up as well in Bambino. Behind them, it's Edward Rye, who's moved back into 6th place. As once again, Patterson and Oman, as they were, Tom, at the previous round, at round 7, nose to tail, albeit on the day, all of those heats went to Austin Oman, with Patterson taking the final. So maybe it will be a bit of a switcheroo, but as we've mentioned on this one, Austin Oman, I'm sure he would like to win the races, but he doesn't need to. P2s throughout the day will secure the championship here for Austin Oman, so he doesn't have to take any risks that will potentially lose him points and lead to a drop score, because he already missed round 2 here at Teesside Autodrome, as I think it clashed with one of the British Championship rounds, so he already has a 0 score through a non-attendance, and so doesn't want to be dropping another one, even though he does need to just pick up some points from to take the championship from Harvey Bacon, who I think can still statistically take it if Oman doesn't pick up sufficient points in the remaining 2 rounds. So nothing silly for the driver of the number 16.
Am I going to put you on the spot as they go over the last lap and ask how many points Austin Oman needs to take the title today?
I can find out for you, Tom.
Okay, well, I'll talk people through the last half of the lap then. So it is Austin Oman right on the tail now of Colby Patterson, as we have seen for the entire race. Question now is whether Oman is going to send one up the inside, or whether he is just going to take the points for second. Although, as I say, that tucks to the inside. Can Patterson chop across the nose? Yes, he can. We see this all day from the Bambinos. Are the only ones who run this line. Much shorter to go. Use that tight entry into South Bank corner and doesn't scrub off any speed. The other classes, you will see them taking a wider entry because they cannot keep that speed up.
Yeah, out of the final corner. That looked like Oman was going to try and go wide and get the cut back, but it looks like he's going to have to settle for second place, and 49 points from Heat 1, although he is going to try and get alongside Patterson at the line. They come through almost side by side. Patterson wins it from Oman, who scores 49 of his needed 163. Fraser Anderson will come through in P3 and puts his arm off the wheel. He's happy with that. Edward Rye comes back for a sensational fourth, having spun on the outside of hairpin 1 on the opening lap. Child gets 5th from Swan. Hugo, as we await for him to come over the line. Then we're going to have Jack Mellon coming over in 9th behind Freddie Murray, and Alfie Watson gets into the top 10 for the first time here at Teesside, bringing the number 20 home over the line in 10th place. And as we await the final few runners to come over, as Tom got me to fire the laptop up, Austin Oman does need 163 points, Tom, so he does need to finish all the races, and by finish we mean at least get to half race distance to secure some points, so there isn't a drop score. He's already put 49 of them on the board, but it will go down to the final, Tom, because obviously we can only get 150 points from the heat, 65 then for the win in the final here at Teesside Autodrome. So certainly we are heading in the right direction for the driver of the number 16.
Well, just having a look at the YouTube comments. Of course, we are live on YouTube and Facebook, but the YouTube comments are the ones that we managed to get access to during the stream. So we've had a comment come in from Michael Burke, who once again joins us. Thank you for joining us again, Michael Burke. Always a pleasure to have you along with us. I think you've been with us at near enough every round so far this season. From Bathurst, Australia.
Oh, Bathurst, what a track!
He's actually there.
I know, what a unbelievable.
We need to ask whether he's a Holden or Ford man, don't we?
Oh, of course.
So let us know, Michael. Which side of the fence do you sit on?
Well, we might as well start the day off with controversial opinions, haven't we? Next race up though, Heat 1 for.
So Junior Pro Kart Heat number 1, first pole position for Caitlin Frame. A fantastic performance in qualifying. Second pole position for Caitlin Frame. Sorry, Davies. Well, he gave me a two-fingered salute.
First televised pole position for Caitlin Frame, because round 9 last year, which we didn't stream, it was wet dry. She made the right decision, went out on the wets and got pole position.
Of course she did.
This is the first
apologies, Caitlin.
First non-changeable conditions at Caitlin Frame, and it was on the last lap of qualifying as well. She put a sensational lap in.
So well done, Caitlin, and my apologies to you. I've done you a disservice there. Sebastian Pereira taking 2nd place as well is another great performance. 3rd place in the final of the previous round, and now taking 2nd on the grid, ahead of our 2 championship protagonists, Lennon French and Max Shields. 3rd and 4th on the grid. Then it is going to be Jacob O'Connor and Harvey Still. Ben Hogarth, Joe Arnold, Christian Oblag, Sophie Pawsey, Matthew Allen and Ben Arnold in 12th position. Which rounds out your grid for Junior Pro.
Just as they roll forward, Tom, and we're going to have a quick look as Caitlin Frame in the 18 in pole position. We've got Max Shields there, showing the 181 on the back, which is his normal race number, and the 0 on his side, and a special one-off livery for the driver of the O-Plate, Max Shields. You can see there in green down the side, we've got the Samaritans advertised down the side of Thomas Potter, of Maximus Shields, and that has a lot to do with the fact that the 10th of October was Mental Health Awareness Day, and he's friends with a patron of these Samaritans, which is Emily Potter. And Tom, just the cause in general, and if you are struggling at home, I think the cause is really the case of you need to talk about it. There's always been that sort of long-term stigma about mental health that's sort of hopefully starting to be pushed away now. But if you are struggling at home, we'll keep mentioning it throughout the day. But if you are struggling, the phone number is 116123. Please do get in touch. Please don't suffer on your own.
Absolutely, and what a worthy cause it is as well, and a fantastic helpline just to talk about anything. They will literally talk to you about absolutely anything. Oh, rain coming down, David.
Absolutely, Tom. I did not expect to see it, because we can't straight out the com box. We can't see that. I have actually no idea where that's come from.
No, I saw Max Shields wiping his visor, but I thought maybe somebody had dropped a little bit of oil or something like that. But it is hurling it down.
Yeah, we're looking out the com box here, and we cannot see that. And we're on the camera from the far side of the track there. And obviously all of our drivers are out on slick tyres as Maximus Shields goes down the inside. He qualified P4, and by hairpin number 2, he's going to be alongside the leader, Caitlin Frame. Down the back straight they go, Frame, Shields, Pereira and Lennon French. Great start from Maximus Shields, Tom. I thought he was going to go into the lead down the inside of hairpin 2. Looks like we've had a spinner down towards the tail of the field. That's Sophie Pawsey. She had a very difficult qualifying. She qualified in P9 out of the 12, I think. But part of the issue with that is that she ended up with a smashed rear rim halfway through the qualifying session. They've had to change that, get the original race tyre put back on, because, of course, tyres are marked at the end of qualifying, and they're the tyres they've got to run through the rest of the race day.
That's correct, David. Yes, so it is over the line. Well, we've got Caitlin Frame in the lead, but her transponder's not picking up, so it doesn't show her in P1. So you can adjust yourself down the tree by one position on everybody on the left-hand side. There it is. Now it's back in place. Lennon French moves into 3rd place, overtaking Sebastian Pereira at the inside of hairpin 1 and moving up to 3rd. So now we've got Frame from Shields, French, Pereira. It is Jacob O'Connor in 5th place.
Spin for Ben Arnold on the outside of hairpin 1 as well, so he'll drop down into P12 behind Sophie Pawsey.
We've got support coming in for Harvey Still. Gemma Still has been in touch and said, come on Harvey Still, you can do this. Well, in 6th place at the moment and keeping in touch quite well with the front pack.
They come over the line then, already 2 laps in the bag for Junior Pro Kart. And there's confirmation there of Lennon French going up. He's another driver that can win the championship here today, but he does need 214 out of 215 points to save a final round shootout with Maximus Shields. At the moment, he's in P3.
We've got somebody off big time there. Is that Ben Hogarth?
Yes, it is, Tom. A different colour scheme for the driver of the 68, Ben Hogarth. And I've got the feeling that there was some contact there because he put his arm up in the air, not sure where it's come from, unless it was a huge amount of frustration in himself.
There was, he went a long way off at hairpin 1. We didn't pick it up on camera, but I saw the smoke and then round he went and went a long way off, so carried a lot of speed through there. We've got a warning for Joe Arnold, so I'd imagine that's what it's going to be, because Joe Arnold crossed the line right behind Ben Hogarth on the previous lap.
Yep, over the line they come then. Still, Caitlin Frame holding off Maximus Shields, who now has Lennon French right behind him. Over the line, 3 in the bag, 7 remaining, and as we mentioned, Tom, Lennon French needs the 214, so he needs at least a 2nd place in this heat, or it will automatically go down to the final round at the early part of the day. And as we've mentioned before, Tom, as expected, we expected it always to be between Max and Lennon French, and I'm not sure whether the slippy conditions are playing tangible, but they're not managing to pull away, certainly from Sebastian Pereira behind, and Caitlin Frame is still holding firm at the front of this pack. Sensational for the driver of the number 18, who will, at the end of this season, move up out of the junior ranks into the seniors. That kart will then, more than likely, go to her sister Amy, who we spoke to yesterday with an interview, and that'll be out on the Teesside Owner Drivers Facebook page in the next month.
Yes, indeed, and conditions still proving slippy out there. However, they are getting quicker and quicker, so they're doing fastest lap last time round went to Joe Arnold with a 48.8.
Yeah, that's around about 2nd off, maybe a little bit more actually, 2.5 seconds off qualifying pace, and we know that was perfectly dry. So looked like there was hardly, it was like a throw of water as Shields puts half a nose down the inside of Caitlin Frame. I wonder if that's balked him at all, Tom, as Lennon French decides to take the a really, really wide line round there, searching for grip round South Bank, but doesn't seem to have too much of it on exit. He had some problems in qualifying as well, because he ended up with a loose rear wheel. Yeah,
plenty of traction on exit of the hairpins, but it looks like a lot of understeer for a lot of drivers as they were coming, certainly as they were coming through hairpin 4, but then, like I say, plenty of traction on exit, so a bit of a tricky one to get their heads around at the moment, but the times are coming down still. Another fastest lap of the race, that time to Christian Oblag in 8th position with a 48.4, only slightly quicker than Caitlin Frame in the lead.
Sebastian Pereira pulls out of the slipstream of Lennon French. He might have to pull back into it, but he keeps his foot in. The driver of the 21 looks like he eased off there, but I thought, Tom, that was Sebastian Pereira's corner, because he certainly had the track position down the inside of Lennon French.
Yeah, it was surprising that he didn't actually make the move there.
Yeah, I thought he had enough down the inside, and thought French as well gave him plenty of room.
Yeah, it was almost harder to not to make the overtake than it was to get it done, but okay, taking a moment and taking a breath and probably coming at him again. Hopefully Sebastian Pereira gets the opportunity. But it is Caitlin Frame still leading the way. Fantastic showing from Caitlin so far in this race. Still hounded though by Shields, French and Pereira. She has not managed to break the toe at any point.
Yeah, Max Shields with a quick tap of the helmet to Lennon French, because French knows that he certainly needs at least a P2, and then if he gets P2 in this one, he's got to win all of the remaining races of the day in order to secure the championship. I thought he was going to have half a move down the inside there on Maximus Shields.
I think he got caught out a little bit because Shields took the kind of unconventional line through there, and it kind of bolts French a little bit. Didn't really know where to put the car.
Look how much space that Max Shields on the straight actually moved away from Lennon French. And French, we always know he's really,
and there was a little
quick.
tap in as they came through the northern loop there. National loop, northern loop. Oh, French fully sideways and up the inside of Shields. Was there contact? Not sure. Fully lit. Shields manages to hold on to the position. French trying to get the overcut and on the inside. Cannot get it done.
Oh, but this time, look at the...
Now he gets it done. Now down the inside.
Down the inside. Look at the gap that Caitlin Frame has made out the front now. We're going to get a warning there for Lennon French as Sebastian Pereira has half a move down the inside of Maximus Shields. So Lennon French now up into second place. They'll come over the line. 2 laps remaining. And Caitlin Frame has a gap of over 1 second. She is 2 laps away from a maiden junior Pro Kart victory in her penultimate race meeting in the junior ranks before she moves up to seniors. And she has got a 1 second gap as they go over the line. 1.5 remaining in junior pro.
Yeah, and Lennon French is going to pick up the warning flag when he comes across the line this time. It was a bit of a bump and run through that national loop that then set up the overtake into South Bank almost half a lap later, just managing to break the run that Shields has, break his momentum, if you like, that he had behind Frame, and then eventually allowed him to get past. So as they come across the line for the final time, it is going to be French taking that warning flag, and cumulative warning flags here as well, so they carry over throughout the day.
Of course, Lennon French then sets the fastest lap of the race as he tries to hold on to second and at the same time close down Caitlin Frame. The gap is still 9/10 of a second, although he takes a couple of tenths out round hairpin number 1, round hairpin 2 and onto the back straight for the final time. Frame has a quick look over the shoulder. There's sufficient gap as Sebastian Pereira pulls out of the slipstream and then ducks back in, does he, behind Max Shields. Looks like Shields leaves him plenty round that slippy corner, carries the grip round the outside. Hairpin 4 though is where we're at for Caitlin Frame. For the first time, she's going to hold on, and Heat 1 is going to be won for the first time by the number 18, Caitlin Frame. Makes full advantage of that pole position, and her dad in front of the commentary box is probably just about as happy as the driver with the helmet on.
Yeah, fantastic performance on Caitlin Frame. Flawless from start to finish. I'm not even sure she even looked behind her. She was absolutely lit, focused, determined, and got the win, and congratulations to her. Lennon French taking fastest lap on the final lap of the race, closed the gap to just under 6/10 of a second. Shields in third, then Pereira, still O'Connor, Arnold, Oblag, Hogarth taking 9th after that spin. Sophie Pawsey still managing to take 10th after her spin. Then it was Matthew Allen and Ben Arnold.
Junior Pro Kart, Tom, once again, I think we say this at every round, doesn't matter how big the grid is, it always, always, always guarantees entertainment.
It certainly does, and we love coming here, and we love the entertainment that the Junior Pro Kart has put on for us, as well as all the other classes, of course, but Junior Pro Kart has been on fire from start to finish this season. Moving on already as the drivers come over the weighbridge, moving on to our next heat. So 3 classes to be brought to you today in the cadet class. 200s, 160s and Micromax.
No 160s.
No 160s. It said it on the, it did say it on the Sting.
It does, but it's said it on the Sting all season. We're still not seeing a 160 yet.
Take us through the grid, David.
Thank you very much. Sebastian Corking, Caden Simpson and Riley Buckton-Young, Those three are in Micromaxes. They'll move from Ps 1, 2 and 3 all the way to the back. They'll have their own rolling start. So Honda pole position will go to Thomas Potter in the 38. Amy Peacock for the first time here at Teesside will start alongside on the front row with Ben Robinson, a sensational P3. Stansmore Wilson will be in 4th. Joseph Yao 5th. Harris Alley in 6th place on the outside of row 3 with Joshua Sullivan alongside Ethan Charles on row 4. Sam Hayes will be alongside Max Gilman on row 5. Then we have Mason Dinsdale, Holly Swan, Josh Cormack, Harry Brown and Charlie Eibel. With Samuel Yeadon, Jack Collinson, Mason Webster qualifying a sensational P18 in Honda's. First time he's found himself inside the top 20 with Ollie Carter, Cody Lamb, Drew Davidson. He'll be a driver we'll focus on along with a number of others throughout the day. Riley Sims-Ezard, Layla Berryman, William Howard and Morgan Cooney. William Howard with problems in qualifying, seeing him down in an uncharacteristic back row start, Tom. And Tom, a completely different dynamic to Honda Cadet today because a number of those running at the front have elected to go and do the final round of the CKC Championship down at Clay. We wish them all the very best, with the exception of, and not for the wrong reason, for our champion here at Teesside, which is Jared Fox-Whiteley. He's been unable to go down to Clay, unfortunately, due to some health issues, which has seen him unable to contest the final round of a championship that he was still in the mix for as well. Disappointment for him, but we wish him all the very best in his recovery, and we will welcome him back here to Teesside Autodrome for the final round of the season on the 28th of November. Honda then rolling forward, and as I said, Tom, completely different dynamic because all of those that aren't here, Tom, are moving up into a different class next season. So this today is really a show of what next season could be all about.
Yeah, a little preview for 2022 coming up in 2021.
Exactly. So if anybody was, if anybody would like any spoilers, tune in.
That's what it is. This is next season's spoiler alert, isn't it?
Tune in. And Tom, another thing to note as well is a number of Bambinos that have moved up early following the culmination of their season in the British Champs have moved up very, very early into Hondas, and a couple of them have procured themselves a couple of 200s and have come here to join us today. Qualifying went very well for one of them, Max Gilman. He starts inside the top 10 in the number 50. Keep an eye out as well for the 21 of Josh Cormack. He's another one that is moved up from Bambinos. This will be his first race at the cadet level, as will the number 70 of Drew Davidson. The latter of those two drivers joining us from north of the border as Cody Lamb rolls the 93 into position. And Tom, exciting times ahead really for this Honda class, because once again, as we've mentioned before, the front 5 or 6 aren't here, and we've still managed to get a grid of well over 25, and that's only going to get added to. We've seen obviously Joey Swan. He'll be moving up from Bambino at the end of the season into this Honda Cadet 200 class. So a very, very interesting time still going forward for a class, Tom, that even at the last round we were incredibly surprised actually that Jared Fox-Whiteley could win the championship, because it's been such a close series, this Honda Cadet 200. But his consistency really paid off, and he wrapped up the championship with around 2 rounds to spare at round number 7.
Yes, indeed. I'm just having a look up and down the grid. Has Thomas Potter got a new helmet?
He does have a new helmet.
A Captain America helmet?
He does have a Captain America helmet.
Captain America inspired helmet.
Sneak preview of that one on Friday. Normally he wears the green, but he's wearing that one, and we still...
And alongside him, Amy Peacock as well, with her Vanellope von Schweetz inspired helmet. A little picture of her on the top of her helmet, which you can just see there.
Is that raining again, Tom, or is that just our camera that's giving us a bit of a...
I think it's a long shot, isn't it? And thank you for that, our cameraman on the far side. Darren, can I give the cameraman a shout out? Who's on the far side? James.
We're away in racing though, Tom, already, as the Honda Cadets all try and get over to the inside. It's a good start there coming through from Ethan Charles, as Joshua Sullivan is facing the wrong way. His season best qualifying of 7th. He's all the way down at the back of the pack. A lot of work to do. Himself and Harris Alley coming into contact as they tried, and both of them made a good start. Got alongside Joseph Yao. Now the driver of the 13 has got to try and come through. We've got a spinner on the outside of hairpin 1. That is the number 19 of Jack Collinson, as the Micro Maxes and their rolling start
and
begin
Peacock
to make their
already
way
up the
through.
inside as well. Sorry to cut across you there, David. Peacock already up the inside into South Bank, taking the lead from the newly liveried helmet of Thomas Potter.
No apologies required, Tom.
And he immediately sends it back up the inside and hairpin 4.
Well, that is twice you've cut me off. A third one, I'll be kicking you out the com box.
And probably deserved. Carry on, David.
No, I was about to say, absolutely no apologies needed for us bringing a lead change to you as Ethan Charles sets the fastest lap of the race. We mentioned that he'd had a fantastic start from the second row. There's another spin, it's a yellow flag, and it's Joshua Sullivan again going through the chicane section. His arm was up as well, so I'm not sure if there was any contact there, but it doesn't look like there's any warning coming through. So he's had a difficult start to the race day here at Teesside Autodrome.
Would you like me to talk for a minute while you bite your knuckles, David?
Absolutely not. Let's carry on and be professional.
Okay. Of course, Josh is David's wee lad, so he's absolutely flying. He'll make his way back through the grid, I am absolutely sure of that. So we've got Thomas Potter from Peacock, from Robinson, Charles, Stansmore, Wilson, Yao, Hayes, Gilman, Swan and Harris Ali are your top 10.
Yeah, just to note as well, all those drivers with CM down the right-hand side is the new club championship here at Teesside Autodrome, which sees this bumper grid now split into 2. So we've got a club championship as well, so trophies for P1, 2 and 3 in the club championship still to fight for throughout the day here at Teesside Autodrome. In that class at the moment, it's Yao, Hayes and Gilman, the top 3, with Harris, Ali and Holly Swan completing the top 10.
That's right, as we look at Isabella Stansmore Wilson, looking up the inside into South Bank, backing out of it and not completing the move. That would be for P3. I think that was Ben Robinson. She was having a look at the inside of Ethan Charles, following in hot pursuit and right on her tail. Right behind is Joseph Yao as well. So this is the train for third place overall, with Thomas Potter and Amy Peacock checking out at the front. There is a bit of a gap between Potter and Peacock now as well. It says half a second on the timing, but I think it was a little bit more than that. Stansmore Wilson again looking up the inside of Ben Robinson, but can't get it done that time either. Perhaps a look up the inside into South Bank again this time round. We've got a warning flag going out as well. Not sure who that's for. For the 13 of Joshua Sullivan as well.
Race continues then. We're already heading towards half race distance here. 8 laps for our Honda Cadet class. Thomas Potter leads by half a second from Amy Peacock. As they come over the line, it will be half race distance. Potter and Peacock already starting to move away at the head of the pack from Robinson, Stansmore, Wilson, Charles, Yao, Hayes, Gilman, Ali and Swan.
It's been a fairly muted sort of cadet heat so far, hasn't it?
Yeah, the top 2 have moved away. Yeah, I think the battle for third place though, Tom, has got plenty to run. We are beyond half race distance, of course, as Joseph Yao tries to come to the inside. And now, Tom, it's starting to heat up as Yao and Ethan Charles come into a little bit of contact down the back straight. And Stansmore Wilson moves into the top 3 this time at the expense of Ben Robinson.
It took her a few laps, but she got there eventually. She's been sizing that move up, but instantly Ben Robinson comes back. Stansmore Wilson with the cutback through hairpin 4. Can she get the run? We've seen this before, time and time again, if you're on the inside through the dog leg, as we see there from Ben Robinson. All tucked back inside. Well done from Stansmore Wilson. That was brave and bold to hold it round the outside and got the move completed as they went into the chicane over the line. Sebastian Corking in the Micromax already up to 10th place, David.
Yeah, we've seen him before here, Tom, haven't we? When he can come through the pack, you know, and he's already there. We've got a spin on the inside of hairpin number 1, and the problem there now, Tom, is there's a train of karts coming through. I think it's Sam Hayes, I believe it is, driver of the number 11. He came over the line on the previous lap, just outside the top 10, I believe, and has spun on the inside of hairpin number 1.
That's right, and we've got, I think that's is that Max Gill? Sorry, the 888 of Joseph Yao.
Different livery, John.
Yes, that's what's catching me out, I think. The 888 of Joseph Yao has overtaken Ethan Charles on that lap and has got through Ben Robinson and Isabella Stansmore Wilson, as we said, switching places once again.
Yeah, I think Joseph Yao has got a different type of bodywork on. I'm not sure the stickers were ready, so he's going out in the plain white with the 888 on that kart. So we're getting reports as well of more rain here at Teesside Autodrome. The drizzle coming down. Reports from our camera ops out on the circuit, reporting the weather still changeable out there here in the northeast. And having said that, Tom, just spotted a rainbow out.
Yeah, I spotted that a couple of laps ago. I didn't want to mention it. I was trying to focus on the race, but I did spot that, yeah. Yeah,
Ben Robinson then back in front of Isabel Stansmore-Wilson as down the inside goes Sebastian Corking.
And Harris Alley.
And Harris Alley takes full advantage as well.
And Ethan Charles.
There's contact on the start line between Harris Alley and Ethan Charles. Fantastic 360 from Ethan Charles. But ends up facing the right direction, guns the throttle, and away he goes again. Still lost a place though.
Save of the season possibly there.
Yeah, superb. Lost a place behind the number 50 of Max Gilman. But there was contact there over start finish. Last lap board is out here at Teesside Autodrome.
Oh, and Peacock has caught up a little bit on Thomas Potter as well, starting to put him under pressure. Certainly keeping him honest throughout this final lap as well. No chance to let off and take it easy for Thomas Potter. He has had the measure of Peacock for the better half of the last part of this race, but now Peacock really piling the pressure on as we look at Corking coming through the final corner. And it is Thomas Potter taking the checker flag from Amy Peacock. Fantastic win for Thomas Potter. Sebastian Corking wins Micromax, takes third place on the road, comes all the way through. Then it's going to be Stansmore-Wilson, Ben Robinson, Joseph Yao, Harris Alley still taking seventh after that fantastic 360. Max Gilman, Caden Smith in the Micromax takes ninth on the road, and then it's Ethan Charles rounding out your top 10. And already, Heat 1 of Cadets done and dusted.
Yeah, just as you said, it had been quite a serene effort, Tom. It picked up, didn't it?
I'm glad that was a commentator's curse
exactly.
In the right way.
Business picked up at half race distance, and Honda Cadet once again putting on a fantastic show here for us at Teesside Autodrome. Next up, there will be the first of our rolling start classes, and of course, it's the amalgamation of Junior Rotax and Minimax.
So we're just having a bit of a giggle in the commentary box here. So Junior Rotax, heat number 1. Pole position went to Isaac O'Shea. Fantastic performance from him in qualifying. Taking the pole from Gracie Mitchell. Then it is Bella Franklin in third, Ben Facchini in fourth. They are your only junior... Oh, no, is there another Junior Rotax runner, David? I think there were 5 in the class in qualifying, weren't there?
I don't know, but the colours down the left-hand side of the screen will tell us in a few moments.
Absolutely, they will. 5th place for Catherine Potter, the first of your Minimaxes. First pole position as well for Catherine Potter in Minimax, moving up from Cadet last season and taking her first ever pole position in the class. Lizzie Mentier in 2nd place. Then it's David Mack, Lewis Smith, Addison Smith, Lucas Fletcher, my apologies, Jaden Hewitt in 11th and Oliver Watson in P12. So what we will see is 2 different runners, 2 different classes here. So if you are new to watching us at Teesside, you will see a split grid. So the Junior Rotax karts will go off first, followed by the Minimaxes around about half a lap later. Both of them rolling starts, so it's quite an effort to get them out and sort of synced up in order, not only just in grid order, but then also in sync with each other on the circuit. So in fact we do have 5 in Junior Rotax.
I think the 44, I think that is Lucas Fletcher,
right,
I believe. So well, Isaac O'Shea has gone off at a fair rate of knots, and we'll need to back this pack up before we go. But for the first time, Tom, this season we have more minis than we do have juniors, which is an interesting dynamic.
And we think next season there might be quite a few minis.
I think so, Tom, as we have had a spinner on the opening lap. That's a 70 going round. I think they were on the tail of the pack anyway, so we're going to have a quick look. They weren't pre-signed on, so they're not on my list, unfortunately, but we're about to go racing Rolling start for the first time for Junior Rotax. We're over the line, the green is down, and Isaac O'Shea on the inside as Bella Franklin comes through from that favoured P3 berth, actually, I think, to leave both of them as Isaac O'Shea runs wide round the national loop, and Bella Franklin from P3 leads into hairpin 1. It's Franklin, O'Shea, Mitchell, then it's Vicini and Fletcher as Minnie is away and racing. Catherine Potter on the inside. And let's see whether Lizzie Mentia tries to go all the way around the outside of there. She doesn't. Potter then slots back into position. It's Potter, Mentia, Mack, Smith, and then Watson in 5th place, holding off Jaden Hewitt, the driver joining us from the Isle of Man for the first time in the number 10.
All kicking off at the front of juniors with Mitchell and O'Shea going side by side, and it looked like Franklin was about to get overtaken as well. But as they come across the line, it's as you were.
As you work, Bella Franklin sets the fastest lap, Tom, and although it then gets a little bit of a bump and run, does she go wide naturally? Not quite sure, but she'll go down into P3. Isaac O'Shea comes up. And then one thing to note, Tom, as we've mentioned in the last couple of rounds, is that there is the front fairing penalty in these Rotax rolling start classes. And what we mean by that is the front nose is on an extended mount, and if they put too much pressure on it, the front nose pops in, it drops down, and it is an automatic 5-second penalty for a front fairing penalty when they come in. They'll be checked at the end of the race, and then we'll get an update in the comm box around about 5 minutes later of any front fairing penalties.
Yeah, absolutely. So what that is designed to do is to limit the amount of front to rear contact between karts as well. So you can't just load people into first corners and things like that, which was becoming an increasing problem over the last few years. They brought that in a couple of years ago as Mitchell goes down the inside of O'Shea, runs in wide on the exit of hairpin 2 and takes the lead.
Yep, friends off track, but not like that on it as Mitchell runs O'Shea wide onto the bumpy rumble strip on the exit of hairpin 2. Minnie's there in the background coming through, still nose to tail. Addison Smith up into P3 as Lizzie Mentia turns Catherine Potter into hairpin 1. Mentia then will lead now as Potter will drop down into 6th place in this mini Rotax class.
Holding her hand up in complete apology there, I think. I'm not sure that was intentional. I think she put the nose in there but didn't expect Potter to turn in quite as much as she did, and there was just that coming together. That's turned Potter around, and yeah, they are friends off the circuit as well, and I'm sure that wasn't intentional for Mentia, but still quite a harsh consequence for Potter. She's right down to the bottom.
Unsurprisingly, the warning comes up in the bottom corner for the driver of the number 50.
Yep, so there will be potentially a penalty applied, but most probably just a warning at this stage of the day. As we look at Mentia leading from now Addison Smith and David Mack. Isaac O'Shea comes across the line, set the fastest lap, but that's immediately beaten by Bella Franklin, who has now taken 2nd place. Ben Ficini is in 3rd. We've lost Gracie Mitchell somewhere.
On timing,
no, she's there. She's lost a lot of ground. She must have had a spin somewhere off camera, and we've not picked it up.
Correct, Tom. And Gracie Mitchell could have won the championship today, although it was heavily reliant on other people having very, very bad days. She will, though, still go into the final round of the championship in good stead for this Junior Rotax Championship here at Teesside, although now picking up points for 4th place in heat number 1 of the day. Here we are almost at a half race distance. There they go over the line to confirm it. 5 of the 10 in the bag as David Mack in the number 60 goes down the inside of Lizzie Mentia and takes the lead. And David Mack, a driver that isn't really in the championship battle here at Teesside Autodrome, has missed a couple of rounds this season in his move up into the mini ranks. And now Lizzie Mentia just needs to hold on for 2nd place and pick up the points, Tom, in a day that we thought where Catherine Potter with that pole position was going to take full advantage and pick up some good points here. And now down in 5th place, currently behind Oliver Watson in the number 5, although he is coming under increasing pressure from the driver of the 20.
Yeah, big shout to Addison Smith as well, P3 at the moment. Yeah, he was really good showing.
Yeah, he was P2 at one point, wasn't he? But Max come through past Mentia and Smith in a little over a lap to lead minis over the line. Isaac O'Shea holding firm from Bella Franklin. And these 2 drivers are the 2 drivers that can prevent Gracie Mitchell from taking the championship. Yeah, at Teesside, it is a 3-horse race in Junior Rotax between O'Shea, Franklin and Mitchell.
Yeah, Mitchell has seemed to have had the legs for the course of, on average over the season. I think she's just been the quickest driver, but Franklin and O'Shea have certainly been pushing her.
Yeah, she did miss round 4 because she went to do UKC, which I believe was your way, Tom, at Lark Hall.
It was, and I popped in and saw her, had a catch up with everybody there as well. And it was nice to see them on that Saturday.
Or any excuse to step into the JDR awning for you.
Not quite. It was any excuse to get to Lark Hall for me. Loved the track.
2.5 laps remaining then. It'll be 2 as they come over the line this time, as the juniors begin now to start finding their way past the, I was about to say past the minis, as Lucas Fletcher in the number 70, as O'Shea managed to get through comfortably, as has Bella Franklin.
And Mentier's got back in front of Mack now, so and there goes Addison Smith at the inside. Is he going to get the move done? No. Is he going to get the cut back? Possibly down the back straight. They go side by side. There was a little bit of contact. Oh, and again.
Yeah, David Mack came out of hairpin 2 and then chopped straight across, because I think, Tom, he knew that hairpin 1 had ruined it for him. He'd had a poor hairpin 1, was carrying not as much speed around hairpin number 2, and there once again Addison Smith gets alongside.
Yeah,
still a lap to go, Tom, between this one. Addison Smith looks like he wants P2.
He certainly does, and David Mack with those chops has really dropped off the back of Lizzie Mentier as well, so there's now almost a second between the front 2, and Addison Smith looking very racy, and those were aggressive chops as well from David Mack, making sure that he was holding on to that position and taking second place on the road. Catherine Potter 6.5 seconds back now from Lizzie Mentier, but making her way back up towards the front. Unfortunately, I think she is going to run out of time, because she's still going to be 5 seconds off the back of Addison Smith. But yes, most certainly going to be running out of time as they come across the line in Mini Max 4 to take the last lap board. Keeping my eye out as we've got the checker flag about to come out for Junior Max, and it is going to go to your pole position winner, Isaac O'Shea, also winner of Heat 1. Then it is Bella Franklin, followed across the line by Ben Ficini in 3rd place. Congratulations to Ben Ficini taking the podium. Gracie Mitchell setting the fastest lap of the race on the final lap, taking 4th overall. And then across the line we've had some Mini-Max who've ended up a lap down, so that's Jaden Hewitt, Oliver Watson and Lucas Fletcher are going to finish 10th, 11th and 12th on the road. But it's going to be 5th, 6th and 7th in class as we look at Mentier, and Mack has closed up on the final lap, but it isn't going to be enough. The win of heat number 1 is going to go to Lizzie Mentier, followed by David Mack, Addison Smith, and then across the line in 4th will be Catherine Potter. Unfortunate spin for Catherine Potter, but still bringing home 4th place and some good points.
Correct. I just want to note there as well that those minis that were shown as a lap down weren't actually a lap down on Mini. They were half a lap down on the juniors, because that's where they started. Good as well, first showing for me, for the number 10 of Jaden Hewitt. First time he came to the circuit was yesterday for practice, and he's come in a very, very solid 5th place in the Mini class, as we see our race winners there going over the weighbridge, making sure they're over the weight. Next up, though, it's the bigger class for Rotax. It's time for seniors.
So your grid for heat number 1 of senior Rotax. Pole position as per in the class for this season pretty much has gone to Dan Kell. P number 1, the O plate, Dan Kell. Ashley Savage, P2, Kieran Savage in P3. Again, we did an interview with both of the Savages today. David conducted that one, and again, you can catch that on YouTube in a couple of days' time. So please check that out. Paul Swan in P4, Lee Bell in 5th with Emma Brown in 6th. Then we have Chris Crowther in 7th, Chris Stoves in 8th, and 9th place goes to Tom Reeve. So 9 senior Rotax runners. We will see them out in just a moment's time, and they will get round fairly heftily, fairly quickly. Hefty? That means big, doesn't it? Not fast.
I prefer to use a sound effect.
Yeah, that's the one. Please keep your comments coming in on YouTube. We've had some good luck to Catherine Potter from Hans 50 from Estonia. wow, people from all over the world today. Let us know where you're watching from. Michael Burke, of course, from Bathurst, Australia, and now we've got comments coming in from Estonia and also from, I can imagine, Dundee as well. We've got Matt Cook saying, good luck, Isaac. We've got Box in this lap saying, what's the difference between a Bambino and a Cadet car? Well, about how many kilos, David?
Around about 40 kilos and 13 seconds a lap.
Yes, and 150 cc's.
Yeah, very much so.
And then we've got Matt Cook saying congrats to Isaac. So your good luck message did him well, and we will endeavour to keep your to read your comments out as you keep them coming in. So thank you for getting in touch. We
will give a serious answer to Box in this lap in around about 5 minutes' time when this senior Rotax rolling start has been through, and we've been through the opening couple of laps.
Well, I was going to say, actually, you're better off sticking with us. We don't know your actual name, but Box in this lap. You're better sticking with us, because once we've got senior pro karts out the way, which is the following heat, there is the Bambinos, and we will fully explain the difference between them. Meanwhile, over the line comes our senior Rotax heat number 1, and they go green, and it is a fantastic start from Dan Kell, moving into the lead easily already from Savage, Savage in P2, Savage in P3, and then it is Swan in 4. As they head round hairpin 1 for the first time. Line astern, nice and simple, clean start for senior Rotax. Lovely to see, as Dan Kell is already moving away at the front of this pack and trying to break the toe. Savage is desperately trying to go with him in that bright orange helmet. You cannot miss that from anywhere on the circuit. Bright blue suit, bright orange helmet, makes the commentary nice and easy. We know exactly who it is.
Yeah, interesting qualifying session in this one, actually, because it was Ashley Savage who set the early pace in this Rotax qualifying, as Dan Kell elected to sit on the dummy grid for a couple of laps and let everybody else go out, set the benchmark time, and then he rolled the O-plate out, and within 2 laps he was at the top of the pile by around about half a second, which was the exactly what he wanted to see.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, it was cool, calm and collected, wasn't it, from Kell? Just took his time, let the track rubber in by everybody. It was almost Formula 1 style, going out last, you know, your Mercedes and your Red Bull, wanting the track in the optimal conditions, and yeah, away you went. 2 laps, banged it in, came back in.
Yeah.
Job done.
Exactly. Dan Kell then over the line. We're already
just wipe
2 in
it
the
down,
bag.
wipe it down and give it a bit of a polish, and send it back out for heat 1.
Exactly. Two laps in then of the 10 already. And Daniel Kell in the O-plate, leading the way. He needs to be there at the end of the day in order to wrap up the championship here at Teesside Autodrome with a round to spare. Ashley Savage as well. He can at the moment he can hold off Dan Kell going into the final round. And what he can also do is guarantee second if he finishes with enough points behind Kell.
Only showing 8 runners at the moment. We had 9 on the grid, but only showing 8 runners. You've got 4 in red on your timing screen or timing column on the left-hand side, 4 in green. Now, for those of you who are new to the stream, new to the classes, or the class system, the red are senior Rotax, and then the green are senior Rotax 177. Now, all that means is they have a slightly higher weight limit, 177 kilos for driver and kart. Meaning that they are slightly, how can I put this, bulkier driver, generally speaking. Taller, more biceps, bigger biceps.
They can also bring themselves up to weight as well, Tom.
Yes, so they can add lead, can't they?
Yeah, they can run a certain amount of lead to bring them up, as all our classes can, because we all run to a minimum weight limit for fairness.
Yep. So most of the cadets are quite a way underweight. So you will see on them, if we get close-up shots of the carts, huge amounts of lead bolted to the back of the seats and things like that. And then, of course, there's others who are bigger who don't need any lead.
No, none at all. And the weight limit, obviously, when we spoke about cadets as well, and the Bambino a few moments ago, is cadet. Some of those drivers, they come out of Bambino and they have to make the weight limit that has been set so that drivers at 11 and 12 years old can race. You know, they have to bring them up, and we see drivers regularly with additional amounts. Tom Reeve is showing there, but I know, Tom, already, the driver of the 22 has gone home.
Oh, well, that would be why we had 9 on the grid.
Yeah, he qualified But then they had issues with. Oh, he's back. Is he out? I thought he got. I know he went home, but I do know why he went home. He went to get a seat.
Oh,
because it broke in qualifying.
Well, that must have been. He must live local.
Because when he went home,
unless he's borrowed one.
I saw him go out in his van, but he still had his race suit on. He went home in his race suit. And I believe he went to pick a seat up because I think they're bolted in. You can see there to the left-hand side of Daniel Kell. His transponder is on his seat stay. And you'll be able to see actually here, Ashley Savage comes through as well. Those two big silver things, additional seat stays, holding to give the kart a little bit more rigidity going around the corners as well. Also helps with a bit of lift on the inside rear as you see them coming up to the corners. The idea is to get some lift in that inside rear, allowing the outside rear to drive the kart round the corner.
Yeah, if you look where the number is on the side pod, just about there it is, the two silver bars. That's the seat stays. That's exactly what we're talking about there.
Fantastic work from the cameraman Chris down there at South Bank to stick with, basically just to focus in on those seat stays as we come round the long banking right-hander as Daniel Kell plugs in the fastest lap of the race. Not that he needed to, Tom. He's already 2 seconds in front of the rest of the pack, but nonetheless, fastest lap of the race so far for Daniel Kell with a 41.344.
And I can confirm that Tom Reeve is out there, so maybe it was a get it on as quick as he can and get out for the heat, and he's just unfortunately not quite made the start of the heat, but out he's gone.
Yeah, fantastic. And I think, Tom,
so if that is a turnaround, that is an amazing
also
effort.
I think he may well have got out just in time to get to half race distance, because of course you need half race distance to score points in the championship. You still score points positions for the well, he's still going to be down in 9th, because obviously we finish where we start where we finish the preceding heat.
Can I point out as well?
I'll allow
rapid lap times as well. Quick laps, 41.8, so that's only 0.4 off what Dan Kell is doing out the front of the race, and he's of course now leading by 2.3 seconds. So Tom Reeve, really pumping in some good laps, so that seat is doing him well, and I think he deserves a round of applause when he comes across the line for that effort.
Yeah, and I'm sure, Tom, because we know what the paddock's like here at Teesside, but I'm sure that there would have been a number of people helping him get that seat on that kart to get him out on track for this opening heat of senior Rotax, and he's going to come through. He's going to be 4 laps down, but he's going to score points from heat number 1 as the last lap board is out. Daniel Kell going round hairpin 1 for the final time as Lee Bell puts a personal best in, leading the 177 class. Driver of the number 2 on your screen runs the 00 as the 177 Rotax winner. Daniel Kell then already down towards the far end of the circuit. There he is in the white and the green helmet with the blue 0 on it. Will he at the end of the day be changing that 0 for a number 1? Heat number 1, Daniel Kell takes a checkered flag to win. Ashley Savage gets second place. Son Kieran will come through to complete the top 3, his best result in the senior Rotax ranks. Paul Swan will get 4th, holding off Lee Bell over the line, who wins in 177 from Chris Crowder, Emma Brown, Chris Stoves, and Tom Reeve comes over and takes the checkered flag 4 laps down. But importantly, Tom picks up points, having got that number 22 machine out before half race distance.
Yeah, and as we said before, what an effort from Tom Reeve that is. So, we'll look forward to what Tom can do for the rest of the day once he actually takes the start of the race. But what a fantastic turnaround to get home, get back. And I don't think people fully appreciate how difficult it is to change a seat over in a car. It's not a 30-second job.
No, because it's not just a case of chucking it in. The holes in them aren't pre-drilled. They go in at a certain angle to fit the driver's size, to fit different leg length. It's not just a case of the driver's 6 foot, this is where the seat goes. It's all about leg length and torso length and that sort of thing.
Exactly.
It's not just a case of throwing it in, is it?
So moving on already swiftly to our final heat number 1 of the day, which will be senior Pro Kart.
Tom, in a few moments' time, we're going to see the grid for Senior Pro Kart, but first of all, let's just have a quick reminder of our qualifying session. I think we looked at it, Tom, the top 15 split by less than 0.8 of a second, the top 5 split by less than 1/10 of a second. It was absolutely sensational in qualifying for our senior Pro Kart class. And an important thing to note as well, Tom, that the top 5 in qualifying are the top 5 overall in the championship, all of them running on pooled engines this weekend. And what that means is the circuit have provided 10 engines for the top 5. They've got 2 engines each. They go in, they take a number out of the hat, and they run on pooled engines. And I think what that does, Tom, it proves that whether they're on their own engines or whether they're on pooled engines that the circuit has provided, the top 5 in the championship qualifying in the top 5 is exactly what we want to see in terms of fairness.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll go into that in a little bit more detail potentially as the day goes on. Exactly as David said, it is a complete lottery. The circuit have provided 10 engines to the top 5 in the championship to make sure, well, in the interest of fairness more than anything. But let's take you through the grid and we'll come on to that in a little while.
Connor Lucas then will start on pole position alongside the 24 of Jack Morris, who starts on the front row for the first time in the senior Pro Kart ranks, having won the junior version of this series last year. Kieran Lambert, the Clubman Championship leader, he can wrap that up today. He'll start in P3 alongside the 31 of Scott Tate. Aaron Alexander, who needs a strong point score to keep his championship hopes alive, will start from a uncharacteristic 5th place alongside the number 12 of Tom Braid. Mason Barker and Mark Tate will share row number 4. The top 10 then completed with good qualifying for both Joe Grinsell and the 757 of Simon Dougherty, with Connor White and Steve Nichols on row 6. Joe Burrell and Brandon Truman Reddish share row number 7. Tom Lowther and Jonathan Allen, the leader in the Novice Championship, on row 8, with Paul Scaife and Gary Witherington on row 9. The top 20 then completed by Dan Fulsham, who has his best qualifying alongside Darren Lowe, Craig Harris and David Brewis on row 11. Ben Still, he debuts here at Teesside. He is in 23rd alongside Josh Yeadon. And then the grid will be completed by Chrissy Rouse, Neil Catlow and the 113 of Jake Richardson. Although, Tom, I can't see him, so I'm going to guess he's not joined us. And we have 26 senior Pro Kart runners here for heat number 1.
Yeah, so there's a lot of talking points around senior Pro Karts today, which is why I kind of wanted to do the whole Bambino Cadet chat during the Bambino and Cadet race, because senior Pro Karts, we've got this pool of engines that we need to discuss, and we've also got a newcomer to the series as well, who's got a little bit of fame. So we'll go into that as well, as the green flag is already in hand for the starter, and we're away. Good start for Jack Morris off the line. Already on the inside of Connor Lucas as he shuts the door into the first chicane. It is Tate coming through to take P3, or is it? No, it's Aaron Alexander moving up the inside and taking Morris, who drops down to 5th.
Yeah, Aaron Alexander then up to P3. Kieran Lambert goes wide into hairpin number 1, and Aaron Alexander comes down the inside and up into 3rd place. So it's going to be Lucas, Alexander, Lambert, Morris, Braid, Scott Tate, who's dropped away, then Mason Barker and Mark Tate going down the inside into South Bank at the expense of Simon Dougherty, who may also lose a position to the 52 of Connor White as well.
And worrying for the excitement at the front of this race is Connor Lucas is gapped the field already.
Connor Lucas, who needs another one of those drivers who needs an almost maximum points haul to take the championship for a 3rd consecutive year. And Aaron Alexander now has work to do to try and reel in the 43, almost 1 second behind already. And that is because he's had to come through from P5 off the grid. Great start for him though, Tom, up to 2nd place already. But now he's got to try and close that 1 second gap down to our double champion in front of him.
Yes, indeed. So Lambert and Morris, you can see them head down, shrimping position as we call it, head down under the steering wheel, trying to get maximum airflow over the top of the car, eke out an extra half a mile an hour, maybe 1 mile an hour at the end of the straight, just to make that tiny bit of difference and try and close that gap. As we've got up the inside, that's Grinsell, wasn't it, up the inside there? It must have been on Connor White for 9th place on the road. We'll get them over the line. So it is Lucas, Alexander, Lambert, Morris, Braid, Tate, Barker, Tate again, Scott Tate, then Mason Barker, Mark Tate, then Grinsell, and it was Connor White being overtaken in hairpin 4.
Yep, good move then by Joe Grinsell, and we've seen him here before, Tom, and it's a very, very much a win it or bin it mentality for the 199 of Joe Grinsell.
Oh, I'm hoping for rain today if Joe Grinsell's here.
Oh, we've seen him before. He's sideways almost all the way around the track. It's sensational over start finish for our 1:99 runner.
I think he'd give Johan a run for his money in the on the drifting.
Drifting front, yeah, very much so. Good race so far then for the 12 of Tom Braid. We see him coming through in P5. Scott Tate, who was in third place briefly over start finish after a good start, then hung out to dry around the outside of the national loop and dropped 3 places down into 6th place. Colours down the left hand side, then blue are our pro runners, red are our club runners, then we're going to have green for our 40s and black for our novice runners. You can see there Jonathan Allen and Craig Harris, the 2 championship protagonists in our novice class.
Ben Still is leading the class at the moment in 18th overall.
Yes, good outing then for Ben Still in his first time here at Teesside Autodrome. Looks like he's been getting some advice off 48 Harvey Still from juniors.
And Steve Nichols leading our 40 class as well in P13 overall.
So class leaders then, Lucas, Lambert, Nichols and Allen in pro, club, 40s and novice respectively.
Well, this doesn't bode well because Lucas seems to have found his form again. He's had, let's be honest, he's had an off couple of rounds, David. Not being up to his usual speed, shall we say. Maybe not. Maybe that's being a bit harsh, but he's not had the best of rounds the last couple of.
Well, no, let's be realistic.
Outs.
Round 4 outscored by Alexander by 32 points. Round 5 outscored by 3. Round 6 outscored by 10. And at the last round only outscored Aaron Alexander by 1 point himself. So very, very tight for Conor Lucas, although he can win the championship today because his opening 3 rounds, Tom, the 12 consecutive victories, absolutely sensational, as is that lap.
Yeah, pumps in the fastest lap of the race, a 46.373, absolutely flying. 1.8 seconds now in front of Aaron Alexander. Now this doesn't bode well, as I said, for the competition at the front of the race for the day. If Lucas is on this kind of form, he is almost unbeatable. So we will wait to see what happens over the following 5 laps and then for the next 2 heats and the final. Hopefully Aaron Alexander can keep in touch with him and keep him honest because yeah, this doesn't bode well. We've seen Lucas on this kind of form before, and not only does he take no prisoners, but also no prisoners in terms of pace as well. And in fact, Kieran Lambert has now caught up with the back, or onto the back of Aaron Alexander. He is leading your clubman class from Thomas Braid in 5th place on the road and Mason Barker in 7th on the road. So clubman runners running quite high up, as we've seen a few times this season, especially in terms of Lambert and Braid. Jack Morris, who was P2 on the grid and in qualifying, is now in 4th place, but third in the pro class. That's the blue runners on your timing column.
Absolutely, we are 4 laps on the top. It will be down to 3 in a few moments' time. We're about to see a warning come out for somebody.
Number 5.
Let's have a quick
look. Is it
look.
number 5? Just the number 5?
No, I imagine we're going to add some numbers to that. Let's have a look. Let's have a guess who else has got some 5.
757. So Simon Doughty. Jack Morris, as I said that, pumps in the fastest lap of the race, 46.3. Really quick from Jack Morris, getting a double toe from Alexander and Kieran Lambert. That will certainly help things because both of those boys are absolutely rapid. Jack Morris really now onto the back of these, onto the back of the battle for a second. You can see him really there, hunkering down behind the steering wheel. He's got an extra layer on as well. It must be chilly out there, David. He's got an extra jacket on, a Teesside Karting jacket, and as in fact as Kieran Lambert, he's got an RPM jacket. Driver's feeling the need to layer up here already.
Yeah, Joe Grinsell often does, even in the summer he wears a body warmer over his race suit.
That's very true, it is, yeah. As Conor Lucas now pumps in another fastest lap of the race, 46.2, and immediately beaten once again by Jack Morris at 46.150. Morris right onto the tail now of Lambert in front, looking racy, looking to make a move, getting the advantage of that double slipstream.
Yeah, I spoke to Kieran Lambert yesterday. That'll be another interview that will be out in the coming weeks. A really interesting interview actually as well for our champion-elect in the club ranks here at Teesside. He'll be going into as Joe Burrell pits out of 26th place, so we're down to 25 runners.
Yeah,
the last lap board will be out this time though.
Missed that off
Lucas coming over the line.
Must have been a mechanical for Joe Burrell. That's a shame for him. Pitting early and an early end to the race as they come across the line. Last lap board is out. It is Conor Lucas with a 2-second lead over Aaron Alexander, Kieran Lambert, Jack Morris, Thomas Braid, Scott Tate, Mason Barker, Mark Tate, Joe Grinsell and Simon Doughty rounding out the top 10 overall. Hairpin 2, line astern for the battle for second place. This is the one that you're looking at. It's Alexander from Lambert, still from Morris in fourth place overall, third in this group.
Down the back straight they go, though. Connor Lucas, though, is already round South Bank. I was speaking to him late on Friday night. He was confident of a good result this weekend. Out of hairpin number 4, he comes. He's had a difficult couple of rounds here where he's dropped points to Aaron Alexander. Welcome back, Connor Lucas. Wins heat number 1. Alexander gets P2. Lambert holds on from Jack Morris over the line for 3rd and 4th, respectively. Braid, Tate, Barker, Mark Tate, Joe Grinsell and Simon Doughty complete the top 10. We'll have a look further down then for our winner in 40s. That's going to be Steve Nicol, and Ben Still in his first outing in the novice class finishes P18 and takes a top step of the novice podium in heat number 1.
Well, we managed to keep that going and barely mention the Paul Engines or Chrissy Rouse as well.
Yeah, we knew it was going to be exciting, but Tom, 3 more senior Pro Kart races for us to dip into that one. And Tom, I'm going to let you do an announcement based on a penalty from our Minimax class.
Yeah, and it's not a surprise really. We saw Lizzie Mentier making contact with Catherine Potter in hairpin 1. That has been deemed as an ABC, which stands for advantage by contact, and has incurred a 5-second penalty for Lizzie Mentier.
Yeah, that drops her down into 8th overall, 3rd in minis, still in front of Catherine Potter though, so they'll start alongside each other in a mouth-watering prospect for heat number 2 of Minimax in around about 50 minutes time. No penalties applied in our senior ranks, and that, Tom, brings a close to the first cycle of heat number 1. We're back in a few moments time with heat number 2 from our Bambinos. Tom and I are just having a quick dip into our live chat. We'll go back in a few moments to cover the difference between cadets and Bambinos. Ahmed has been on, and that's a blast from the past on the name front. He said he misses racing with them, and indeed he does need to come back to the UK and race with our senior Pro Karts, that's for sure, because that is a blast from the. I want to say not too far back, but it's a recent past in the senior Pro Kart ranks. Scott's just said great racing, love Teesside Karting, exactly as do I. Grid is up on the screen though for heat number 2 for our Bambinos. Heat 1 winner Colby Patterson starts alongside champion-elect Austin Oman on the front row. Anderson and Rye share row number 2. Rye obviously having to come all the way back through the pack after that spin on the opening lap following his pole position at the start of the day. Ellis Child and Joey Swan will share row number 3. And we've got Buddy Hugo and Freddie Murray with Jack Mellon and Alfie Watson completing the top 10. Ethan McClellan alongside Harris Barber on row 6. Jake Gibbon and Brady Atkin McDonald, who had that spin at hairpin number 1, but he has the pace to challenge to get into the top 10. They will start on row number 7. 14 runners, Tom, today in our Bambino class.
Yeah, and helpers making their way onto the grid as well. This will be the only class that you will see helpers come onto the grid. Young kids, we've explained it before. If you've never seen our one of our streams before, the helpers come onto the grid with they're Bambinos, they're little tiny kiddies. Give them the last few words of encouragement, calm the nerves a little bit, having a helper there of some description, and yeah, just helps with everything, doesn't it?
Correct. As we grid up then, Tom, and we normally have a little bit more time at the start of Bambino than some other classes, we'll just have that quick run through of the difference between our Bambinos and our cadet class. Well, in terms of power, these Comma C50 engines at the top end give us around about 4 brake horsepower, whereas when we go up to the Honda Cadet class, it's 8 brake horsepower at the front, so twice the power, and that's why we have a lap difference as well of around about 13 seconds between the two of them, as we see Colby, as Austin O'Man gets the visor cleaned. Looks like there could still be some drizzling there. We certainly see it from this long shot in, don't we?
I mean, it is covering a long distance, so it looks heavier than it actually is, because that, I mean, that's from one side of, all the way from one side of the circuit to the other, that shot. So it is foreshortening the angle a little bit and making it look a lot worse than it is.
Correct. Other things to note as well, obviously the Bambino is a much smaller kart than the Cadets as well. The weight limit is somewhere in the region of around 40 kilos difference as well. 69 for our Bambinos, where it's 107 for our Honda Cadets. Just having a quick look, Tom, as well. Looks like there's a gap on the grid as we struggle to get the 91 of Freddie Murray. His kart should be starting in P8, but we're struggling to get that number 91 machine moving at the moment, and hopefully he's able to roll that kart into position. Looks like we're having some issues getting it started. We're having a look down towards the right-hand side, which is where the engine is for these karts. He is going to roll into position by the look of it. He's just got to keep blipping that throttle and keep some revs in it to keep that kart going, as I've just seen the 16 of Austin O'Man just have his kart moved in terms of position. That kart now very aggressively pointed, Tom, towards the apex, the left-hand apex, which is the important one of the D chicane that our Bambinos will go through at the first time of asking.
And here we go, grid being cleared now.
Yep, visors down, time to go racing. Heat number 2 then for our Bambinos. Is about to be green.
Freddie Murray did take his position on the grid. And away they go, green flag is down. We had almost a jump start from the 58. Started too early, then put the brakes on, and has actually cost himself quite a few positions, because didn't get going in the end.
Correct, it was Jack Mellon in the 58 who started, stopped and started again. Bambinos, though, are away in the top 4 in the... Oh, and Austin O'Man spins at hairpin number 1. The championship leader facing the wrong way, and he's down outside of the top 10.
Almost a carbon copy of what Edward Rye did in the first heat as well. Round that corner, same place, same corner, slightly less time penalty, if you like, because he got going a bit quicker than Edward Rye did, but exactly the same situation, went round, lost the back end. Cold tyres again, potentially, David?
Potentially as well, Tom, just, trying to carry all that pace in. It's a completely different dynamic to what we've had so far. Even September's round, at the back end of September, was uncharacteristically warm. I remember we were walking around in shorts and T-shirt that day. I wouldn't dream of doing it today.
No, it's...
I reckon at least 10, maybe 15 degrees temperature difference between those 2 days. And these drivers, Tom, haven't particularly raced in these cold conditions, certainly here at Teesside, in a very long time.
Absolutely, and don't forget the added element of a few drops of rain as well.
Yeah, they do run a treaded tyre, these the Bambinos. It's the all-weather LeConte tyre, so they use it wet or dry. As Freddie Murray in the 91 is going round very slowly. Looks like we might have to get a flag out for that, just to warn our leaders as they come, because I'm not sure whether he's going to keep going round or whether he's going to pull off track. But the driver of the 91, we knew he was having some problems at the start getting that kart going. He is still moving ever so slightly, but certainly there's some disappointment. It's whether he tries to bring that kart round back to the pit lane or whether he pulls off. I think the marshals are going to signal for him on the outside of hairpin 2 to potentially move that kart out or towards a marshal's post before our leaders come round. Let's see how much damage it's done for us now. Man, I think he's coming back through the pack now. I think he's got past Buddy Hugo and Ellis Child up to P5.
Yeah, really good recovery so far from Austin O'Man. We've got Edward Rye now in P2. So, recovery drive from Edward Rye, sticking it on pole, and then immediately first lap of Heat 1 went round and he's already back into P2 overall. So, fantastic recovery from Edward Rye.
Another driver, Tom, as you spoke to earlier on, he's heading in the cadet direction at the end of this season, is Edward Rye. I'm sure he would love to end the day and his Bambino career, albeit we do have the November round. It'd be very, very nice to take a trophy home with him as well.
As Austin O'Man now overtakes Joey Swan and takes P4 on the road. As they all come together a little bit there. That is Buddy Hugo taking full advantage and taking 2 places up the inside of hairpin 3, 2 for 1.
There's Freddie Murray and that beautiful brand new number 91 red and white helmet. that he was hoping to bring here to the previous round, although through some health reasons was unable to make it. So it's its first outing here at Teesside Autodrome. And, it's currently stationary in the marshal's post at hairpin number 1, unfortunately, but I'm sure that kart will be back out later on in the day. Still another heat after this one for our Bambinos, along with their final. Both of those will come after the half-an-hour lunch break here, which at the end of heat 2.
Edward Rye was 0.4 of a second faster than Colby Patterson on the previous lap and is only now 9/10 behind. So
I can tell you now, Tom, from looking out the window, he's not 9/10 behind.
No, he is absolutely not. He's
about 9 centimetres behind.
That's a great way of putting it. And there it is on the screen now. So that is Colby Patterson in the lead. Edward Rye now hunting him down. Edward Rye, of course, taking pole position and is already looking up the inside into the D chicane.
Yeah, we've seen this before though, Tom, in Bambino. Very, very easy to catch, very, very difficult to overtake.
Absolutely, and we see that we've seen that from Austin O'Man on Colby and Colby Patterson throughout the season as they've run nose to tail teammates.
Certainly here at Teesside, Tom, because I can't think of any other track in the country where the front runners could theoretically, although we don't advise it, remove the brake pedal, because it's a flat out track for them. So it's all about the slipstream, it's all about keeping the revs up. I don't think there's anywhere else in the country where these Bambinos are going to be absolutely flat out everywhere they go towards the front end of the field, and that's why we say it's easy enough to get in the slipstream and to close up, but it's not easy to overtake when you're doing very, very similar speeds as everybody else.
Yeah, big slide through hairpin 3 for Edward Rye as well, but well held and is still right on the back of Colby Patterson, just kept it pinned. And we've lost the 32 of Harris Barber as well, which is a shame. That's on the inside of hairpin 2, but has got going again. Bounces off the curb and away he goes. So it might have just been a dropped engine and then they've got that fired up and away he goes again.
Yep, that'll save Paul Franklin a bit of mowing.
For the time being. And he'll love you for saying that as well. Oh, dear me. Right, 3 laps to go here, or 2.5 laps to go now of Bambino Heat 2. Edward Rye continuing to apply pressure to Colby Patterson as they head down the back straight. Rye, who had that massive overspeed, as we saw, clearly quite a bit quicker than Patterson, certainly over those few laps when he was closing that gap up. But as you said, David, very difficult to overtake. It's one thing to be able to have that overspeed, but then to carry it where you need the speed, down the straight, through the exit of the corners. It's very, very difficult. Apex speed is almost identical in every single kart here because of the nature of, well, racing in general. But yeah, it's difficult to get that overspeed when you're trying to get the exit of the corner and then carry it down the straight if you've got somebody in front of you.
Correct. One thing to note, Tom, and it's behind this battle, is that whilst Austin O'Man did move fairly quickly up back through the pack into 4th place, he hasn't been able to shake off the 11 of Buddy Hugo. And this, Tom, can only be a good thing for Buddy Hugo, because what he's doing at the moment is learning from the driver that will potentially, at the end of the day, be crowned our 2021 Bambino champion here at Teesside Autodrome. Free coaching for the driver of the number 11.
Absolutely, and Buddy Hugo, don't forget, put himself in that position with a fantastic double overtake through this corner they've just gone round, hairpin 3. A fantastic move from Buddy Hugo, and he's actually just off camera. I can see them coming around hairpin 4. He's hounding now Austin O'Man. Exactly, one of the success stories of this Bambino Championship. Buddy Hugo, in his first season of racing here at Teesside Autodrome, is currently keeping pace with the number 16 of Austin O'Man, helping to push both of them round. Good lap times from both of them in the previous lap, on par with the leaders actually for both Austin O'Man and Buddy Hugo, as Fraser Anderson currently in a welcome 3rd place for him, Tom, but the only driver in the top 5 that's lonely at the moment. Well, yes, Edward Rye as well, taking a very, very wide entry into hairpin 1, trying to get a bit of momentum through hairpin 2 as we enter the last half of the last lap. Can Edward Rye get anything done here on Colby Patterson? Might be too far back into hairpin 3, and in fact is. Doesn't look like he'll be able to get it through for hairpin 4 either, so it is going to be, barring any dramas, heat number 2 going the way of Colby Patterson in exactly the same way it went for heat number 1. The difference is this time over the line, it's Edward Rye right behind him, not Austin O'Man. It is going to be, oh, is it? It's Fraser Anderson taking third place. Then it is Austin O'Man from Buddy Hugo just, who hounded him all the way through the final part of the race. Austin O'Man. Then it's going to be Joey Swan and Ellis Child following him over the line. Alfie Watson in the 20 taking 8th. Jack Mellon taking 9th. And potentially over the line it's going to be either Ethan McClellan or Brady Atkin McDonald. But we will wait to see. It is the 23 of Ethan McClellan taking 10th place over the line. Brady Atkin McDonald in 11th. Then it will be Jake Gibbon, Harris Barber and Freddie Murray, unfortunately, a retirement.
Fantastic race for our Bambinos all the way down. We saw Ethan there for the top 10 with McClelland and Atkin McDonald coming over the line, just over a tenth of a second between them. So racing all the way through our Bambinos, and it's a career best of 8 for Alfie Watson.
Look at Buddy Hugo coming over the line. It's like he's won the race.
Yeah, we just caught that a little bit on the camera as he came in. P5 for Buddy Hugo.
Well happy with himself. Well done to you, Buddy Hugo. Congratulations. And we've got the 32 of Harris Barber, who's pulled over at the side of the track.
Round 7 driver of the day in our Bambino. Harris Barber having a very difficult heat number 2. But he did take the checkered flag before the kart expired, and that's all that matters.
Absolutely. And yeah, well, at the moment, most impressive driver of the day, certainly Buddy Hugo.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, Tom.
What a move that was through hairpin 3 as well. Double overtake.
Nice double overtake, and then being able to keep pace with the driver, and also finish within was about 4.3 seconds of the race leaders as well.
Yeah,
that is a best result as well for Buddy Hugo.
Definitely a most improved so far. As we move on swiftly to our next heat. So Junior Pro Kart, heat number 2. Heat number 1 providing us with some fantastic action, as always.
And a maiden victory as well.
Yes, indeed, for Caitlin Frame. And well-deserved as well.
Oh, fantastic.
Superb drive.
As in a faultless drive. You know, just did what Caitlin Frame needed to do, which was, you know, drive off into the distance, let everybody else battle it out behind. Drove her own race rather than trying to drive anybody else's in terms of keeping anybody back too much. Went off at the front and made everybody else do the work, and the work they couldn't do to stop Caitlin Frame, who will start then Junior Pro Kart Heat 2 from the front row alongside Lennon French, Max Shields and Sebastian Pereira on row 2, Harvey Still and Jacob O'Connor on row number 3, with Christian Oblang and Joe Arnold in 7th and 8th respectively. Ben Hogarth and Sophie Pawsey complete the top 10, with Matthew Allen and Ben Arnold on row number 6. Doesn't take too long to get the Junior Pro Kart, all 6 rows of them gridded up, so in, I imagine, less than a minute's time we will be away in racing. It will once again be Caitlin Frame who took a flag-to-flag victory in heat number 1.
It still never fails to impress me. Every single round I come
we
here,
could roll, yeah, we could roll
we could have a rolling start here, because they are so well organised and well drilled at getting themselves into position in Junior Pro Kart. It's just brilliant to see every single time. The amount of respect as well between the drivers on these rolling up laps as well. There's no bumping and banging or anything like that. They all just, no excessive weaving, no warming of tyres or anything silly like that. They literally just roll around the track and straight into position, and we get going. They are the credit, really, in terms of rolling up there.
Absolutely.
In fact, in the rolling up laps, I think they are by far and away the best class that we have here in terms of discipline in doing that.
Well drilled. Final runner is into position. And, we are moments away from Junior Pro Kart heat number 2. Frame on the inside, French on the outside. Shields and Pereira on row 2. The green is up. The green is down. We're away in racing. It's a fantastic start from Maximus Shields as Lennon French tries to squeeze across on the O-plate. Does, but then takes a huge amount of curb as well. They'll slot back into position with Frame still leading the way then from Lennon French, Max Shields, Seb Pereira, Harvey Still, Jacob O'Connor and Christian Oblang with Ben Hogarth making moves. They're going to be 3 wide into hairpin number 2 as Harvey Still comes under pressure from Jacob O'Connor, but he goes wide and allows Christian Oblang back down the inside. They'll run side by side. There they are, down the back straight. Oblang will push Harvey Still through as Jacob O'Connor goes wide. Who's that going incredibly wide round?
Taking the NASCAR line, I think.
Change for the lead though. Lennon French down the inside of Caitlin Frame, and for the first time today, the 120 leads the way.
Yes, indeed. And yeah, Caitlin Frame, let's see what she's got left in the bag now. Can she get back past Lennon French into the lead? Max Shields is holding close company in 3rd place. Then it's Pereira, also right there in 4th. Then it's, oh, we've got a warning for Joe Arnold as well. So it's Harvey Still, Christian Oblag, Jacob O'Connor. The aforementioned Joe Arnold is in 4th place. Max Shields move up the inside of Caitlin Frame and now takes 2nd on the road. French with a long look back and seeing the action going on behind as well, and can see Max Shields now in 2nd place. So it's time for Lennon French to get his head down and try and check out in front and do what Caitlin Frame did in the first heat. Rounding out your top 10, sorry, was Ben Hogarth and Sophie Pawsey.
Yep, the top 2 in the championship then are back to being the top 2 in this junior Pro Kart class. They'll come over the line for the 2nd time. The gap between them just over half a second as Max Shields had to get past Caitlin Frame on that previous lap. Now, nothing in terms of track position between Lennon French and Maximus Shields once again, other than the actual time, but they are back into P1 and 2 respectively. Frame in 3rd, Pereira in 4th. Still Oblag, O'Connor, Arnold, Hogarth and Pawsey, the top 10. Then there's a short, small gap back to Matthew Allen and Ben Arnold, who's making his first race day appearance here at Teesside. He has done a couple of practice days, joins the back of the junior Pro Kart pack, and is still showing some good pace, Tom, for a first time here out at Teesside Autodrome. He's still got plenty of years left in the junior Pro Kart ranks.
Yes, indeed. And Caitlin Frame, Sebastian Pereira is looking very racy right behind Caitlin Frame as well. So he has sort of a half a look through hairpin 3. He's still right there, and he's having another little look up the inside into hairpin 1 as well. So things not going in the best of directions at the moment for Caitlin Frame. She needs to find some pace again from somewhere, dig deep and get back onto the back of Max Shields, who is still 6/10 behind Lennon French as they came over the line, and Lennon French setting the fastest lap of the race as well.
Good times then for Lennon French, currently, as you say, 6/10 in front on the previous lap. Behind them it's Frame and Pereira, then it's Still and Still and Oblang, and it's pretty much battles of 2, because behind them O'Connor and Arnold are still nose to tail as well. I know what you're going to say.
Well, what I was going to say is that 6/10 of a second has suddenly become 3/10 of a second. Max Shields absolutely flying, pumped in the fastest lap of the race, immediately beaten by Caitlin Frame and Sebastian Pereira as well, who sets the fastest lap of the race now, 47.253.
Yeah, this could be a 4-car battle for the lead once again as they have closed up. Sebastian Pereira in the slipstream, then down the back straight. Will he drop the 21 out? He thought about it and then dropped straight back in again. Sebastian Pereira. I would love at some point today, Tom, to see him just stick it down the inside and allow see what the other driver thinks about it, because he does seem to be pulling out of a few of these moves himself, rather than actually, you know, putting it down the inside and, you know, seeing whether the other driver fancies that battle.
I would agree with that, but with just coming on to 5 laps to go, I still think it's a little bit too early to be making moves and costing yourself some time. You would be better off working with Caitlin Frame and pushing her along, the 2 of them working together and not holding each other up, and maybe then they can get onto the back of Shields and French. Enough to make a move anyway.
No, I wouldn't disagree with that.
Because they're already there, but I mean...
No, that's fine. Mine was a generalisation, because we saw it in heat number 1 as well, didn't we, where he stuck a nose down the inside, and we thought it was, in that one, we thought it was easier to overtake than not overtake. Yeah. So it's not a case of at what point during the race, it's just, you know, could he be a little bit more racy? I know he doesn't want to throw it away, because we have seen, you know, we've seen it here and we see it at other tracks as well. It is a case of start where you finish here. So, you know, he's currently in 4th place. That's where he'll start heat number 3.
Max Shields again pumping in another quickest lap of the race, not beaten that time by Sebastian Pereira, but Sebastian Pereira was only 300ths slower than Max Shields on that last lap. So it is French, Shields, Frame and Pereira, your front four. Now, it was a second on the previous lap. It's now only 3/4 of a second separating the front four with 4 laps to go.
Yeah, and now it's whether Pereira and Frame can push on together, or whether they start battling over that 3rd place into the latter part of Junior Pro Kart Heat number 2. So will it be a 4-kart battle, or will it be as it is at the moment, which is 2 by 2 by 2 by 2, because the top 8 are all racing round in pairs as Joe Arnold gets past Jacob O'Connor on that previous lap. Arnold up into 7th place then. There's his personal best from Still, Hogarth and Pawsey. Yeah,
fastest lap of the race from Lennon French on that last time round. He's clearly had a long look behind and seen that Iron Man inspired helmet of Max Shields right behind him, and that's given him the hurry up.
Yep, Oblang and Still were side by side as Oblang, there he is, going down the inside of Harvey Still and up into 5th place, the driver of the 776, Christian Oblang. Not finished here in the top 5 at Teesside Autodrome before, but moves into that position now at the expense of the driver from Sutton Bridge in Lincolnshire, who then comes straight back down the inside, and they'll run side by side over start finish. Harvey Still though should have track position over start finish. Look at the gap at the top though, 1.5 tenths now as Maximus Shields closes the gap by half of what it was. It was 3 tenths on the previous lap. They're now nose to tail once again through the chicanes with 1.5 laps remaining.
It's amazing what a slipstream does, isn't it?
Fantastic.
So we see Seb Pereira and Caitlin Frame still going at it here for 3rd and 4th place. As we said, Seb Pereira just seems to be, well, he was working together. I just saw him stick a nose up the inside down off camera. So looked out the commentary box into Southbank corner, but again couldn't get the move done.
Still amazes me when French and Shields run together at the top
there
two.
We go.
Sebets Pereira down the inside.
Now he's got it done.
Yeah, good move. He did actually stick that one down the inside, didn't he? That wasn't a half move. He got it done. Last lap board is out. And I'll say, Tom, it still amazes me when it's French and Shields at the front that they feel the need to look over their shoulder, because it's unlikely the other one's gone anywhere.
Absolutely, yeah. Unless they've actually taken themselves off, it's very unlikely. Yeah, just run flat out, lads. You'll not notice any difference, I'm sure.
Down the back straight they go, and as Shields came over the line at less than a tenth, looks like French has managed to open up a bit more of a gap. Round the South Bank corner they go for the final time into hairpin 3. French will most likely go rather defensive into their parks in the middle of the circuit. Don't think there's anything Maximus Shields can do. The top 2 in the championship are going to cross the line, nose to tail, but importantly, it's going to be the 120 of Lennon French. Wins by less than a tenth of a second. Pereira and Frame in 3 and 4. Still, Oblang, Arnold, O'Connor, Hogarth and Pawsey complete the top 10. And then Matthew Allen will come through for P11, holding off Ben Arnold at the line. And Junior Pro Kart is complete for heat number 2.
Yes, indeed. And just wondering whether there was maybe a setup tweak for Caitlin Frame as well, because unfortunately she dropped down to P4 in that race, as we saw, despite going off pole. So maybe whatever they've changed between heats, they can reverse and she can get right back up there and take another heat win, her 2nd ever heat win.
Correct.
She gets another one.
The championship dream still alive for Lennon French, can still wrap this one up at the end of the day if he wins the final and gets a good result as well in heat number 3. Next up though will be heat number 2 for our cadet class. Junior Pro Kart have cleared the circuit already. Next up will be our cadets. They're waiting on the dummy grid for us to come out. Thomas Potter, Heat 1 winner, will start alongside Amy Peacock in a repeat of their qualifying positions. Stansmore Wilson and Ben Robinson will share row number 2. Joseph Yao and Harris Alley on row 3. Row 4 sees Max Gilman alongside Ethan Charles, Josh Cormack and Mason Dinsdale complete the top 10. Harry Brown and Holly Swan in 11th and 12th. 13th, Samuel Whedon alongside William Howard, with Ollie Carter and Cody Lamb on row 8, Charlie Eibel and Mason Webster on row 9. Row 10 sees Sam Hayes alongside Joshua Sullivan, Drew Davidson and Jack Collinson. On row 11, Layla Berryman and Riley Sims-Ezard on row 12. The cadet grid then for our Hondas completed by Morgan Cooney. Then it is our Micro Maxes of Sebastian Corking, who finished the previous race in 3rd place. Caden Simpson finished 9th. Riley Buckton-Young finished in 14th. The Micro Maxes with their rolling start will come over the line around about 5 seconds after the Hondas and then make their way through the rest of the pack if they have the pace to do so. And it's always very, very interesting watching them Micro Maxes. We know that they have an extra bit of straight line speed, around about 1.2 seconds the overall lap times. They qualified in 1, 2 and 3 respectively in the qualifying session at the start of the day. Then it's a case of finding the way through the traffic. Some good overtaking practice for Seb Corking, Caden Simpson and Riley Buckton-Young. And Buckton-Young's the interesting one for me, because I know that there's a Honda coming at some point in the near future. We'll see how he fares against the rest of the Honda pack here at Teesside Autodrome. Thomas Potter rolls the 38 into pole position in front of the pack alongside Amy Peacock. As I said, that's a repeat of their qualifying performance. Peacock for the first time starting off the front row, having taken our driver of the day crown here at row number 7. And she starts in P2. So it's Potter and Peacock at the front, with Stansmore Wilson and Robinson, who had a career best 3rd place in qualifying, in 4th place. Then it's Yao and Harris Ali completing the top 6. Max Gilman and Ethan Charles 7th and 8th, with Cormac and Dinsdale completing the top 10. Mason Dinsdale with his first trip into the top 10 as well. Looks like Tom's having a quick browse at the live chat comments.
Yeah, we're just having support coming in for Caitlin Frame from Junior Pro Kart from Leanne Howard. Best of luck, Caitlin. You're flying. Well done from all the Howards. And then Gaza has been in touch again and said keep going. The Flying Farmer Lennon from Debbie in Dundee. So Debbie is using the Gaza name.
Excellent.
Just confusing all round. But thanks, Debbie, for getting in touch, and hope you're well.
Final few runners then. The Micros rolling their way into position. They'll get their own start, although they have rolled right onto the back of the Hondas. So interested to see whether they just go on the green, Tom, or whether they get their own slow rolling start forwards, whether they get interest. To be fair, I didn't look out for that actually at the start of the previous heat, because we had that incident at the first corner which took everybody's attention away from the Micro Maxes towards the back. So we will endeavour to keep an eye out this time whether they go on the first green. We are away in racing though for this time, and the Micros are held and they'll go on the road. There's a spin already on the start line. Charlie Ival's 101 is facing the wrong way off the inside there, so he had an issue, but he's managed to join right on the back as Micro Max start their race, and it's a good start for the 77 of Caden Simpson. He leads the way in the Micro Max class.
All clean through hairpin 1 so far, and through hairpin 2 as well. So all of our cadet runners have made it through hairpin 1 and 2 nice and cleanly.
Yeah, it's Harris Ali and Joseph Yao go side by side, and Isabella Stansmore Wilson is going to help Joseph Yao through as Harris Ali gets a little bit crossed up, gets a rear wheel on the curb there, but then closes the door on Stansmore Wilson. So that looks like it's Yao up into 5th place. Stansmore Wilson, poor start for her. She was P3 on the grid. She'll come over the line in 6th place. It's going to be Potter, Peacock, Robinson, Yao, Harris Ali, Isabella Stansmore Wilson, Ethan Charles, Max Gilman, William George Howard, Josh Cormac then completing the top 10. Yeah,
William Howard making 5 places up on that opening lap to take 9th place overall. Jack Collinson also making 5 places up, and he's up into 17th.
Yep, some good starts then from the middle of that pack, taking full advantage of the opening lap here at Teesside Autodrome, the one where most of the pack, probably from round about 6th down, get caught up in that battle going round hairpin number 1, as we see William Howard there in the 27 coming under pressure from Max Gilman, with Ethan Charles in front of them. Gilman in his first race here at Teesside Autodrome, certainly in that newly liveried number 50.
Yes, indeed, and moves going on up and down the the grid here and up and down the field.
Yeah,
as they were moving through hairpin 3 and 4.
Just speaking of Gilman as well, Tom, he's literally come out of Bambinos, does have a lot of experience in Bambinos, of course. Not sure what the plan is, whether it's to really focus on 200s or to focus on 160s going forwards, because there is that British Championship pedigree certainly out of Bambinos. But remember the name, because if he keeps turning up here at Teesside Autodrome, he'll be in the mix for a championship. Maybe not next season, but the season after, Tom. There's absolutely no reason why the 50 of Max Gilman can't be one of the names to watch out for from 2022 going forwards.
As we watch Harris Ali and Joseph Yao, it's a good thing that Joseph Yao doesn't have any stickers on that, because he'd have absolutely trashed them by now.
the front nose is scuffed.
Absolutely, yeah. He's just bumping Harris Ali along, and then takes a position off him. Yeah. I didn't mean that he was bumping him out the way. I just meant he was pushing him along.
Exactly.
And that's why he's got that scuff on the nose.
Those three, Thomas Stansmore Wilson has a look to the inside, and then Harris Ali goes through as well down the inside there. They're going to hold each other up at some point, Tom, and the only saving grace is that the three behind are battling it out as well, which is pushing them all the way back into the. It's not really pushing them back into the pack in the same way that you'd expect it to.
I was going to say the only person they're holding up is Isabella Stansmore Wilson, and she gets a bump up the rear from Joseph Rao going into hairpin 3, but she's now managed to make it past Yao down the back straight. And is already lining up a move on Harris Ali to take 5th place.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Sebastian Corking, Tom. He was second at the start in the Micro Maxes, leading the way in that class, and is within touching distance of the top 10, up into 11th place. And I know Tom's shaking his head, and I know what that's for. It's because he just cannot believe how quick he is.
Yeah, well, that's one of the things. The other thing was Joseph Yao doing the bump and run on Isabella Stansmore Wilson into the national loop as well. Then goes up the inside of hairpin 2, gets a good run out of there on Harris Ali, and goes side by side, and is going to take 4th place. Stansmore Wilson then trying to get the double overtake, got all crossed up on the inside, dropped a wheel off the inside curb round South Bank, and that got her crossed up, but is immediately straight back onto the back of Harris Ali's number 76.
Yeah, these three, Tom, are having a really, really enthralling battle. And at some point, each one of them's been at the head of this 3-cart train. Joseph Yao, no quarter given. Neither Harris Ali, Tom. Two very, very robust drivers, battling it through. The only issue is that they might be split in a few moments' time by Seb Corking's 52 Micro Max.
Yeah, robust is definitely a good way of putting this heat, David.
Yeah, Harris Ali actually. Joseph Yao has probably got the best. Here's the split, and it's whether now Seb Corking can get past all three of them down there, or whether he is going to split. No, he only gets past one. Now Stansmore Wilson could take full advantage of this as Seb Corking goes wide, and we know why he's doing that, Tom, because he doesn't have to. He's got that extra power. Now he's going to come back down the inside, and Harris Ali once again takes full advantage of Sebastian Corking, gets back past Joseph Yao. What a fantastic race this has been for these three.
Opportunistic as you like there from Harris Ali, and brilliant piece of racecraft at the same time. Took full advantage of Seb Corking's Micromax coming through, got back in front of Joseph Yao, and I'm wondering whether Isabella Stansmore Wilson is going to repay the favour to Joseph Yao from a couple of laps ago. Doesn't do it this time, manages to stay line astern and tucks in behind coming out of hairpin 2.
Experience, Tom, well beyond Harris Ali's years actually, because I think he's only just about turned 10 as Stansmore Wilson then this time goes down the inside of the 888 of Joseph Yao, and looked like she was going to get a double move there, because I thought she was halfway down the inside of Harris Ali. Let's see whether she decides to take the move down into hairpin 4. She doesn't. Joseph Yao takes a really, really wide line to try and get a good run all the way around the outside of Stansmore Wilson over start finish, but he has to drop in. Seb Corking sets the fastest lap of the race, but that is expected from that additionally powered Micromax.
Yeah, already up to P4 as well, so I made it up to P3 I think it was in the previous heat, and now up to P4 already, so possibly up the inside. Sorry, I was looking at Stansmore Wilson there, up the inside of Harris Ali, backed out of it in the end. This is the final lap of the race, so only half a lap to go. Joseph Yao makes contact, and round she goes. Joseph Yao made contact with the back of Isabella Stansmore Wilson, coming through hairpin 2, and round she went, and that's dropped her way down the order now. Can't quite pick up her position at the moment, but we'll get her across the line. It also cost Joseph Yao a bunch of positions as well. He's somewhere around 9th or 10th place.
Yeah, let's see whether that one, I'm sure it's going to pick up a...
And we've missed it already, but Thomas Potter has taken the win.
Potter crosses the line then, let's see the rest of it. Corking's going to come through. for second place. Peacock, Robinson, Ali, Charles, Howard, Yao, Caden Simpson, Max Gilman. There's 2 more places for the Honda top 10. That's going to go to Josh Cormack in 11th, and Joshua Sullivan in 12th overall gets into the top 10 in the Honda Cadet class. He's come through from 20th place after that poor opening heat of the day. Some fantastic performances. Unfortunately, one of them can't be said, although it was all the way towards the final half of the final lap for Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. We've mentioned it had been a very robust battle between Joseph Yao, Harris Ali and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, and Stansmore-Wilson was the one that fell foul in that battle on the final lap of the race.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether there's any penalty applied to Joseph Yao for that contact through hairpin 2. But yes, certainly robust driving from all 3 of them. But Stansmore-Wilson, as you said, unfortunately coming off worst in that.
Yeah, very much so. Thomas Potter then coming over the weighbridge. Seb Corking, take nothing away from him. He's come through the entire pack for second overall and leading the way in the Micro Max ranks. Next up, though, it's time for another rolling start. It's going to be the second heat for the amalgamated Junior Rotax and Mini Rotax ranks.
Confirmation from David via the live timing screen that Joseph Yao did in fact receive a 5-second ABC advantage by contact penalty for that incident with Isabella Stansmore-Wilson on the final lap in heat number 2.
Yep, that'll drop him down to 15th overall, 13th in class. But more importantly, it does drop him back behind Isabella Stansmore-Wilson in the standings. I'm not, it's pretty much all you can do really in that sort of circumstance. There's no way of picking Stansmore-Wilson's cart back up and dropping it back into the position that it was. But
yes,
it does redress the issue somewhat. And once again, Tom, don't think we can argue with the penalty.
And just before we move on, big shout as well. I know we said it before, but Seb Corking as well, coming all the way through from the very back of the grid, and with about a 5 or 6 second delay to the start as well, and making his way all the way up to P2. So, well, congratulations again to Seb Corking.
Correct. Grid is on the screen then for Rotax heat number 2. Isaac O'Shea and Bella Franklin share the front row. Ben Ficini and Gracie Mitchell on row 2. Lewis Smith starts in 5th place in the juniors. Then it's going to be the first of our minis with David Mack leading the way then, inheriting the Heat 1 victory from Lizzie Mentier. Her penalty sees her start 3rd behind Addison Smith. She'll be alongside Catherine Potter with Jaden Hewitt, Oliver Watson and Lucas Fletcher. Although we have an issue on the opening lap, Tom. We've got a couple of drivers spinning. Not quite sure why. I just saw a flash of colour heading in the somewhat in the direction of the commentary box, and there is one of them. Catherine Potter was one, Oliver Watson was the other. Looks like juniors are going to get going, although at the moment then minis are going to struggle to actually get gridded up properly by the time we come through. I think they will do though. Juniors are going to go racing. Minis should manage to get all back into a position to get them going as Isaac O'Shea leads the way. It's Ben Ficini who's come through into 2nd place from that P3 berth. So it's O'Shea, Ficini and then Franklin the top 3. Minis are going to come through for their rolling start. David Mack leading the way. Addison Smith on the outside. Lizzie Mentier is going to get to the inside. Is she from her 3rd place? And she'll come through into 2nd place. As expected, we do see the 3rd place is effectively the de facto 2nd here at Teesside. Such is obviously the radius of that national loop corner.
Yeah, as you say, David, it's almost better to start P3 than it is to start P2. Because you get that inside line. As we've got David Mack and Lizzie Mentier giving the old let's go and work together kind of hand signals. It doesn't really tend to work that way in Minimax.
I mean, to be fair, I'm yet to see it work anyway in any race this season here.
No, that's very true. Yeah, even the cadets just... Yeah, they're up the inside as fast as they can. It's usually, as I say, it's usually the signal to the driver behind that I'm not going to defend the next corner.
I'm going to start calling it the Simon Cowell, where they go, work with me, and the driver behind goes, it's a no from me.
Yes, very, very much so. Very, very much so. So we, as we can see, David Mack actually is making his way clear of Lizzie Mentier at the front of the Minimax grid.
Addison Smith in the 15 goes down the inside of Lizzie Mentier, and the newest driver to the newest regular driver here at Teesside Autodrome moves up into second place. Adapts very, very well, Tom. You think 2 rounds ago here at Teesside, he was in a cadet. And
Catherine Potter immediately up the inside of Lizzie Mentier as well. So Mentier had tried to go for the over and under on Addison Smith.
I'm caught puncture, Tom. I think left rear puncture for Lizzie Mentier. That kart is handling like a pig on roller skates through the D chicane. Just have a look at that kart when it comes round. Have a look at it at hairpin 1, Tom. I think certainly the left side, very, very down for Lizzie Mentier, but she needs to get to half race distance to get the points. That's the important thing. But I would guess now, and I'm calling it, there's a puncture for the 50 of the Lizzie Mentier, but she's got to stay out, Tom, unless she gets a mechanical flag. That's the thing now. She's got to get to lap 5. Will she get a mechanical flag for that? That she's not causing a danger to anybody. The pace is still there. There might even actually be a little bit of air still in that tyre. We've seen it a number of times where it gets pulled off the bead if they drop it down the inside of a curb, particularly at hairpin 1, particularly as well hairpin 4 does something very, very similar. You know, and it is that left side. It is the one where you can drop it off the curb on the inside. It pulls the tyre off the bead of the rim.
And great camera work there as well, as we saw it going around, and you can almost see it coming off the rim completely. She's clearly got the side pod scratching as well as she's trying to lift it up as they go through that national loop. And any right-hand corner, she's reaching down and trying to lift it up to stop that pod scraping on the side.
Yeah, I think
clearly knows that there is a puncture.
Yeah, she'll come over the line this time, Tom, and it will be the half race distance mark for Lizzie Mentier, so at least she'll pick up points. She's not going to get any better than 12th, unfortunately, but she will get half race distance. She will get the points for the driver of the number 50.
We've got a meatball flag being readied. Not sure whether it's going to be dished out as yet. Meanwhile, Junior Rotax is being headed still by Isaac O'Shea. Gracie Mitchell immediately, as I say, that pumps in the fastest lap of the race and is catching back up with Isaac O'Shea, who did manage to break clear. But it is Bella Franklin and the leader into put my teeth in. The first corner was Ben Ficini, now in 4th place.
Yeah, it was a good start for Ficini, wasn't it, from P3. Gets down the inside, but now has dropped behind both Mitchell and Franklin. Mitchell, the one who's moved back up from P4 into second place in front of, and I know what you're thinking, Tom.
I'm looking at Addison Smith, who in the Minimax class has just come across the line in front of the commentary box, and he's now right on the tail of David Mack. So that gap went out by quite a distance at the start of this race, and is now next to nothing.
Yeah, he was about 20 metres or so, which is around about a second at Teesside Autodrome for David Mack down the back straight. And Addison Smith, just off camera, Tom, has had half a move down the inside, actually. Thought he was going to carry so much speed round the South Bank corner. We can see the entire track here from the commentary box, so we can often bring you things that we can't see on the screen that happen in the blink of an eye off camera.
Yes, indeed. So we'll get them over the line, but it is
4 tenths, Tom, between Mack, Smith,
and not only that,
and Potter as well.
Potter's there now as well. Where's Potter come from in the last lap? She was absolutely flying.
Yeah, Max pace,
6/10 of a second quicker than David Mack.
Max pace has really slowed, hasn't it? He was really quick in the opening phase of this race, and Potter's going to come down the inside now of Addison Smith. Smith gives enough room to Kathleen Potter, knew she was there, and through they go now. Addison Smith there, they chops across the bows. He goes wide to try and maximise the exit round hairpin number 3. We're going to have 2 laps remaining. Mentier is still circulating, but she is beyond half race distance, so will pick up the points for P number 12, but does have work to do now in the 3rd heat of the day after the lunch break.
Wondering what happens with that tyre if it's beyond repair.
Punctured tyres can be replaced. You have to take it into race control. They'll take the mark off. You know, in fact, not take the mark off because there's no rubber for it, but you know they'll mark the spare tyre. And I imagine, Tom, it will probably be having run on a less air than is than recommended.
But what I'm saying, will it be a brand new tyre, or will it be a used tyre?
It can't be brand new. And to be fair, you probably wouldn't want to put a brand new one on, because it'd probably be even worse for the handling round there, just for the with the offset of how much it is. But it's going to be a used tyre, and it is able to be replaced if it is beyond repair.
Okay, thank you very much for clearing that up, David. So Gracie Mitchell is now 0.8 of a second behind Isaac O'Shea and closing in. Bringing Bella Franklin along as well in P3. That's now 3/4 of a second and 0.8 of a second respectively. We're looking at the front of the race here for Minimax, as we've got David Mack now being hounded well and truly by Catherine Potter as they are coming around for the final lap, and that's Gracie Mitchell defending from Bella Franklin. That's for second place in Junior Max. It could well have been the 10 of Jaden Hewitt, slightly balked the two drivers there, and that gave Franklin an opportunity to look up the inside, but it is coming across the line. That's going to be a big gap now because of that lap traffic for Isaac O'Shea. Takes the checker flag. Heat number 2 goes the way of Isaac O'Shea, followed by Mitchell, followed by Franklin. Then it's going to be Fraccini and Lewis Smith coming across the line in 5th place. As we look back now for the final half of the final lap, heat number 2 of Minimax. It's David Mack feeling the need to go very defensive up the inside. Catherine Potter hounding him all the way as they go into hairpin 3. Is she close enough for a move? No. A little bump and run. Not enough to get past. No, probably not enough to drop the nose cone either as well, which is good news for Catherine Potter as she looks up the inside coming out of hairpin 4. Addison Smith is right there as well with an opportunistic move. Is he going to make it? No! It is going to be David Mack from Potter, from Smith, Jaden Hewitt, Oliver Watson and Lucas Fletcher, and then Lizzie Mentier will cross the line, albeit a lap down, and a lap down on the Minimaxes as well due to that puncture, and we will await an update potentially on whether that tyre can be repaired or replaced. So if the Mentiers could get in touch through the usual channels and let us know what this situation will be as and when you have it.
Yep, enthralling battle actually, Thomas, because we saw David Mack, and certainly in the minis, moved away at the start and then got reeled back in by the rest of the pack. Addison Smith initially, then Catherine Potter took up the battle. The top 3 crossing the line with less than 2/10 between them. As
we look once again at Captain Durham, who was here with our last round as well. Hey, there he is. And he was here for our last round. If you missed the interview with him, please go and check it out whenever you get chance. It was pretty much right at the start of our stream from last month's round. Yeah. Really good cause that he comes along for as well.
Minis actually been pointed to the left there, Tom, so it looks like the top 3 in minis are actually going to be scrutineered mid-race here at Teesside Autodrome. Good to see as well, actually, that that's been done as a fist pump between Catherine Potter and Addison Smith in 2nd and 3rd place. Track is clear though, Tom, which means we're next up Senior Rotax heat number 2.
David's lost it, so I'll take you through the grid. Oh, we do have some fun in the commentary box. Senior Rotax, heat number 2. Dan Kell, pole position, followed by Ashley Savage, Kieran Savage, Paul Swan, Lee Bell, and Chris Crowther. And then it's going to be Emma Brown, Chris Stoves, and Tom Reeve. Well, that was quick.
It was, but for anybody just tuning in, let's have a quick chat about Tom Reeves' heat number 1. He came out of the pit lane 4 laps late, having qualified, left the circuit, picked a replacement seat up, came back, fitted the replacement seat and got out 4 laps in, which meant that he completed at least half race distance, which means he collected points for the opening race. He'd have started 9th anyway, being 4 laps down, but now we know, Tom, as well, because you were saying in that he was possibly at some point he was the 2nd fastest driver on the track behind Dan Kell.
Yeah, he was quick.
So interesting to see how he comes through the pack.
Well, we've seen really good pace from Tom Reeve before. We've also seen the thing like it's driving on ice as well.
Yeah. Having said that, we are missing a driver. I don't know which one, but I'm going to try and figure it out because we only have 8 of them back out again, and Tom Reeve was one of them that were missing in the previous race.
Someone get a countdown clock timer on. We'll wait for David to figure this one out. I will take you through the start of Senior Rotax heat number 2. So it is Kell from Savage. From Savage, As we look at the rolling start, here they go across the line. Green flag is down and they're away, and it is as you were as they come across the line. Paul Swan dropping into 4th place.
Tom Reeve round the outside and into P5, all the way round the outside of Bell, Crowther and the 88 of Emma Brown. It's Chris Stoves in the 81 that we're missing from this race. Let's see whether he can get out half, whether he's down there on the dummy grid stationary and can get out, or whether his day has come to a premature end. But 30 seconds ago we were saying watch out for Tom Reeve, and then he went all the way around the outside of all the 177 runners at the start of the race, up into P5. Over the line they come then for the first time. There's Chris Stoves back out. We're back up to a full complement. It's Kell, Savage, Swan, Reeve, Bell, Crowther, Brown, and it will be Christopher Stoves when he does come round late out of the dummy grid. But most importantly, he's going to get at least half a race in if he can keep that kart moving, which means he picks up championship points.
And will he potentially be on the lead lap as well? I'm waiting to come across the line.
Yes, I believe he will, Tom.
Okay, well that's good news as well for him. It won't make any difference in terms of points, but good that he's managed to make it out on the lead lap. So it was his turn to start late in this heat. So we'll wait and roll the dice and see who's going to have a delayed start next time out. So it is Cal from Ashley Savage. Then it's Kieran Savage in 3rd, Paul Swan in 4th, as they were. Tom Reeve in 5th, 3.1 seconds down now from Dan Kell. Lee Bell leads your 177 class in 6th on the road from Chris Crowther and Emma Brown. We will wait to get Chris Stoves over the line. I think it will show 1 lap down, but we shall wait him coming over the line.
We'll see, because he did come. I'm sure he came through, Tom, with on the opening lap. There he's going to come in. He's showing.
No, it is a 1 lap down.
He is shown as 1 lap down. I mean, I'm not going to argue with the timing.
Well, I think they were on their 2nd lap then when he came out, which is unfortunate. But he's about a 1/3 of a lap in front of Dan Kell, so hopefully for him, he will stay 1 lap down and not go 2 laps down.
Quick races, these senior Rotax ones as well, aren't they, Tom? Even though they do slightly more laps than everybody else, they are. Other than the juniors, obviously, than the 4-stroke classes, they're around 4.5 seconds a lap quicker
than anything else. Yeah, you know, so
Dan
Kell's done a 41.2.
Pro Kart are doing low 46s, aren't they? Or high 45s on a warm day.
Yeah. So a good 3 to 4 seconds quicker already. The senior Rotax here than not just senior Pro Kart, but really anything else that we have here today. So they are absolutely rapid, and like you say, they do what is it, 1 extra lap?
2 extra laps. But the most important thing to note as well, Tom, is that if anybody such as you or I or anybody on the bank that's here at Teesside Autodrome fancies having a go in one of these senior Rotax karts, they can go on Facebook and get in touch with the Teesside Karting Academy. When they have an array of karts from Minimax, Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax. We've seen the karts out earlier on in the season on a number of occasions. We've seen Lewis Goff take the Minimax out. We've seen Andrew and Shane Collinson both take out the Senior Rotax.
And were flying.
Yeah, they were, weren't they? I think Andrew, the champion here last season, picked up heat wins throughout that day. But certainly it's one of them, isn't it, Tom, where if you would like to test your mettle or just see what it's like racing one of these karts around this Teesside National Circuit, go on Facebook, type in the Teesside Karting Academy, and to be fair, even just pop into reception and ask them about it. They'll be able to give you plenty of information as well regarding that, and you'll be able to, not just on race days either, Tom, there's practice days throughout the week as well to get involved, get in these karts, see what it's like, because, and don't get me wrong, Tom, we sit here in a comm box, it looks easy for Dan Kell. It looks easy for him, but it's not, is it, in any way? Because I know that you've driven these cars before.
I was going to say, having driven a senior Rotax, I can assure you nothing is easy. But I know what you're trying to say, he makes it look easy.
Exactly, and that's why I was sort of leading it into a compliment. That I put the ball on the tee, and you've hit it off.
Well, that's what we do, isn't it? We're so in sync now. But yes, and a hand up there from Dan Kell as Chris Stoves allows him back through and to go another lap down. and we'll probably do exactly the same for Ashley Savage and Kieran Savage as they get there. But yes, indeed, it is a fantastic thing, is the Teesside Academy. Fantastic thing. It's almost like an arrive and drive, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can pay a set amount of money for a test day. Come along, see if you've got the pace, give it a crack. Hopefully you're fit enough to come and have a go and be able to hold on to the steering wheel for 10 laps of a heat.
The thing is, Tom, it's a step up. Obviously, we do arrive and drive karting here as well at Teesside Autodrome. So it's one of them is that if you turn up and you're consistently beating your friends, and you think, well, look, I want to test myself in a race prepped kart, you know, and it's not just, it is a race prepped kart. The mechanic here, Stephen White, you know, sets them karts up to be as good as anything else out there on track, as proved at the start earlier on in the year by Andrew and Shane Collinson running bang on the head, bang at the head of the pack at the first time them karts turned a wheel in a race format here at Teesside.
Absolutely, yeah, and that's exactly the same treatment that you will get as well if you do take up the opportunity to come along to Teesside and test out this machinery. Not just test it, but you can then potentially run it in a race configuration, as David said, and then potentially go and buy your own and be here on the grid with your own machinery.
It's a weekend as well. I know we obviously only live stream the race day, but there was a full practice day here yesterday running from 9 o'clock through to just before 5 o'clock. So opportunities as well to just come on the practice day when there's other karts out there as well, so learn from other drivers as much as anything else. And one driver that a lot of people can learn from is Daniel Kell, round hairpin number 4. Through comes the O-plate, second time for the day he takes the checkered flag, the championship dream. He's got one hand on the trophy already, has the O-plate. It's been 2 seasons so far in 2019 and 2020 of being so near and unable to and had the trophy snatched away towards the end. He's got, I'd probably say, 1 hand and 4 fingers, Tom, on the trophy at the moment. It certainly is his to lose throughout the rest of the day. And of course, we've still got another round of this wonderful championship to go here in November on the 28th. And to be fair, Tom, it's going to be cold then.
Yes, it is. Very cold and wet, probably, I would imagine.
But not just that, a winter series as well, Tom, an O-plate in between Christmas and New Year as well on the 28th and 29th. Then we're going to go to Wilton Mill in January, back to Teesside Autodrome as well later on for the final round of the winter series before the 2022 season begins here the 4th weekend of April, and we'll go through then until the end of 2022 as this series continues to grow from
humble beginnings.
Well, you think back, Tommy, it'd been going for a long time, but it had been going as 2 classes until the beginning of 2019. It's then grown from around about 2 classes and 50 entries to averaging now so far this season well over 110 entries.
Well, we almost got 50 entries just in Senior Pro Kart.
We did earlier in the season, didn't we?
So you can see how much that's grown. Never mind everything else. As we mentioned,
I was about to say, speaking of Senior Pro Kart,
moving on swiftly as they move out onto their rolling up lap. Right, moving on swiftly. Apologies for the slight delay. It is going to be Connor Lucas on pole, Aaron Alexander in 2nd place, Kieran Lambert in 3rd, Jack Morris in 4th, Braid in 5th, and then it is the first Tate, which is Scott Tate in 6th place. Then we have Mason Barker. The second of the Tates is P8 with Mark. Then it's Joe Grinsell, Simon Doughty, Connor White, and Brandon Truman Reddish in 12th. Then we have the first of the over 40s runners, which is Steve Nichols, winning the previous heat in that class. Thomas Lowther in 14th, Paul Scaife, Gary Witherington, Dan Fulsham, and Ben Still in 18th. Then it's 19th place for David Brewis, Jonathan Allen in P20, Darren Lowe, Craig Harris, Josh Eden, and Neil Catlow in 24th. Chrissy Rouse in 25th, who we still need to discuss Joe Burrell, who had the unfortunate retirement in heat number 1, and then Jake Richardson, who did not start. So we're wondering still whether Jake Richardson is actually here. Showing on the grid, but we will see whether he takes the start or not.
I'm not sure he is, Tom. I haven't seen neither him nor his dad Nigel here all weekend, but as you mentioned, we've got about a minute as the back of the grid roll into position. Let's have a quick discuss with around the number 69 of Chrissy Rouse. Not quite sure how a National Superstock 1000 champion ends up in a senior Pro Kart race at Teesside.
No, not sure either, and it probably would be good to find out.
But welcome, there he is, with the red number board and the pink helmet, the novice cross to the left of that. That's the yellow board with the black cross on it.
So Supersport 1000, just to explain for anybody that doesn't know, is pretty much the one step below British Superbikes.
Yep, they race on the package.
Yep, and so a champion of the series as well, and is here with us, taking his place on the grid for Senior Pro Kart. So welcome, Chris.
There's a gap, and it's a Mason Barker gap, the driver of the number 41, starting from the back of the pack. So there's a gap between Scott Tate and Simon Dougherty. So inside the top 10, Mason Barker from P8 starts the race from 26th place down at the tail of the field. Not sure if he spun on the way out, but nonetheless, we're away in racing. It's a good start from Aaron Alexander, as this time he took straight in behind Connor Lucas. And the top 2 in the championship lead their way through. Jack Morris forced wide round the national loop, and he's going to drop a number of places. Think he's going to come through in 7th place. He does. Chops back in front of Simon Dougherty. As Tom Braid's the one who's made a good start. He's up into 4th behind Kieran Lambert. Then it's Scott Tate. There's a yellow flag. It's Dan Fulsham facing the wrong way at hairpin number 1. Dropping down towards he's going to be coming through now at the tail of the field.
Yeah, not a great start for Jack Morris, as you say. Pushed wide ever so slightly and then had to take the very, very long way around the national loop. But he's already making his way back through. He's already through on, I think that's Mark Tate, and is coming up to the back of Scott Tate.
Yep, over the line they come for the first time, and Connor Lucas has opened up a gap to Aaron Alexander. Then it's Lambert, Braid, Scott Tate, Morris, Mark Tate, Dougherty, Grinsell and Connor White. The top 10. Yeah,
I'm really intrigued to see what Aaron Alexander's got in the bag for Connor Lucas in this heat. We've seen them go at it for the last couple of rounds, but without Alexander really taking the spoils for the last 2 rounds. Lucas has been on fire all day, though. So interesting to see over the next 9 laps what happens between these two. Kieran Lambert leading your clubman class in 3rd with Thomas Braid. Fantastic showing as well in 4th place as we see them on screen. That is Scott Tate in 5th. Then Jack Morris still in 6th place. Mark Tate, then Simon Dougherty, Joe Grinsell and Connor White round out your top 10.
Just got confirmation on Facebook Messenger that Jake Richardson's definitely not here.
Okay.
Because he's messaged me and said he's not here.
All right, fair enough. Well, usually him messaging you while he's out there would have been a bad idea. So yeah, I definitely imagine that he's not here.
Yeah, don't text and drive, folks.
We've got support coming in from Mason Barker as well. Currently in 18th place from Jensen Barker, coming in on the YouTube chat.
Jack Morris gets his head down behind the steering wheel as he closes down Scott Tate, 5th and 6th respectively. They're behind Tom Braid, who, once again, Tom, we saw this in Junior Pro Kart, does know how to get off the line at the start, doesn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic start, and there's Morris getting alongside Tate. Tate should have track position. Morris is going to have to go the long way round and elects before even start finish to duck back in. And as we met Tom, shall we have a quick chat on them pooled engines now? The front of the pack seems to have chilled out a little bit.
I was going to say that Connor Lucas has certainly got the bit between his teeth. He's gapping the rest of the field by at least 1/10 of a second every single lap at the moment. So let's discuss these pooled engines while we can.
Yep, very much so. So the top 5 in the championship, of course, is where it's at.
Yes, so we call them pooled engines, P-O-O-L-E-D, because they literally come from a pool of 10. So as we said before, earlier on in the day, drivers are allotted a number. They pull that number out of a hat as Jack Morris goes up the inside for 5th place on the road. On Scott Tate, is he going to get that move done? No, Tate's going to hold the inside line through the dogleg. Morris will have to slot back in line, but now he knows he's there. and may start to defend. Yes, so they get allotted a number, pull a number out of a hat, and that is your engine for the day. You do that again in the second round, and that is your second engine for the day. They were allowed to run them in practice yesterday to find out any faults or anything like that with them, and run them in, and then you go racing today. So top 5 in the championship, all with a pulled engine. David, go into a little bit more detail.
Yeah, not the first time it's been done here at Teesside. Jack Morris, though, goes down the inside of Scott Tate and finally moves up into 5th place. So Morris up to 5th, Tate in 6th then as they head down the back straight. Yeah, not the first time, Tom, we've run pulled engines here at Teesside Autodrome. Not always in the senior classes either. We used them last year in the in the cadet ranks last year. The top 4 that day were given a pulled engine. We've done it as well on a number of occasions with tyres.
And just to point out as well, although they're running essentially completely standard engine, which I mean they were anyway because they're all sealed units, they're all made by the same manufacturer anyway, so there can't really be much of a question about it, but this just settles any debate about whether it's engine power or driver and all that kind of stuff. The only person who's not in the top 5 with a pulled engine is Thomas Braid in 4th place at the moment, so you can see that it is not necessarily the engines making the difference. Yeah, it's the cream rising to the top.
Exactly, the top 5 in qualifying with the 5 runners on the pulled engine.
Exactly.
So it is a case of saying, well, whether you're on your own engines or the circuit's engines, we're still top 5 runners. We're the talent, not the engine.
Exactly that, and that's why we love this championship so much. It is so close always, and even on the pulled engines, the drivers are still rising to the top and making it lively and interesting. Connor Lucas, however, still pulling away at the front, 3.5 tenths quicker than Aaron Alexander on the previous lap. 46.1, fastest lap of the race, fastest lap of the day so far for Senior Pro Kart.
Yeah, and fantastic effort from Connor Lucas as well. You mentioned earlier on in heat number 1, he's not had this championship all his own way. Didn't have last year's either, did he, with Josh Volkers going right down to the wire, only 1 point between those two. That was a case last season where it went back and forth all season. This one's been a season of 2 halves. The first half of the season was all about Connor Lucas. Since then, it's been all about Aaron Alexander. The pendulum, though, so far today, swinging back in the direction of the 43, the 2019 and 2020 champion, heading towards, if he can keep this form going, the 2021 crown as well.
Yes, indeed. 2.5 laps to go now in Heat 2, and that gap is 1.5 seconds. Then it's another 1.4 from Alexander back to Kieran Lambert. Thomas Braid still keeping him honest, only 2 tenths behind Kieran Lambert, and that's for the clubman class as well. So you can see those 2 red numbers on the left-hand side of the screen. That denotes clubman class, and that battle is raging on.
Yeah, Kieran Lambert can wrap that championship up here today at Teesside Autodrome. Connor White, who is down in 10th place, is second in that championship. But let's just shed some light on Kieran Lambert, Tom. Not only is he leading the club championship, but he's 3rd overall in the points in his first year in the senior ranks here at Teesside Autodrome. First year actually in the senior ranks anywhere, having stepped up from the juniors to be running, you know, leading the club championship, which means that he'll automatically be promoted to the pro class next year. But to be 3rd overall in points as well, for me, that is the standout of the season, really. Kieran Lambert, driver of the 14.
Yes, absolutely, and I mean we saw Jack Morris as well moving up from juniors as well this season and having a brilliant season as well, but has been immediately, because he won the championship in junior last season, was immediately put into the pros.
Yes, exactly.
So different classes between Kieran Lambert and Jack Morris, but however still at the same point in their racing careers.
Yeah, you've got to think as well, Tom, the only difference is that they just take the cadet restrictor out from the juniors to the seniors, and
yes,
on practice days we often see the juniors going as quick because they're getting the tow from the seniors.
Yes, indeed.
You know, it's you know, we've seen drivers doing high 50 or 45s as Connor Lucas comes through to take the checkered flag and wins heat number 2. Alexander gets 2nd, Lambert will be 3rd from Braid. Morris completes the top 5 in front of a Tate duo in 6th and 7th. Then it's going to be last year's clubman champion Simon Dougherty in 8th place. A season best finish for him, holding off Joe Grinsell and Connor White. Steve Nichols takes the 40s crown in 11th place. Ben Still in 17th gets the novice trophy as well.
So we've had double wins in both classes there for Steve Nichols and Ben Still, Connor Lucas and Kieran Lambert. So all 4 classes have been won by the same driver so far throughout this day.
Absolutely correct, Tom, there. And those classes, though, they don't score points for their class. They score points. I know what you're looking at there. Joe Burrell down again in the pit lane at the end.
Unfortunately, finished P26 and 7 laps down, so didn't even make half race distance that time.
Just to explain how the points work at Teesside Autodrome, certainly with these classes, is that you score your points for where you finish. You don't score the maximum points for your class. So if there's less people here, you move up the points. You score more points. That's how it is. So generally, the club championship can be wrapped up today because there's a big point swing because Kieran Lambert's been running at the head of the pack, but we can't have novice wrapped up today. We can't have 40s wrapped up today either because there's still the possibility that they can turn up and get a huge points haul at the final round and eclipse their nearest competitor. It's lunchtime though, Tom.
It is. So unfortunately, we are going to leave you for around about half an hour. We will have a brief respite in our commentary. We'll go and get a drink of juice, perhaps have a little bit of lunch, and then we will be back for the second half of the day. So please stay with us if you can. And nice to see Josh Falkers getting in touch as well. And do you know what? I'm going to show that message.
Absolutely.
Nice to have you with us, Josh. Shame you're not here in person. But so we'll catch you in around about half an hour's time. And stay with the channel and we'll see you soon.
Welcome back then to Teesside Autodrome. It's of course round number 8 of the NRG Cycles Owners Sprint Series. Bambino Heat 3 is already making its way around. And it will be Colby Patterson and Edward Rye front row. Fraser Anderson, Austin Oman on row 2. Buddy Hugo and Joey Swan on row 3. Ellis Child and Alfie Watson row 4. Jack Mellon and Ethan McClellan completing the top 10 with Brady Atkin McDonald and Jake Gibbon on row number 6. Row 7, Harris Barber, who had issues in the second heat, and Freddie Murray as well in 14th. He had some issues at the same time.
Oh, that's me. Hello, I'm on. Hello, I'm back. Oh, I was on mute there for a moment. As always, David, could you enlighten me a little bit? Is Colby Patterson moving up next season, or is he not of age yet?
Don't know, but he did have a go in a cadet yesterday.
Okay, well that's important news.
He didn't know he was having a go in a cadet yesterday until he came in from his Bambino practice, was told to get out of his cart, was thrown straight into Drew Davidson's number 70.
Oh, good.
And sent back out for a practice session. So, not sure what the plan is. There's often that crossover, isn't there, between Bambino and because it's such a big step, you see, certainly from Commerce. You know, we spoke earlier, the lap time difference around about 13 seconds. It's a big step up to throw them straight into a race environment. So it may well be that he continues to race the Bambino in the early throws of next season.
It's a lot
test
more
to cadet as well.
Physical
oh
as well.
Yeah, a lot.
There's a lot more weight to contend with as well. As we said before, if you were watching the stream earlier, the differences between the Bambinos and the Cadets. So, yeah, we will await what's happening next season for Colby Patterson. Green flag is up in the air. Green flag is down, and a good start from Patterson and Edward Wright and Austin Oman with the best start of all, moving up into P3.
Yep, good start then from Oman. Top 3 then Patterson, Rye and Oman. And let's see whether Edward Rye, who qualified on pole, remember, had to come back through the pack after the spin on the opening lap. Let's see if any of the front 3 have some issues, because we know that them cold tyres, Tom, have been causing problems getting round hairpin 1 on the opening lap. Looks like the leaders, though, have managed to get round the first hairpin, and Oman is already alongside Edward Rye down the back straight.
And moving into P2, it looks like as well, not just up the inside, but has a great run and is fully clear before they make it into South Bank Corner. So Austin Oman with a flyer at the start of this race.
Yeah, Buddy Hugo gets down the inside of Ellis Child round the South Bank Corners. Fraser Anderson shows a nose to the inside of Rye, but there's been a change for the lead, and Austin Oman has got in front of Colby Patterson at hairpin 3, and now it's going to be Oman, Patterson and Edward Rye, the top 3. 2
in 2 corners for Austin Oman, and also the first time today that Colby Patterson has not led coming over the line.
Yeah, Ellis Child there with a 1:03 opening lap. The only other driver with a 1:03 opening lap was Austin Oman, and both of those 2 drivers making good early progress. Nose to tail then for our 2 leaders, as this time Patterson tries to go down the inside. Oh, almost contact there. There is a little bit of contact mid-corner between Oman and Patterson.
Everybody makes it through okay, though, and yeah, Colby Patterson certainly a lot more racy than his teammate Austin Oman has been.
Probably for the best. It would have been a frosty environment down there in the AC Racing awning.
Well, yes and no. I think Austin Oman has sort of been keeping his powder dry, I think, throughout the day. But Colby Patterson in no mood to continue that trend. As no, I think Darren's just broken the studio, broken the commentary box. Are we okay there? All good, all good. I'm getting the thumbs up. You heard that clang in the background. Sorry about that. It wasn't a name drop for a change.
No, what I do remember though, Tom, around about 3 or 4 minutes ago, was Darren questioning your professionalism when you didn't turn the microphone on before talking. And I think this is your turn to question Darren's.
Yes, what goes around comes around.
Yeah, people in glass houses, Darren.
Way, as we look at Colby Patterson into the back of Austin Oman. Coming out of hairpin 2. Back off, Darren.
That was a book, wasn't it, Tom?
It was. Anyway, yeah, so as we said, Colby Patterson in no mood to just sit behind Austin Oman, it seems, as they go at it for the race lead here in Heat 3 of Bambinos. Patterson trying to get the over-under coming out of hairpin 4. Now, we've seen that time and time again. You can get the over and under out of hairpin 4, but what happens is you end up on the inside for the left-hand kink, but then the on the outside for the right-handed dog leg, and that tends to be the deciding move. So if you lead into hairpin 4, generally speaking, and you're coming out of it in front, generally speaking, you're going to be in front coming over the line.
Yeah, this isn't a battle, though, that Austin O'Man needs to win. That's the important thing. I'm sure he wants to take the victory, but it's not a battle he needs to win in terms of there is a championship that he can win, but he doesn't need to win the race to win it.
Yeah, Patterson seems to be able to carry much more corner speed at the moment, and they are side by side now, going down the back straight. But Patterson is on the outside, and Edward Rye now. That's brought Edward Rye right into contention, and had a look up the inside himself into South Bank corner, but couldn't get the move done. There he is again, Patterson with so much more corner speed into the back of Oman. I think that's twice this lap, and all of this is doing is giving Edward Rye more motivation to get past both of them.
Yeah, absolutely, Tom, although Rye does lose a little bit of ground as he tried to chop back to the inside as they come through. 4 laps remaining, and Tom, I've just noted, although I did see it yesterday and did mean to change my notes, Colby Patterson is showing us 24 on the timing. He's showing us number 2 on his car.
Yes.
And the reason for that is because when you finish in a position in the top 10 in the Motorsport UK British Championship, you get a seeded number.
Yes.
And Colby Patterson just, and I mean just, missed out on the Motorsport UK British Championship to Austin Newstead, finished in 2nd place, and rightfully so, is running his seeded number here at Teesside Autodrome.
And there he goes again with that massive overspeed mid-corner. Just needs to be able to position his kart slightly better here, Patterson. Maybe take a wider line into hairpin 3 and get that over and under, or one of the first 2 hairpins as well, rather than sort of almost drive over the back of Austin O'Man. And in fact, he's picking up a warning flag as they come across the line. Yeah. Edward Rye setting the fastest lap of the race as well.
Yeah, takes full advantage of the slipstream, doesn't he? Colby Patterson doesn't need to win this race. A 2nd place will put him on pole for the final. 2 heat wins and a 2nd place will give him enough points, certainly because Austin O'Man had that issue, but down the inside goes Patterson on Austin O'Man. O'Man then closes the door as Edward Rye runs wide rather than carrying too much speed into the back of the number 16, and Colby Patterson leads the way down the back straight.
It's almost like he was listening to the PA. He did exactly what he needed to do then, which was position his car much better than what he had been doing over the previous couple of laps, and there he goes, the position and the race lead.
Yeah, Tom Butterworth there with the knowledge. He knows exactly what he's talking about, but fails to keep the door shut though. Down into hairpin number 3. Austin O'Man then tries to go down the inside. Will he get the cut back? But as we've mentioned before, Tom, he ends up being there on the wrong side of the track if you do. Doesn't have enough speed though to get alongside. 2 remaining then as they come over the line, and it looks like it could be so far a clean sweep for Colby Patterson, but he is coming under pressure from Austin O'Man and Edward Rye.
That's it. That's right, David. Yeah, the front 3 have broken away, but there is a 3-kart train behind that as well, which contains Fraser Anderson, Ellis Child and Buddy Hugo. We will focus on the front battle as always, or as most of the time here at Teesside. We will focus on the front 3 because this is the battle for the overall podium, but I will be keeping my eye on the live timing and out the commentary box as to what's happening with the second group of 3.
Yep, so it's Patterson, O'Man, Rye, Anderson, Child, Hugo, Swan, Mellon, Watson and Barber, the top 10.
And I've just seen Buddy Hugo move up into 5th place.
The 11 then, down the inside of Ellis Child in the number 88 as Edward Rye tries a slightly different line round the final couple of corners to see if he can sneak a march on the 2 and the 16 respectively. They'll come over the line then. 1 minute remaining, 1 lap of Bambino action here at Teesside Autodrome, and Austin O'Man slides down the inside of Colby Patterson. He runs wide over start finish. Austin O'Man doesn't need 2 invitations for that one. Straight down the inside and leads as the last lap board comes out here at Teesside Autodrome. Hairpin 1, Colby Patterson, back down the inside they go. They're going to be side by side, are they? No, Patterson's back down the inside. It'll be a fight now to get to the inside of the track before the South Bank corner, and Colby Patterson returns the favour to Austin Oman. Down the back straight they go, half a lap remaining, round South Bank for the final time.
And are they going to make it through hairpin 3 and 4 cleanly, or is Edward Rye going to pick them both off? That's the big question now. It looks like Patterson's done just enough by leading into South Bank, parks his car on the inside of hairpin 4. Austin Oman can't get the run, neither can Edward Rye, it doesn't look like, and they're going to cross the line. 1, 2, 3. It's going to be Patterson from Oman, or is it Austin Oman side by side over the line? It's Patterson by 6 thousandths of a second. What a run through the dogleg from Austin Oman. Unfortunately, cannot take the win. Patterson does seal it, but only just. And I'm having a quick look at our delayed feed here as they came side by side over the line. What a jink to the inside that was from Austin Oman, and only just missed out. So it was Patterson from Oman, from Rye. Child finished in 4th from Anderson. Hugo did drop back to 6th place on the final lap. Then it's Joey Swan, Jack Mellon, Alfie Watson, Freddie Murray, Harris Barber, Brady Atkin McDonald. Then it will be Ethan McClellan just coming across the line in 13th, and 14th place will go to Jake Gibbon. Oof. And breathe.
Great racing again.
What a welcome back from the lunch break, everybody. Hope you're all joining us.
Fantastic. When you remember, Tom, these drivers are 5 to 7 years old. You know, that racing is absolutely superb. Once again, from our youngest drivers here at Teesside Autodrome.
Indeed, and please don't think I'm being critical of the racecraft, if you like, of them going around and saying, oh, they need to be in this position and that position and that kind of thing. They are 5 to 7 years old. You know, it's all a very steep learning curve for them doing this. And that's all we're saying is, you know, as their experience grows, their racecraft will improve as well. And I think that's what what we're trying to get across. Especially, you know, with the move that Colby Patterson was making, and then he did put his car in the right place. He was learning on the job, if you like.
Very much a case as well of mixing it up, because you look at Austin Oman there on, you know, not only the last lap but the lap before. At no point in that race had he actually thrown a move down the inside over start finish. Really mixed it up, took Colby Patterson by surprise. Patterson had the pace to come back, but then on the last lap over the line, and if that start finish was maybe a foot further along the track, we may have had a different result, but it will be Colby Patterson on pole position for the final here in around about an hour's time. Next up, though, Junior Pro Kart Heat number 3.
And the distant rumble you may be able to pick up in the background is the Junior Pro Karts making their way out onto the rolling up lap. Lennon French taking pole position for heat number 3 with Maximus Shields in 2nd place, but don't forget that Lennon French is carrying 1 single warning at the moment. Colby Patterson, of course, picking one up in Bambinos as well, so they'll need to keep their noses clean for the rest of the day, otherwise they will both be incurring a penalty, so fingers crossed that doesn't happen for them. 3rd place goes to Sebastian Pereira, 4th to Caitlin Frame, 5th to Harvey Still, and 6th is Christian Oblag. 7th for Joe Arnold, 8th for Jacob O'Connor, 9th for Ben Hogarth, then it's Sophie Pawsey rounding out your top 10. Matthew Allen is 11th and Ben Arnold is 12th. And that is your grid for Junior Pro Kart. And once again, absolutely perfect formation. No need to even hold them. They just roll into position straight up on the grid. Absolutely fantastic. Great to see from these Junior Pro Karters. That's how you do it, everybody.
Yep, speeds things up as well. Means that we can run through our day, especially towards the end of the year, Tom, when the nights are drawing in, the temperature dropping as well. It's
sometimes a struggle to get finished in the light, isn't it?
Yeah, luckily we do have lights here at Teesside Autodrome, and I get the feeling that we may. I don't think we'll be getting a lunch break on November 28th for the final round here of the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series.
And we've got upgraded lights as well this year.
Oh, absolutely.
Don't forget. No. So,
Junior Pro Kart Heat number 3 is about to go racing, sponsored, of course, by Lucas Racing and MS Karts. They're your two championship protagonists on screen, Lennon French and Maximus Shields.
And please keep your comments coming in on YouTube as well. We will endeavour to read them out as fast as we possibly can.
Marshall picks up the green flag then, just off the circuit. He waits confirmation that we are good to go for Junior Pro Kart Heat number 3. Green flag up in the air then. Green is down, we're away in racing. It's a good start from Lennon French. He comes across the track and blocks off as Caitlin Frame will go all the way around the outside from 4th place, chops across the bows of Sebastian Pereira and moves up into 3rd. So it's going to be French, Shields, Frame, Pereira and Harvey still the top 5 with Oblang and Arnold in 6th and 7th.
Yeah, great start and lovely clean move as well from Caitlin Frame. She got a flying start and then managed to move through on the inside of the chicane to take 3rd place away from Sebastian Pereira, and they head down the back straight for the first time and into South Bank. Very loose from Max Shields on the way into South Bank. Good save, didn't manage to, didn't cause a spin or anything like that, but was very, very loose rear end. But actually, as it turns out, loose is fast because he's already on the looking up the inside of Lennon French into hairpin 4.
Leaders coming over the line then, opening lap of this Junior Pro Kart 3rd heat. Sees Lennon French leading the way from Max Shields. Frame Pereira still on Black Arnold, Hogarth, O'Connor and Pawsey with Ben Arnold and Matthew Allen crossing the line nose to tail in 11th and 12th respectively.
Yes, indeed, and we'll see whether Caitlin Frame has managed to go backwards on her setup from what a potential change between Heat 1 and Heat 2, where she didn't have the best of Heat. I mean, still finished 4th. not exactly a bad run, but from the win in Heat number 1, where she was absolutely flying, and then to finish up 4th was a bit of, I'm sure, a bit of a disappointment for her, but seems to be going forwards again now, certainly in terms of positions, because she's up to P3.
Yep, good start from Frame. You remember around the outside of Sebastian Pereira and then chopped across the bows, which is always a bit of a risky move when the right-hander of the national loop, but managed to come across on the number 21 up into 3rd place. It's been a good day so far then for Caitlin Frame, taking the victory in Heat 1, 4th place in the 2nd heat of the day, following a pole position as Max Shields slides the O-plate there into the national loop corner, Tom. And you were saying at the start that you looked quite loose in that O-plate kart, following Lennon French round. It looked quick at the start, but it does look like he's struggling to get it stuck into the fastest corner of the circuit at South Bank.
Yes, it does, but as I said, it doesn't seem to cost him any time, especially through 3 and 4, rather hairpin 3 and 4, because he manages to keep right onto the back of Lennon French. Yeah,
he's sliding it in. Just looks like he's lacking a little bit of front-end purchase.
Sebastian Pereira pumping in the fastest lap of the race, a 10th quicker than the front 2 as well. So I think that's bringing Caitlin Frame along as well. So yeah, whether Pereira is pushing Frame along, I'm not too sure, but certainly Frame has got to hurry up as well, and it looks like this is going to be a good battle with the front 4.
Yeah, look, Hogarth on the previous lap as well moves up 2 places from 8th up into 6th place, so there is quite a gap back now for him now to try and close up on Harvey still in front. So the leading duo are nose to tail, 2nd and 3rd as well. Harvey still is quite lonely in 5th place. Then it's Hogarth, Arnold, O'Connor, Pawsey and Oblang, all nose to tail heading round the national loop corner.
Yeah, that's a good little fight as well. It's Hogarth in the front of that pack of, well, what is potentially 5 cars, certainly 4 at the moment.
Just have a look at the background as well. That looks like O'Connor's got a run down the inside behind them of Joe Arnold.
We're looking at Pereira still sitting behind Caitlin Frame. That gap has gone out slightly between the front 2. Harvey still moving up as well. We said before he looked a little bit lonely. He's 1.5 seconds behind. I don't think it's that coming over the line.
No, closing in. Well, it does look like he's actually dropped a little bit from Pereira.
How bizarre! The visual gap looks a lot shorter, but the timing gap looks a lot longer, a little bit longer. So we'll do our best to keep our eye on that.
Yeah, this is the battle that we were talking about a moment ago with O'Connor and Arnold. They got side by side on the previous lap with Hogarth as well there, and O'Connor has to go defensive behind Christian Oblang, then goes down the inside of Sophie Pawsey. As look over the shoulder, cuts to the inside to defend off a return from the driver of the 77, Christian Oblang. Then it moves up into 9th place.
Yeah, and it is a 5-car train now that Oblang has managed to get involved here. I mean, he was about a second back, but yeah, so if these three with Hogarth at the front continue fighting, and in fact he's already there. Oblag is right there, and then you've got Matthew Allen, Sophie Pawsey just behind.
Yeah, still nose to tail. Then Hogarth, who moved up 2 places but then hasn't been able to break away from this battle, is going to come under pressure from a much improved Tom since from the middle part of the season. We had that wet dry double header from Jacob O'Connor, and now he's really starting to be a real fixture in the midfield here as he goes down the inside then of Ben Hogarth into the South Bank corner, and it looks like he could be moving up into 6th place. He gets hard on the brakes as well to defend the position, gets a good jack on that, actually gets the inside rear off the floor. Oblang's coming through as well, bit of side pod to side pod, has a little bit of an arm raise as well, and then bounces over the curbs. Everybody slots back into position. So yeah, Jacob O'Connor up into 6th, Oblang up into 8th. O'Connor really showing great improvement, Tom, since the middle part of the season. I think a lot of it was down to confidence. When we had that wet dry meeting and he really came into his own in the wet that day, I think it's really brought his confidence on and shown more to himself than anybody else that he really can mix it with junior pro karters here in the UK.
Yeah, Christian Oblag not looking too happy with Joe Arnold and potentially the move that was put on him through hairpin 1, because Oblag was looking pretty racy on the back of Ben Hogarth. Now that gap has gone right out with these two battling, and that could well be the end of that with 3 laps to go, but hopefully not. We'll have to see what Joe Arnold has got left in the bag to bring him back up to the back of Ben Hogarth. Yes. Meanwhile, at the front,
I was about to say 2 laps remaining. It's blown, hasn't it?
It's Max Shields and Lennon French. Well, Lennon French at the front still. Max Shields has not been able to have a look up the inside or even make an overtake on Lennon French. Caitlin Frame and Sebastian Pereira have now dropped back by 1.8 seconds off the back of Maximus Shields. But they are still nose to tail. Harvey still kind of... Oh, there we go. Actually, correct that. Forget everything I said. Max Shields has now gone through.
Down the inside then, as the last lap board comes out, Maximus Shields in the O-plate for the first time today, leading the way over the start-finish. Shields from Lennon French, round the national loop then for the final time, through the chicanes. Expect that Lennon French is going to throw a move down the inside as he Shields hard on the brakes, a very defensive line into hairpin 1. As you'd expect, the same into hairpin 2. French elects not to go wide to try and maximise the run down the back straight. A look over the shoulder from Maximus Shields. Another look over the shoulder. Will Lennon French pop out towards the South Bank corner? He does.
Oh, it was a late move as well, but timed to perfection.
It was, wasn't it? Shields had 2 looks over his shoulder. French then into the final complex of corners will come over the start-finish. Can Shields get back down the inside? He can't. The championship dream stays alive for Lennon French as he takes the victory from Maximus Shields over start-finish. Caitlin Frame will get second, Pereira and still the top 5. O'Connor will come through, having broken away from Ben Hogarth for a 6th place. Hogarth 7th, Oblang, Arnold and Pawsey completing the top 10.
Well, good showing again from Maximus Shields, but once again, as we saw in the previous round, left the door a bit ajar, and Lennon French, anytime he's in a slipstream, he is what a good friend of mine, Dan Street, would call Monty. He gets in the slipstream and that thing is lightning up the inside of Max Shields, who he only left the door slightly ajar. And as I said, it was a late move.
Yeah, to be fair,
I contradicted myself by then saying it was timed to perfection.
Not sure, if I'm honest, that Shields saw that one coming. So
I don't
2
think
looks
he did.
over he saw, and took his conventional line, which
because at that point French wasn't on a run.
No, took his conventional line, didn't he? Through that corner. Thinking that potentially French wasn't going to come down the inside. French appeared, arrived late to the party, but had a good time whilst he was there.
Yeah, great move from French. Really, really good move. And I think the run that French gets is right at the very end of the straight, and that's why Shields had 2 looks behind, and the momentum was equal at that point. Then that slipstream really kicks in, and that's how he got the move done.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brilliant.
Heat number 3 for our cadet class is next on the bill here at Teesside Autodrome.
And we've had Nathan Jensen Racing has got in touch and said that was very entertaining, and we couldn't agree more with you, Jensen. Nathan.
No.
Jensen.
Jensen Nathan Racing.
That's Nathan Jensen Racing. Yes, very entertaining it was indeed, and we're looking forward to more of that coming up. One more race for Junior Pro Karts. That will be the final. Moving on swiftly to Cadet Heat number 3. Thomas Potter taking pole position from Amy Peacock. Ben Robinson in 3rd place with Harris Ali, leader in the Clubman races so far today. That is P number 4. P5 for Ethan Charles. Then it's William Howard in 6th place. Max Gilman takes 7th with Josh Cormack in 8th. Joshua Sullivan recovering well to P9 for the start of this one, and then Isabella Stansmore-Wilson in P10, who got unfortunately turned round in the previous heat. Then we have Mason Dinsdale in 11th, Holly Swan in P12. 13th is Joseph Yao after the penalty for the incident with Isabella Stansmore-Wilson in the previous heat. Then it's Sam Hayes, Ollie Carter, Jack Collinson, Cody Lamb and Mason Webster in P18. Harry Brown, Drew Davidson, Samuel Yeadon, Charlie Erbol, Layla Berryman and Morgan Cooney. Riley Sims Ezard, might be Ezard. And then it is our Micromax runners of Sebastian Corkin, Caden Simpson and Riley Buckton Young. David, limbering up there, I see. Doing a couple of lunges and getting yourself ready.
Getting ready for the business end of the day, Tom, with championships to be decided potentially in an hour's time when the finals come around. The only championship that can't be won, definitely can't be won by anybody else in the remaining 2 rounds, is this one right now, the cadet class.
And it's literally like you're reading my mind, because I was just about to give a big shout out as well to our cadet championship winner here at Teesside, which is Jared Fox Whiteley, who unfortunately due to illness cannot join us today, but hopefully Jared and Andy and the rest of the family are watching from home, yeah, we wish you the best of health, Jared, and hope you can be back for the final round.
I know his dad's definitely watching. He's on the bank about 100 yards down there. I know Jared's not with us because he's ill, but Andy's made the way to the circuit to watch the racing here today. Thomas Potter on the inside in the unfamiliar but new Captain America helmet rather than his usual green. Amy Peacock alongside the front row, as it has been all of the day here at Teesside Autodrome.
Quick bit of support as they as the last few runners roll into position. As we look at those brilliant helmets again of Amy Peacock's Wreck-It Ralph inspired Vanellope von Schweet's helmet, which is superb, and Thomas Potter's Captain America. But a bit of support coming in for Thomas Potter as well from Cameron Cannon on the YouTube chat. So get your support coming in. Get your please like and subscribe the channel. Subscribe to the channel as well. Yep. And then you can be updated with all of our movements, not just on the Teesside Owner Driver Sprint Series, but also everything else that's on the Alpha Live channel. Absolutely.
Final Honda Cadets roll into position. The Micro Max in behind. Tom there making sure we see everybody. NRG Cycles in the top right-hand corner of our screen as well. Our series sponsor. We're getting all the corporates in one go, but we'll revisit that later on today.
And here we go. Green flag is up, green flag is down, and a good start from Thomas Potter. Amy Peacock slots into 2nd place, and they are 3 wide, 4 wide even, heading towards the national loop for the first time. And there is contact, and 2, 3 have gone round, 4, 5 of them are round so far. Even more now, 6, 7, and the Micro Maxes are going to get caught up in this as well.
We've got Mason Webster, William Howard is there as well. Looks like Sam Hayes as well. Harry Brown, and both of those two are nose to tail. We need, if we can, if either of those can't move, we could do with a marshal down there on the national loop, please, because they are currently stuck out there on the circuit. The field are around about 30 seconds away from coming round. Hopefully we can get them cleared out of the way. And we need to get a yellow out at some point. Looks like we're going to be okay because they are being cleared off the circuit. We're going to carry on racing, are we? As it is, yellow flag is out, so there'll be no overtaking opportunities round the national loop. Both drivers are off onto the grass. I think one of them actually could be Max Gilman in the 50. I thought it was
It is Max Gilman in the 50.
I thought it was Sam Hayes because they've both got a black helmet on with a little bit of yellow on the back. So confusion there. Over the line then they come for the first time. Potter, Peacock, Robinson, Ali, Charles, Yao, Sullivan, Swan, Howard and Gilman, the top 10. With Cormac and Stansmore Wilson, both of those actually got caught up, although not in the way that there was a spin. They just got bumped and barged in that early part of the thing. Looks like as well Stansmore Wilson, Tom, I think, has actually dropped even further down. She's now behind the 118 of Samuel Yeadon, and she's just been overtaken by Seb Corking's Micromax. That's down in towards the 13th, 14th there. Seb Corking's come through. He's going to be up into P13.
Yes, indeed. Right, so in the midst of all that, somebody went up and over the top. I couldn't get a number of who it was, but there was definitely someone up and over the top of somebody else, and Max Gilman didn't look in a particularly comfortable state. I'm not sure whether he was just despair or whether he has had a little bit of in a little bit of pain. But
yeah, both of
them being attended to right now as we speak, receiving the best
looks
of
like
care.
Harry Brown's out of the kart in what could potentially be his final outing in a cadet. The junior pro kart ready and waiting for the 147 of Harry Brown. Looks like both drivers are now out of the karts and they are being moved away, which is good to see. Obviously not wanting to move the driver too soon out of the seat, Tom, in case there's anything wrong with them.
Absolutely.
But looks like both drivers have managed to get out of the kart at their own accord. The kart's safely out of the way, as are the drivers. Over the line they come then, Tom. We're almost at half race distance already. 3 in the bag, 5 remaining.
And your top 10 is Potter from Peacock, Robinson, Ali, Charles, Yao, Sullivan, recovering well already up to P7. Then it's Swan, Corking and Collinson. And Corking already making his way up to P9.
Yeah, really mixed up grid with the issues in the early part of the race here. That's really going to mix it up as well, Tom, for the final. There's not many drivers outside of the top 6 really that haven't had at some point during this day an incident, a spin, been caught up in something. It's going to be a really, really interesting final, this one, because anywhere from 6th down is going to be just a complete random.
Roll the dice and guess which one it is.
Roll the dice and go. It's going to be a really, really random one, as we see now Seb Corking closing in on the back of the top 7 already at half race distance. We've seen him win from the back before, Tom. This is his biggest opportunity of doing it once again here at Teesside Autodrome.
Yeah, already up to P8 and already onto the back of Joshua Sullivan for 7th overall on the road. And I mean, that car is quick, we know that already, but it's as you can see, it's the racecraft that Corking exhibits is just phenomenal. We cannot praise this kid highly enough. The way that he moves through the traffic. I mean, yes, we know, and we've said it over the last few rounds, that car is a lot quicker than the ones around it. But it's not the fact that it's quicker, it's how he gets through that traffic compared to the other drivers who are also driving Micromax.
Yep, Joseph Yao then down the inside of Ethan Sullivan takes full advantage as well of Seb Corking coming through. Seb Corking, the 2021 Micromax UK champion, showing why, Tom, he is a national champion at cadet level.
Absolutely. And it's no disservice to Caden Simpson, who is also flying through the field and already up to P11, but I believe he is somewhere in the region of 7 to 8 seconds off the back of Seb Corking. Just the way that Seb makes his way through the traffic. So fantastic driving from Sebastian Corking.
Yeah, the thing is as well, Tom, a lot of his overtakes, he's not diving down the inside of people. He knows what his kart can do. He takes the wide line, cuts back down the inside, uses the extra power. It doesn't harm his own race, does he?
Absolutely. He goes over. If you go under, he goes over. If you go over, he goes under.
Yeah.
And he just never seems to bulk himself when he gets through people.
No.
It is fantastic to watch. It's a lesson to all of those around him as well. That's how you get a clean overtake done.
Yeah, comes through then in 3rd place with the fastest lap of the race. Obviously Potter, Peacock, Corking then in 3rd with Robinson, Ali, Yao, Charles, Sullivan, Swan, Collinson, and with Caden Simpson up to 11th, Mason Dinsdale, the final Honda. Although he has just coming under pressure now, Tom, just looking off camera. Isabella Stansmore Wilson tries to get alongside through the chicane section, can't get alongside, has to drop back in.
Yeah, and you saw another example there of Corking. That was overtaking Amy Peacock, who's running P2 on the road, and it was like a knife through butter for Corking. He's coming up onto the back of Thomas Potter already as they come across the line to take the last lap board. He will take the overall win, Will Corking here, because he is going to get past Thomas Potter relatively easily, I think.
Yeah, hairpin 1, Tom, this move will get done. If not, you know full well he's going to be able to do it down the back straight anyway with that extra power. And I think that's what he's going to elect to do, because he knows he doesn't need to overtake him into hairpin number 1.
And this is what we're talking about, racecraft.
Round the outside, chop back to the inside, the extra power of the 52. Absolutely fantastic, Sebastian Corking.
And taking nothing away from Thomas Potter as well, who's leading this race by 1.4 seconds from Amy Peacock as well. So Potter having a great round, taken both heats so far, let's call it relatively comfortably.
Yeah, he'll start the final then from pole position. Sebastian Corking takes the outright victory. Fantastic for the driver of the 52. Potter wins in Honda. Amy Peacock gets second in the Honda class. Ben Robinson finishes in third. Harris Ali fourth. Yao in fifth. Charles 6th, Sullivan 7th, Caden Simpson comes through at the second Micromax, Holly Swan, then we've got the 19 of Jack Collinson in 9th place in Honda. Stansmore Wilson will get 10th in Honda, 13th overall behind Riley Buckton-Young. She got past Mason's Dinsdale on the final lap. Then we've got Sam Hayes, William Howard, who's come back through the pack after being involved in that first lap incident. Lamb, Yeadon, Davidson, Berryman, Carter, Eibel, Webster, Cooney, Sims Ezard, and then we're going to have some retirees in Max Gilman, Josh Cormack and Harry Brown. And 3 runners involved in that opening lap incident, which sees none of them complete laps at all here. There are your 2 race winners though coming through, Seb Corking and Thomas Potter. Fantastic from them. Potter will start from pole position for the Honda final, and absolutely no reason, because there's going to be an extra 2 laps in the final, as to why Sebastian Corking can't once again come through the entire field in that additionally powered Micromax to take the victory once again. There he is going over the weighbridge. Next up though, it is our Junior Rotax and Minimax class. Grid for Heat 3 then will be with us very, very shortly here for round 8 of the NRG Cycles Owners Sprint Series. Isaac O'Shea leading the way with 2 heat wins so far. He'll start alongside Gracie Mitchell, Bella Franklin and Ben Ficini on row 2. Lewis Smith, the final of the juniors, in P5. Then it's David Mack on pole position for our Minimax class. He'll start on the front row alongside Kathleen Potter, Addison Smith and Jaden Hewitt on row 2. Oliver Watson and Lucas Fletcher on row 3. Then championship leader Lizzie Mentier, after the puncture in Heat 2, will have to come through from 12th place. Overall, 7th in class for our Minis. They'll be out in a few moments' time. Obviously, the junior and senior 2-stroke ranks sponsored by HRS Racing Engines. The overall meeting as well sponsored by NRG Cycles. You can find out more about them at nrgcycles.co.uk. They've got their Christmas club. But more importantly, Tom, it doesn't cost anything to go and look.
No, it doesn't. Browsing's free. Sorry if I sound a bit out of breath. I've just run there and back. Let's just leave it at that. I've run there and back, people. So support coming in for Lennon French as per usual from Fred French. So keep that coming in. As well as everybody else. If you want to know anything, if you want to ask us any questions as well in between heats and finals and things like that, we are more than prepared to answer your questions. We might not give you the right answer.
Absolutely.
There's no promise of that, but we can definitely answer some questions.
Ask Tom where he's just been.
Yeah, no, don't do that. Why would you do that?
Well, because I didn't leave the
Let it go,
I didn't leave the
Let
box.
it go.
Did you?
Goodness me, David. Just drop it. Right, moving on.
Did you?
Oh, God, David.
Rotax then making their way down the back straight towards the South Bank corner. Isaac O'Shea gives it a little Scandinavian flick to get some heat into those rear tyres.
You hear a slap in a minute, it'll be me on them.
Me on me.
giving David a clip round the ear. Support coming in from Cameron Cannon as well, saying go on, Jaden. So yeah, keep your comments coming in. Ask us some questions. Let's keep it interesting. And yeah, we are almost ready to go already for Junior Rotax heat number 1. Oh no, heat number 3. Losing track of the day, and it is O'Shea. Franklin, is she going to use that advantage? Yes, she is. Franklin moves through into P2 from P3, as we've said before. The advantage of the inside line. Ben Ficini dropping down into 4th. And they are cleanly through hairpin 1 as the mini-maxes get underway. And it is David Mack from Addison Smith moving through into P2. The 5 of Oliver Watson has had a good start, as has Catherine Potter.
Mentia, Tom, was the one I was looking at there. She's come through from 7th up into 4th in class in the early part of this race. Now back onto the back of her championship contender, Catherine Potter. Down the back straight they go in Mini then. David Mack still leading the way.
As they come across the line for the first time, so it is O'Shea, Franklin, Mitchell, Ficini and Lewis Smith. And Lewis Smith is there as well. Right there so far, and managing to almost go with the front 4. Isaac O'Shea with a bit of a gap. Isaac O'Shea showing some real pace at this particular round. I mean, he's been quick all season, but I mean, really has shown the others the way to go today as as Mitchell moves up on the inside of Franklin into South Bank and takes 2nd place.
Absolutely, Tom, and this is what he needed in order to keep his championship alive. Or every one of these runners, Tom, have been, in juniors have had either a poor round or a missed round where they haven't come. So Isaac O'Shea, we know he's had a retirement. Gracie Mitchell missed a round because she was doing UKC at Lark Hall. Bella Franklin has had not any rounds where she's had any real issues, but she has had rounds where she's had the odd spin or incident in between them, so that hasn't picked up the points that we know she's capable of picking up if she has a trouble-free weekend.
Yes, indeed, and now Ben Ficini putting pressure on Franklin as well, coming into South Bank, so that was almost 2 places in 2 laps in the same spot for Franklin, but Ficini couldn't get the move done. We look back to your mini-max class. It is still headed by David Mack from Addison Smith. Catherine Potter is there in 3rd place, just from Lizzie Mentier. Then it's Oliver Watson, who had the flying start, but has actually, dropped back fairly quickly, or rather got passed by Potter and Mentier. Then it's Jaden Hewitt and Lucas Fletcher rounding out the field in mini-max.
Yeah, the battle actually, Tom, behind this one between Watson and Jaden Hewitt has been going on now for around about a lap and a half, where they've just been chopping and changing. They're running nose to tail just behind this current battle for the lead. They're only about 3 or 4 seconds off the back of it, but they're having their own intense battle over 5th places, Watson and Jaden Hewitt.
Yes, indeed they are. There's a penny just dropped with me, David. A clang. A penny has dropped in my mind.
Go.
We have 4 classes of Rotax engines here today. All 4 classes that are available of a Rotax engine are here, and they have been for several rounds now, but the penny's just dropped, literally just dropped. So we have Micromax, Minimax, Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax.
Correct, and if you want to split the seniors, you can go 162 and 177 as well. This is that battle I was talking about between Oliver Watson and Jaden Hewitt that we can see on camera. Hewitt making the trip over, Tom, from the Isle of Man, and that for me, that's to be commended in itself. We've seen a couple come over before earlier this season. Dan Bugard obviously over from the Isle of Man. We've seen Rob Faxon over from the Isle of Man as well. You know, he's been over quite a lot actually. I've seen him racing up at Rower as well. So making the trip over to Teesside Autodrome, and it's their first trip over, and he's acquainted himself well actually with this Teesside Autodrome circuit that we often see. It's, you know, it looks fairly simplistic, but it's very difficult to actually get the get used to this track. It's undulating, certainly with the D chicane at the start. It's bumpy in places, which some of these Rotax drivers aren't not always quite used to that, are they? The curbs as well.
Yeah.
Rotax just run the chains a lot looser, so they can't bounce over the curbs in the same way that the Cadets or the Pro Karts can. It's a different type of driving.
Oh, it is. As Catherine Potter gets into the back of Addison Smith there through hairpin 3. But yes, you're absolutely right. It is a niche circuit, this, isn't it? It's one of those that is simple to learn and simple to go quick at, but to be right up there and really, really fast, it's very, very difficult.
Yeah, this is why we were saying
to be in that top sort of 1 or 2%.
Exactly, and this is why we're saying that we've both been very impressed with how quickly Addison Smith has actually taken to the Mini. Coming, to run at the head, behind David Mack, who's a final winner here at Teesside Autodrome in the past. Catherine Potter's won races. Lizzie Menti has won all but one final here this season at Teesside Autodrome. And Addison Smith is right in the mix as he's trying there, down the almost, but had a half move down the inside of David Mack in the 60. In the past, you've seen him running the 16, but he's now moved the number to the 60.
Yes, indeed. So, like you say, Addison Smith equipping himself very, very well here, and is hounding David Mack. Likewise, Catherine Potter is hounding Addison Smith. So this front three go at it with 2.5 laps to go in Minimax. Just checking out the window, the situation in juniors. We've got Isaac O'Shea, but Gracie Mitchell is closing that gap down to 0.4 of a second over the line, and Bella Franklin is not far behind either. They now seem to have dropped Ben Ficini a little bit. He's 2.3 seconds off the back of O'Shea, but here we are now on screen as they come across the line. We're going to have the last lap board go out this time round, and it is going to go out to Isaac O'Shea. Is Gracie Mitchell able to close that gap? We've got lap traffic potentially getting involved as well in the form of Lucas Fletcher. Blue flag has gone out for Fletcher. Is he going to see it in time? Is he going to see behind him in time and make way? Because Gracie Mitchell is going to take full advantage of this. If not, there goes O'Shea up the inside, and Mitchell follows through, and that has put Mitchell right onto the back of O'Shea. Yeah,
Mitchell able to close up on the back of O'Shea, although Fletcher did move out of the way, Tom, to allow them down the inside. So no harm done by the 70, but it did allow Mitchell to close up under braking there, which I think she'd have done anyway had the 70 not been there. I don't think, Tom, she's going to have enough. Yeah,
she had a think, didn't she?
She did, but she's not going to have enough laps. Isaac O'Shea will take 3 heat wins all the way to pole position for the final here. Holds off Gracie Mitchell from Bella Franklin. Ben Ficini will get 4th. Lewis Smith will cross the line in around a couple of seconds' time. As down the back straight we go in Mini, Addison Smith and Catherine Potter go side by side. A little bit of side pod bashing as they go into the South Bank corner. Smith then will try and defend to the inside. He does. Addison Smith will get his best finish in the Minimax class if he can hold on for one more corner through the dogleg. Mack takes the victory. Smith in second holds off last year's Cadet Championship winner Potter at the line. Mentier gets 4th in class, 9th overall. And then Jaden Hewitt has managed to find a way past Oliver Watson. They'll come through and take the checkered flag with Lucas Fletcher. The lap down on the juniors, but not on the minis. But he'll still be classified as a lap down because it's an amalgamated race. He's going to come straight through and into the pit lane, having already taken the checkered flag.
It's a good one for both juniors and minis there. Really enjoyed that one. We've had a fairly sort of line astern day with our junior and Rotax classes so far, but good race that time round. So moving on very swiftly, we will move on to our senior Rotax class. And as you rightly pointed out, David, 2 classes, so 5 in total classes of Rotax, sponsored by HRS Racing Engines.
All the Rotaxes.
All of the Rotaxes are here. Is it Rotaxes or is it just Rotax?
Rotax I.
Goodness me, you have to throw a spanner in the works, don't you? Could have kept it simple. Dan Kell on pole position, moving on. The O-Plate taking both heats so far, and that lines him up for pole position for heat number 3. Ashley Savage in heat 2, Kieran Savage in P3. David, even commenting on the live stream now, that's how low things have, that's the bar you're now setting, is it? Paul Swan will line up in P4, then it's Tom Reeve and Lee Bell. Chris Crowther, Emma Brown and Chris Stoves in P9.
I'd just like to see if I can make you laugh, Tom.
Yeah, and it put me off when I'm trying to do my grids as well. Khalid has said, go on, Jaden. So that would be for Jaden in the
exactly. What's the comment between Cameron's and Khalid's one?
I'm not even reading it out. In fact, I'm going to hide that comment. Asking where I've been. You know where I was. Please keep your questions coming in. Hide you. I can hide you on the whole channel.
I've got one YouTube account. Let's go through then. Senior Rotax making their way over start finish. It's a good start from Daniel Kell, but it's also a good start from Ashley Savage, but I don't think he's going to go all the way around the outside. Paul Swan tries it though, and he's going to get forced out ultimately though by Kieran Savage. So it's as you were with Kell, Savage, Swan. Tom Reeve going slightly wide, but he's going to get back across with Chris Crowther behind, under pressure from the O-plate of Lee Bell. Those two still battling it out for Rotax 177 glory. Lee Bell, the O-plate winner in that class and current championship leader, drives all the way round the outside of Crowther at South Bank and then chops across the bows of the 23, moves himself up into 6th place with Crowther 7th, Stoves and Emma Brown, all of those runners in our 177 class.
It's all going off on the YouTube comments now. Thank you, David. Look at what you've started. Moths to a flame in the commentary box, the pair of them.
We're a simple bunch, Tom. Bonding mutually over our subtle bullying of you.
Yeah, well, I'm all right with a bit of bullying. It's
hazing.
Hazing. Tom Reeve looking lively up the inside of Paul Swan. Doesn't manage to get it done through South Bank, but looking very racy, Tom Reeve. So, new seat paying well so far.
Yeah, in his 4th race of the day. 3 here and 1 racing back to get the spare seat.
That's absolutely right. Absolutely right. I'm sure all speed limits were adhered to, officer, if you're watching.
Absolutely. What I will say though, Tom, is Ashley Savage just had to defend here. And in doing so, Dan Kell is now 2.6 seconds away down the back straight, and we're only 3 laps in.
You see what you've started now? Look at the comments here. Javi's been in touch and said Tom is in 5th. No, unfortunately, Javi, they're talking about me, but I am here clearly because I'm chatting away on the street.
Certainly is. Kell, Savage, Swan and Reeve, the top 5 then. The top, and 4 of them still come through nose to tail as Kieran Savage sets a personal best of 42.155 for him. Daniel Kell, though, is still moving away. And if we can go to the time, I think he's 7/10 of a second quicker on average over the opening 4 or 5 laps
is that what you're
anybody else. Yes, I believe so.
6.5.
Yeah. Good. Good match.
6.5 tenths quicker than Ashley Savage on the previous lap. So time and probably tyres in hand for Dan Kell coming into the final.
That's the thing, he doesn't need to push, does he, Tommy? He can get out there now and just take it steady and preserve the rubber. Yeah, everybody else has to battle behind. So
he's almost 8 tenths of a second. I'm not saying how many tenths it was, but it's almost 8 tenths quicker. All right, he was 7 and a bit tenths quicker.
0.786
on the previous lap. The gap now out to 4 seconds as the pack behind still manage to stay close together with each other. So that's Ashley Savage, Kieran Savage, Paul Swan and Tom Reeve is still keeping everybody honest as well.
Yep, Reeve closing in, or trying to at the very least, on the back of this. He's trying to hold on to Paul Swan, and the gap is around about 2 tenths, though all of them are very equally matched as both Ashley Savage and Kieran Savage set personal best with only 1 tenth between them that time over the line. 4 tenths on track, but as Savage continues to try open up a little bit of a gap from his son Kieran, looks like at the moment they can both get themselves on the podium. The pace is there. Ashley Savage has obviously stood on the top step before here at Teesside Autodrome this season. I think it's the first time that Kieran Savage stepped onto a senior Rotax podium. Tom Reeve. Tom is closing back in. I think it was 3 tenths on the previous lap. Let's see as they come over the line this time round. It's still very similar, but down towards the entry into hairpin 3 off South Bank. He does seem to close up as Lee Bell sets a personal best.
Emma Brown has just passed Chris Stoves in the 177 class. Made her way through.
Up into P3 in that class, 8th overall.
Ooh, what was that from Ashley Savage?
Quite sure, actually.
It was almost like doing, is it Whiplash, that doing the drumming on the steering wheel as he was going down the back straight?
No, I just saw a flash of blue. It was like he's trying to do the butterfly stroke down the back straight, trying to pull himself forwards.
Answers on the comment stream, please, for what you think Ashley Savage was doing as he went down the back straight.
Well, it's worked, Tom. He's pulled out 6/10.
Well, he has.
On Kieran, 3 laps remaining.
In fact, it's definitely worked because he's put in his fastest lap of the race for 41.897.
I wonder if he'll do exactly the same this time round. As Savage has started to back into both Swan and Reeve. Down the back straight.
Lovely bit of jacking as well from Paul Swan into hairpin 1. Ooh, chopped the nose off there of Tom Reeve, who's still looking very racy with that brand new seat gone in and those lovely shiny wheels as well. I really like those, despite him having the hot dog style Nassau panel, which I am not a fan of in any way, shape or form, and they seem to be a fair few of them running it here. But yeah, I think the only thing that's good enough is drinking lager out of, basically pouring it down and using it as a drinking implement.
I saw one in the week that, whilst I can't put it up on the screen, Tom, I think I will be able to show it in here because in the combox I'll get it ready for the end of the race. So let's see whether I can find it now. It's got almost like a...
Oh, is that a new one?
That's a new one. They've been racing it over at is it the Army World?
The Sauber karting team.
Yeah.
So where does that channel go?
I have absolutely no idea. But
what we're going to do is we're going to send this to Darren, and hopefully Darren can find a way to put that up on the channel somehow, and you can have a look at what we're talking about. So these are the Nassau panels on the front of these karts at the moment. There is, I think there's a couple of them running them in Senior Pro Kart, but generally speaking, they run them in the Rotax classes and iArmy X30 classes as well. So Davey's going to try and get that up on the stream for you. Meanwhile, we are on the last lap of Senior Rotax. Sorry, we digressed ever so slightly there. On the last lap of Senior Rotax, Dan Kell, miles clear, 5.6 seconds over the line of the previous lap, takes the checkered flag. Fastest lap of the race on the final lap of the race, just to show what he could have done if he really tried hard. Takes it from Ashley Savage, crossing the line. 7.3 seconds was the gap in the end. Then it's Kieran Savage, Paul Swan, Tom Reeve comes over the line in 5th. Lee Bell takes your 177 class in 6th on the road. Then it's Chris Crowther, Emma Brown and Chris Stoves. So Dan Kell, 7 seconds clear over the line. Doesn't need to use one of these hot dog nose style things. Clearly it's not affecting him in any way, shape or form. Can you tell I'm not a fan? Then it's going to be... yeah, so we're going to try and get this new calamity of a thing, horror show of a nose panel on... that was calamity.
Let's see what you've done there.
Yeah.
Oh, you're smarter than
maybe it was subliminal advertising from Dan there. Yeah, we're going to get this this horror show of a new nose panel that's been released.
What Tom's saying there is he doesn't like the hot dog style. And by the hot dog, you see Dan Kell will come over with the more traditional, the older school Nassau panel. It's the bit with the number on. That's the hot dog style. It's got the big cutout down the middle with the number board over the top there.
Because it looks like a hot dog bun.
Correct. There's a new
Sorry
one.
if you didn't get that and I needed to explain it, just in case.
There's a new style one that's come out with a slightly different variation on. Whether I'm not sure whether we're going to see it now or whether we're going to see it. There it is. It's not the best picture. I've had to crop it into a format that fits the screen. But as you can see, the number's still on the top. But it looks like there's an air channel through the middle part of that picture.
But I'm wondering where that air goes.
So am I. I don't know whether it's because obviously, surely if it's like that, it's still going to hit the driver. Or,
well, exactly.
Or is it a case where it splits and sends it wide of the cart?
Either way, absolutely ridiculous. And how is a commentator ever going to see that number when it's pointing at the sky?
Those are the opinions of...
Or not just a commentator, the stewards.
Those are the opinions of Tom Butterworth and may not be shared by Alpha Life Productions or any of our partners.
Well, yes, that's very true. But that, I mean, I come with that disclaimer anyway. It's part of my contract. Anyway, moving on swiftly to Senior Pro Kart Heat number 3. Taking pole position will be double winner so far today. Connor Lucas from Aaron Alexander, Kieran Lambert, Thomas Braid, Jack Morris and Scott Tate. Then it's going to be Mark Tate, Simon Doughty, Joe Grinsall, Connor White, Steve Nichols and Thomas Lowther in P12. David Brewis, Mason Barker, Paul Scaife, Gary Witherington, Ben Still and Darren Lowe. Craig Harris, Josh Yeadon, Jonathan Allen, Brandon Truman Reddish, Dan Fulsham, Chrissy Rouse. Then Neil Catlow, Joe Burrell, and the non-starting Jake Richardson, who is not in attendance at the circuit.
Nope, not here. And Tom, they've gridded up fairly quickly as we see...
Tres Rapido, as they say on the continent. Or maybe not.
Harris and Yeadon roll in. And we've got Allen and Brandon Truman Reddish. Only 4 or 5 more runners as Fulsham and Rouse roll in front of Catlow and Burrell. And we are about to go racing for the final heat of the day before the finals begin in around about 10 minutes' time.
Where were the I-Army finals, David? Where were they held?
I know, but I can't pronounce the name, so I'm not going to try.
Can you spell it?
A-I-D-R-A.
A-I-D. Oh, Adria.
That's it. There.
Okay, thanks for that. That's Italy, I believe. In fact, I'm 99% sure it's Italy.
Yeah,
Adria.
it definitely is.
Yeah. Green flag is up, green flag is down, we're away. Fantastic start from Aaron Alexander. Got an absolute flyer. Jumped up in the seat. As soon as he lifted his backside off the seat, that kart took off like a rocket and straight into the lead.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he needed, Tom. Although, even if he wins with Lucas in second place, Lucas will still start the final from pole position. We've got some spinners. It's Simon Dougherty and Joe Grinsell as Dan Fulsham once again has an incident at hairpin number 1, although I think that one might have been assisted.
It was almost in sympathy, that one, I think. Just went round and managed to slot perfectly between the two who'd already spun.
Yeah,
down.
his arm went up in the air, so I wasn't sure whether he's had a little bit of help.
Possibly. It is going to be Aaron Alexander leading over the line for the first time today. Under pressure immediately from Connor Lucas. Into the D chicane they go, up and over. The contour change is flattened massively by the camera there. You cannot believe how much that rises and falls. It's a good 2 meters or so. Maybe not quite that much, but it's a lot. And then it's off camber on the exit, and then on camber.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a fantastic section of the track.
Down the inside, Connor Lucas gets alongside Aaron Alexander and will have track position for the South Bank corner, and the 43 moves back into the lead.
And Thomas Braid in third place, looking very racy as well.
He got a fantastic start, didn't he, Tom?
He did, and he's the only one in the top 6 not running pulled engines as Jack Morris runs up the inside as well. Takes Scott Tate, that is for 4th place on the road.
Yeah, Kieran Lambert was the one that lost out on the opening lap. He was alive in 6th place, having dropped all the way down to 7th from his P3 starting berth at the beginning of this race. Lucas then leading the way now from Aaron Alexander with Tom Braid, Jack Morris, Scott Tate, Kieran Lambert, Mark Tate, Steve Nichols up inside the top 10 for the first time today in 8th, Connor White and Tom Lowther completing the top 10.
Just checking the YouTube comments, we've had Jake Richardson, the aforementioned, not in attendance Jake Richardson, is throwing his support behind Aaron. I believe that's going to be Aaron Alexander. And then it's Go Thomas number 12 from Gerard Singleton. That's Thomas Braid, who's currently in P3 and running very, very well today.
Yeah, Tom Braid, who stepped up from Junior Pro Kart last season in the Clubman class, leading the way then as Chrissy Rouse picks up a warning, driver of the 69.
And we've got one going out for the 199. Is that Grinsell? It is. It's Joe Grinsell. There's a warning going out for both of those drivers. Fastest lap of the race that time round for Connor Lucas, 46.4, a full 0.4 of a second quicker than anybody else on the circuit.
Fantastic racing. Looks like we may potentially, Tom, even have another warning flag coming out at some point in a few moments. The 23, I believe, being ready for Joe Burrell as we have a couple of spinners.
Oh, there goes Jack Morris at the inside of Braid for P3. Yep. There goes Morris moving back up. So Morris, who was a front row sitter in qualifying, has had I wouldn't say a difficult day, but hasn't managed to match that pace so far through the day, but is now up to P3.
Yep, into third place then behind Alexander, with Braid dropping down to fourth, Tate fifth, Lambert still in sixth, Mark Tate a little few metres back then in seventh place as Connor White goes down the inside of Steve Nichols in the background there. That'll move him up into eighth place as the numbers on the warning board are replaced with the number 23 of Joe Burrell. I imagine that had something to do with the spinners we had at hairpin number one, because they were in the same sort of track space.
Yeah, Kieran Lambert in hairpin 4 was looking very much up the inside of Scott Tate and backed out of it at the last minute, and that's cost him a little bit of time. Another fastest lap of the race for Connor Lucas, 46.389, and another 3/10 faster than Aaron Alexander, just moving away now, Lucas. And this is what we tended to see last season, to a point.
Season before, definitely.
We saw it earlier this season. I say to a point last season because most of the time he was being hounded all the way by Josh Falkus, who isn't here at this particular round. Jack Morris now looking very racy up the inside, and there's contact between him and Aaron Alexander as they go 3 wide through hairpin 3. Morris taking the position, but Aaron Alexander immediately responds in the 2x2 formation, Noah's Ark style through hairpin 4, and it's Morris who loses out. Ends up losing 4 places.
Lambert's going to try and push him all the way through. So Alexander goes back into second place. Braid in third. Lambert takes advantage. He's up into fourth with Tate and Morris, who got forced out onto the curbs. Was briefly in second place down the inside into hairpin number 3. Now he's down in 6th place, so they're back up into 5th ever so quickly in front of Scott Tate. Now Braid and Lambert side by side down the back straight. I think this could be where Kieran Lambert returns into 3rd place, and Morris in the slipstream may well take full advantage of this, and he's going to try and do 2 of them into the corner. Jack Morris in the 24 down the inside. Tom Braid's going to come back as well. Kieran Lambert gets a little bit of side pod. He's forced out. He's going to have to run side by side with Scott Tate, and Tate's going to have track position over start finish, and now it's Kieran Lambert down in 6th place.
Yes, indeed, full on action for fighting over 2nd place here, but all of that has given Aaron Alexander a little bit of a gap, but nowhere near as much as Connor Lucas, who's now 2.8 seconds clear. 6/10 back then to Jack Morris, then it's Thomas Braid, Tate, Lambert, Mark Tate, then it's Mason Barker, Connor White and Steve Nichols.
Lambert down the inside of Scott Tate into hairpin number 2, and then moves to the inside in order to defend off the number 31. Warning flags are coming out. That's for the 24 and the 38 of Morris and Alexander respectively in 2nd and 3rd place.
Yeah, so that will be for the actions to the previous couple of laps.
That'll be entry into hairpin 3 and exit hairpin 4.
Yep. And probably rightly so as well, I would say.
Don't think we can complain.
Nope, I don't think they can either.
Do you know who's not complaining, Tom? Connor Lucas, he's miles away.
Yeah, 3.2 now he is. That was another 4/10 quicker than Aaron Alexander on the previous lap. So, yeah, just moving away now. It's been the Connor Lucas show once again here today. He's had, by his standard, his own personal standards, an off couple of rounds, but seems to be back on form now and has taken every heat so far. A lap and a bit to go as they come across the line this time. They will take the last lap board. It is Aaron Alexander side by side with Jack Morris into hairpin 3 and 4. Morris now on the inside for the kink. Is he going to get the move done? No, he isn't. Alexander
he is.
Oh, he is right round the outside of the kink. Well done there for Jack Morris. Round the outside of the dog leg. Managed to carry that overspeed and get through on Aaron Alexander, who did leave a nose in and got it thoroughly chopped off by Jack Morris.
Sensational move though, Tom, and it always is when the drivers go round the outside through the dogleg section, and then, you know, it's a brave move into that into the D chicane, and Morris defends to the inside then as Alexander
forces his way through, and brilliant move, but that's
Braid's coming as well.
That's it, and as they go through, and Morris is going to lose out again, 3 places in 2 corners. Alexander moving through, then it's Lambert side by side with Braid. Lucas taking the checkered flag. Who's going to come through in 2nd place? It's going to be Alan Alexander from Jack Morris, from Kieran Lambert, from Scott Tate. Braid drops down in the end, and then it's Mark Tate following over the line in 7th.
Yeah, Mason Barker gets 8th, Connor White in 9th. Steve Nichols once again wins 40s and will start on the 40s pole with a 10th place behind him. Tom Lowther and David Brewis. Craig Harris this time wins in the novice class. Looks like Ben Still has actually been moved, Tom, into clubman on rather than into novice. So
yes,
yeah, looks like we've had a slight amendment there. So Harris picking up the novice crown in terms of points, holding off Chrissy Rouse, Neil Catlow and Jonathan Allen.
Wow. Well, for second place, and third place as well, you went into the hairpin 3 in one position and you came out across the line about 5 places down or 5 places up, depending on what order you went in. What a finish to the race that was. I really enjoyed that one. Hope you did at home, and people watching live at the circuit. Keep your comments coming in. Let us know what you thought about that one. Well, that is all of our heats done for the day as well. So we are already moving on to our first final of the day, which will be Bambinos. Whew, right, I think we just about caught our breath here in the commentary box. That was a mad one.
We've got a bit of a queue as well coming off, and so it looks like they're just having a few kart checks there over the scales. Grid on for the first final of the day. Maximum points haul then for Colby Patterson with Austin O'Man alongside. Looks like there's a nose cone down here, Tom, right in front of us. I'm just having a quick look at the colour scheme, see if I can figure out who it belongs to. Edward Rye, though, will start in third. Fraser Anderson fourth. Ellis Child and Joey Swan on row number 3. Jack Mellon and Alfie Watson, row 4. Freddie Murray and Ethan McClelland, row 5. Harris Barber and Brady Atkin McDonald on row number 6. Then we're going to have Jake Gibbon in 13th, alongside Buddy Hugo, and that is a bit of a surprise, Tom, and I'm going to try and figure out why.
Yeah.
I think that belongs to Simon Doughty, by the way.
Oh, the nose.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I didn't even see the nose panel. I wondered what you were talking about. It's camouflage because it's on. It's got its back to us, and it's a black nose panel, and it's sitting on top of a set of tyres, which are also black. So, yeah, I couldn't see that from where I was standing. I did wonder what you were going on about, but now I see it. But Tom, yes, I think you might be right.
Yeah, heat number 3 saw Buddy Hugo removed from the standings for a technical infringement through post-race technical, which sees him removed, and therefore he won't pick up any points from the third heat of the day, which then means that he moves all the way to the back because he hasn't got any points. So looks like the circuit is being cleared, and looks like the final few runners are making their way through, so Bambinos will be heading out very, very shortly.
So please do keep your comments coming in, like and subscribe the channel. We thank very much NRG Cycles for sponsoring this series.
We do, and whilst we are waiting for the Bambinos, Tom, I want to say thank you to Teesside Karting in general, Cat and Paul. Last night here at the circuit, we had albeit around early, we had our end of year celebration, so we had fireworks display, we had a hog roast,
disco.
Absolutely. Enjoyed by some more than others, because some obviously got well into it. Paul Watson for one.
I've heard tales of Paul Watson's antics last night. They're not safe for streaming.
But yeah,
and we've got contact on the way out.
Looks like a couple of drivers getting caught up there, but they'll make their way around. But yeah, I just want to say thank you, and not just from me, Tom, but from pretty much everybody that was here last night at Teesside Autodrome, to Cat and Paul Franklin, who run the circuit here at Teesside Autodrome. It was a fantastic night, with the fireworks on, the hog roast, the disco and everything else. Everybody had a good time,
It just goes to show once again what we say at every single round, that this really is the best paddock in the country, the best championship to potentially race at, potentially be at, but certainly in terms of general feeling amongst the competitors.
Yeah, and
everybody is here to help everybody else. There's no animosity.
Oh, without doubt.
It's fantastic.
I was about to say, in my opinion, but it's not just my opinion. I think without doubt, it's the best IKR championship in the country. The sort of the friendliness of the paddock. If somebody's got a problem, people will help out. I mentioned it earlier with Tom Reeve with his seat. I'm fairly sure a number of people would have chipped in. There was drivers yesterday in Honda Cadet that a number of them had problems. Engines were found, Tom, for people to come racing here today at Teesside Autodrome. Engines that, I'm not saying it doesn't happen elsewhere, but, nobody's going home with a problem that they don't have to go home with. Everybody will try and, find a way to get them on the grid, to get them racing, because ultimately that's what everybody wants to do. Exactly
right. And it's a real kind of family atmosphere, isn't it? More than anything, and not in the sense that. Not so much in the sense that everybody's like a brother and sister or anything like that. What I mean is it's a family-friendly atmosphere, and everybody looks out for everybody else, and it is fantastic to see, and we see it all season long. There may be, on-track comings together and things like that, but it's all pretty much buried by the time they've even got back in the onto the weighbridge most of the time. If it isn't, they get a stern talking to, don't they? And it's sorted out very quickly. It's
no different to anywhere else. It's visor down, isn't it, Tom?
Yeah, of course it is. Red mist goes up and that kind of thing. But
friends in the paddock.
But the
frenemies on track.
The groups that you see and everything it's just such a great atmosphere, and we can't praise it highly enough. If you do have a car, you do want to come and race here, please do not be shy. Come and get involved. We're ready for our final. Green flag is up, green flag is down. Bambino final underway already. Colby Patterson and Austin Oman and Edward Rye all getting a fantastic start, and we are away already and round the national loop for the first time.
Two leaders have broken away already from Edward Rye, Fraser Anderson and Ellis Child. We've got some spinners going around the national loop. One of them looks like it could be the recovering Buddy Hugo, who did get a good start, moved 2 places up from everybody else and then has lost them again as he spins. Ethan McClellan in the 23 is going around with his number board hanging off as well. That might have had something to do with the incident on the outlap, didn't he, where he was tagged and spun at hairpin number 1. The 2 leaders, though, Tom, have turned this, by the look of it, into a 2-horse race as it stands, as Austin Oman down the inside of Colby Patterson. They're going to be side by side then into hairpin number 4. And as we said, it looked like when they went into that corner, they had 10 metres on Edward Rye. Now, by going side by side round 2 corners, the 66 right back in the mix. 3-kart race at the head of the field. Yeah, absolutely. And Edward Rye right there now. He's got that slipstream from the front too, and he will follow these as closely as possible and maybe even make a move, especially if Austin Oman is looking as racy as he is at the start of this one. They're already looking to the inside of Colby Patterson through the last part of the wiggles and into hairpin 1. Doesn't manage to get it done, keeps his powder dry so far. As they head through hairpin 2, Patterson will chop to the inside. As we see all day long with these Bambinos, that's what they do. They take this line, it doesn't scrub off speed by taking this tight entry into South Bank. The radius of the corner just allowing them to take this line, whereas in the quicker karts, they scrub off too much speed. Yep, and it's not that we're saying that there's no speed to scrub off, but it doesn't cause them any harm at all, does it, by coming to the inside a lot earlier? Well, the reason is the wheelbase is so short, understeer is almost difficult to generate in these karts. Yeah, and Oman, once again, Tom, he's going to try that down the inside line, and he's going to have track position, is he? Although he's going to get squeezed out this time by Colby Patterson, is he? No. That was Austin Oman's going to be down the inside. They're still side by side through the chicanes, and Colby Patterson has to relent and allow Austin Oman through into the lead, and then Oman defends venomously down the inside into hairpin number 1. And they go side by side into 2, and that's going to give Edward Rye a run, is it? Down out of hairpin 2. Oman chopping to the inside again. He's going to take that defensive position, but Patterson is already through. How did Patterson do that? That was a great move. I don't know how he did it. He just got a tremendous run through and then on the exit of hairpin 2, and he passed Oman halfway down the straight. That's very rare to see in Bambinos. Yeah, you're quite right, Tom. We don't often see that, do we? Because they normally get the run and then they get alongside. We don't often see that type of move in this class, but they're still 1, 2, 3 nose to tail over the line. Has Austin Oman got his visor up slightly as well? I think he may well do, Tom. Maybe just getting a bit of fresh air.
Might be getting a bit warm in his helmet, but might get told by the marshal to pull that down in a moment as well, so we'll keep an eye on that. Yes, but it is Patterson still from Oman, and Oman is still looking very much like he wants to get past Patterson as soon as humanly possible. Edward Rye is still right there in third place, but has so far been unable to put a move on these front two. It seems when they work together, they can, or they do have, a slight pace advantage over Edward Rye. As soon as they start fighting, it brings him right back into the mix again.
Yep, an extra 2 laps, remember, for this Bambino final, up to 10 rather than 8. 8 laps or minutes, it doesn't really matter in Bambino because it's a 1-minute lap, so it's much of a muchness. As now, Tom, I think Patterson's learned from those opening couple of exchanges with Austin Oman towards the end of heat number 3 and the early part of this race, not to go any more than a cart width wide over start finish, because if he leaves a cart width than a millimetre, Austin Oman's going to park the number 16 in that gap.
And Patterson actually feeling the need to go very defensive into hairpin 1, took a really, really tight line. Edward Rye taking the much more conventional line through, and that's brought him right up onto the back. Can't get the overspeed, certainly not that Patterson got when he overtook Oman, to head down the straight and overtake either car. But he's still right there.
He is, and then Patterson there opens up a bit of a gap as Oman looks like he had to have a little dab of brake, or at least ease off the throttle to save running into the back of the number 2 machine.
I'm keeping an eye further down the order on Buddy Hugo as well, who has moved up to P8 from last place on the grid. He's currently, he's about to cross the line. Jack Mellon has just taken 6th place from Joey Swan as well, but Buddy Hugo is going to cross the line. He's 11.8 seconds down on Colby Patterson, but only 4.5 now off the back of Joey Swan. So see whether Buddy Hugo can close that gap and make an impact and potentially take 6th on the road, which could be on offer.
Yeah, Harris Barber sets his personal best up into 9th place in front of Freddie Murray and the debuting Brady Atkin McDonald.
Buddy Hugo's certainly got the pace as well. He's a good second quicker than Jack Mellon on the previous lap, and there he is on screen.
Yep, trying to...
Can't miss that car, can you? And
no,
the helmet.
But he's got a long, long way to go, Tom, to try and close in on Joey Swan, who's now in 7th place. It is 4.5 seconds with 5 laps remaining. But
he was a second lap quicker, so it's going to be really close at the end. It's all about keeping the momentum going for Buddy Hugo, and hopefully can make his way up onto the back of Joey Swan as Austin Oman sets the fastest lap of the race, only just quicker than Colby Patterson. Of course, you would expect that though, but Edward Rye right with them as well. 1 minute .037, 1 minute .028, 1 minute .029 were the lap times for the front 3. So
absolutely nothing between them at all there as they came over the line, and we've still got 3.5 laps remaining, Tom, but I think that if it is these 3, Tom, it's a deserved podium for all of them. We still remain to see which one. The only one that hasn't really had any issues all day has been Colby Patterson. Obviously, we had the spin in Heat 1 for Rye, spin in Heat 2 for Oman. They've both actually come through back towards the front of the field. Patterson, the defending champion here at Teesside, that one will be moved on today. As he's missed a couple of rounds, but obviously running the number 2, having finished in that position in the Motorsport UK British Championship, as Ellis Child gets a good run out of the final corner and manages to get back in front of Fraser Anderson, who got alongside, and at one point they're actually in front of the number 88. So Ellis Child driving very, very well, holding off the 61 of Fraser Anderson.
3.7 seconds the gap from Barber back to Joey Swan in front, but it was only a few tenths faster that time round, so not Buddy Hugo's fastest lap so far, but we will continue to monitor the progress of Buddy Hugo, who started, let me remind you, in last place. Oh, look at that. that front panel fitting perfectly under the bumper of the 88.
Like a jigsaw, wasn't it? Right into underneath the number board.
And it's pushed it in.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that number board started like that. I'm fairly sure I could see an 88 earlier on, but as Fraser Anderson comes over the line, absolutely nose to tail with Ellis Child. I've seen a pound in an Asda trolley less than that. Right in the back of the 88 over the start-finish. 1.5 laps remaining then as our leaders are already coming round hairpin 2 and onto the back straight. Enthralling battle for the first place off the podium as Patterson, Oman and Edward Rye, the pole sitter at the start of the day, taking his maiden pole. He could be well on his way here, Tom, to his maiden final podium as well, right behind 2 seasoned British Championship level racers in Colby Patterson and Austin Oman. Last lap board is out then. The first final of the day is 1 minute from its checkered flag. And at the moment it's Patterson and Oman, but Oman gets a fantastic run all the way round the outside, sets the fastest lap of the race as well, and when he needed to do it the most, all the way round the outside of Colby Patterson and into the lead.
What is it about Austin Oman in that dogleg section? All of a sudden he just has a nitro button,
yeah,
doesn't he?
To be so far today, he's gone down the inside, round the outside, a little bit of contact between the two of them into that corner, a little bit of nose from Colby Patterson. Austin Oman, though, leads them down the back straight, closes the door early, as you'd expect from these Bambinos, towards the South Bank corner.
Austin
they go
Oman's
for the
going to
final
have to
time.
white line this for the last half of the lap, otherwise Patterson is going to absolutely come through here. Has he left the door open? No, he has done it. He's not left a cart width. That's perfect. Good driving from Oman, and there he does leave a width. And as I said, Patterson took the opening.
Absolutely, so Patterson's going to come through. Will Oman get the overspeed? He can't, the checkered flag. He tries to get to the inside. Patterson takes the victory. Austin Oman takes the championship. Edward Rye takes the final step on the podium. There's your top 3. Patterson, Oman and Rye. Ellis Child holds on for 4th in his race-long battle with Fraser Anderson. Great racing from the driver of the 88. Buddy Hugo up into 8th place. Couldn't close the gap on Mellon and Swans, who has to settle for 8th. And then they're going to come through. Let's have a quick look. They're side by side between Brady, Atkin McDonald and Harris Barber. Who's going to get it on the line? It's going to be Atkin McDonald, just in his first time here at Teesside. Finishes inside the top 10. Barber completes in 10th place with Murray, Watson, McClelland and Jake Gibbon in 14th place.
Yes, indeed. And as I predicted, if Austin Oman left a cart width, Colby Patterson was going to throw it up the inside, and that's exactly what happened. Oman did all the right things through South Bank and into hairpin 3. Should have just held it tighter through hairpin 4 and he'd have taken the win.
He would, but one thing he does take, Tom, is the Teesside Bambino Championship 2021. That'll be going to Austin Oman, so he'll be taking the 2nd place trophy home today, but he'll be taking the big one home at our presentation evening in early January.
Yeah, fantastic, and congratulations to Austin Oman. Set the fastest lap of the race on that in that race as well. Edward Rye bringing home a very thoroughly deserved 3rd place as well. He's had a really, really good day as Edward Rye, so well done to you as well, young man. If you are watching this back, please keep your comments coming in on the YouTube channel. We've got a whole conversation going on between Lennon French supporters as well, so again, keep that coming in, and anybody else who wants to get involved.
The conversation going, how are the nerves? And the nerves are because Lennon French can wrap up the Junior Pro Kart Championship here in the final. We are moments away. Next up then, heat number 2. Oh, sorry, heat for the final, sorry, for Junior Pro Kart. Before I attend to the grid, just what we saw there at the end at the weighbridge was Brady Atkin McDonald getting lifted up by his dad, having finished inside the top 10, which, given that it's his first time here at Teesside, he's only just turned 5. He's done fantastic there to finish in P9, and a good family experience for all of them. Lennon French then will start from pole position alongside his championship contender Maximus Shields. Caitlin Frame and Seb Pereira on row 2. Harvey Still and Jacob O'Connor on row 3. through forces, Christian Oblang alongside Joe Arnold, Ben Hogarth and Sophie Pawsey, with Matthew Allen and Ben Arnold completing the Junior Pro Kart grid here at Teesside Autodrome. This is, of course, round number 8. We'll be back on the 28th of November for the final round of this wonderful, wonderful championship, with still plenty of titles up for grabs. Not only Junior Rotax should potentially go down to the final round, but the subclasses as well in Rotax 177, as well as novice and 40s in our Pro Kart class. Final runners then rolling into position, as we see Caitlin Frame, the day's pole sitter, lining up in 3rd place. She had a fantastic start from 4th at the in heat number 3. Let's see what she can do from the inside of the 2nd row rather than the outside. Grid is ready to go then for the final Junior Pro Kart race of the day. 4 more to come after this one, but the green is up, the green is down. It's a good start from Max Shields. He's just dropped straight into 2nd place, as Pereira this time gets the flyer from 4th place, but can't get alongside Caitlin Frame enough, and will potentially get forced out by Harvey Still. They'll run side by side through the chicanes. Pereira backs out, Still up into 4th place behind Caitlin Frame. And it's where Still needs to be, because Frame and Still are the drivers battling out for the final trophy, not only today, but also in the championship. Currently Harvey Still sitting in 3rd place, Caitlin Frame in 4th, but she's taken a big chunk of points out of Harvey Still here today at round number 8.
I was looking at Lennon French there, heading into hairpin 1. Whoa, as Pereira moves back up the inside of Still. That's for 4th place on the road. Still's going to hold the inside line through the dogleg and potentially keep that position, and does. But yeah, I was looking at Lennon French coming into hairpin 1. He was all crossed up with armfuls of oversteer on the way in, and then as he got it up to the apex, he had armfuls of understeer. Very, very tricky first hairpin for Lennon French, but managed to hold on to the lead.
Yeah, cold tyres, of course, because drivers not allowed to weave on the outlap to try and get any temperature in. They've just got to try and scrub it in by going around the corners and locking the wheel to the inside. So no weaving F1 style down the straight, as Oblang gets half a nose down the inside with the extra push he got from the number 2 of Joe Arnold, trying to go down the inside of Sebastian Pereira, who on the previous lap had almost tried to go down the inside of the 48 of Harvey Still. Yeah,
Harvey Still coming alive in a final once again, as we've seen earlier this year.
Yeah, really works up to it. He had that sensational win earlier on the year where he came from about 8th place with 4 laps to go to just drive through the entire field as well.
Yes, as you say, David, exactly that. As Pereira comes now through forcibly on Still. Oblak has another look as well. He's going to try and get the over-under and get the run down the back straight. Couldn't quite manage it. Gave Still a little fire out of hairpin 2 and gives the odd signal from behind to say, don't worry about it, work together and we'll move through the pack. Oh, and that is Ben Arnold, unfortunately, who is round on the inside of hairpin 1, and we've seen that a few times where you dip a wheel off the inside curb and it drops about, what, maybe 3 or 4 inches, 5 inches, something like that.
Yeah,
and it can pull you around.
Drivers out the kart, Tom, so it looks like there's damage on the inside of that. Yellow flag's going to be out at hairpin number 1, so there's going to be no overtaking opportunity. Yeah, track rod gone then.
You can see it hanging out the bottom of the kart. Wow, that's brave marshalling there.
Yeah, Marshall then moves out of the way. We'll wait for the rest of the pack to come through, then the kart will get moved in a few moments' time. Yellow flag's out, so I say no overtaking opportunities round hairpin number 1. Good to see the rest of the field have adhered to that as well. And, going to have some additional assistance to get that kart off, because they do weigh 165 kilos and it's got a track rod dragging down on the floor into the tarmac as well.
Yeah, that's not going to be helpful, but good marshalling, and they will have it cleared by the next time they come round. And in fact, I believe the track is almost clear. They've just lifted that kart up now. As we look at Harvey Still in 5th place, has now been passed by Sebastian Pereira, as we said on the previous lap, or sorry, 2 laps ago now. Christian Oblag now looking very racy and keeping him company.
Yeah, we're green again then. The yellow flag is in and overtaking opportunities resumed for the full circuit here at Teesside Autodrome.
And speaking of a resumption, here we go again with Pereira and Frame.
Absolutely, the final step on the podium, which went the way of Sebastian Pereira at heat number round 7, which was his maiden visit towards the podium here at Teesside Autodrome.
Just remind me of the championship situation here. If Lennon French wins the final, does he win the championship?
French wins the final, he wins the championship. Shields wins the final. We go to a final round decider in November. It really is very simple in the terms of the permutations. French wins, he wins the title. Shields wins, we get another showdown in a month's time here at Teesside Autodrome at round number 9.
And there goes Pereira up the inside of frame, and doesn't quite manage it, and we've seen that time and time again from Sebastian Pereira. He had a little note, if I recall, last time on the steering wheel as well. It was given to him by Adam Nichols of Haas.
Would you like to relay what that message was?
I can't, unfortunately. It's not fit for the stream, but it certainly motivated him.
Was it along the lines of do the overtaking?
It was overtake with some other words thrown in as well. But it certainly seemed to fire up Pereira at the previous round, and I hope it's still on the steering wheel, because he certainly needs it now in terms of getting past Caitlin Frame,
who I must say, Tom, has driven superbly all day.
She has.
We've had a podium, we've had a Heat 1 victory, which is the first time she'd stood on the top step. Yeah, exactly. Second pole position, having taken one at the end of last year. First race victory, though, of course, in Heat number 1. And this could be a trip to the podium for the driver of number 18, but she's going to have to work hard to hold off the charging 21 of Sebastian Pereira. At the head of the field, though, Tom, less than a tenth now between French and Shields. And I'm sure that the two of them, they're fine. They just want to go racing. But for everybody watching here at Teesside Autodrome, either on the live stream or at the track, now it's squeaky bum time, because there's a championship to be fought out over the final 4.5 laps here in Junior Pro Kart.
Indeed, and how many times have we seen this season? Max Shields keeping his powder dry, not managing to make an overtake, maybe not wanting to make an overtake on Lennon French, maybe not able to make a move on Lennon French. We're not too sure what goes on inside the helmet of Maximus Shields, but so far hasn't made a move past. We have seen him keep the powder dry until the last lap or two, and then it all kicks off.
Yep, Seb Pereira now then in front of Caitlin Frame, not seen on screen, not seen out the commentary box either, because we've got the focus on this championship battle, but Sebastian Pereira has moved into 3rd place and has opened up a gap of 1 or 2 kart lengths back to the 18. And then there's a battle behind there of Harvey Still and Christian Oblang. I think, though, Tom, as has been the focus for most of this championship season, we may well be sticking with this championship battle of Lennon French and Maximus Shields from now all the way to the checkered flag. We'll keep an eye on other things out the ComBox window, but here is where the season could potentially culminate for the 120 of Lennon French.
3 laps to go as they come across the line this time. What has Shields still got in his pocket? Has he got anything for Lennon French? You would have to think so, because he hasn't. French hasn't managed to get away at any point in this race. Is Shields just, as we say, keeping that powder dry until the last lap or two?
Not sure, but at some point, Tom, a switch is going to have to go on in Lennon French's head, and that switch is going to be the one titled Defend, because I'm fairly sure he's going to start taking a slightly different line potentially, because he knows it's coming. It has to come, you see, from Maximus Shields if he wants to keep his championship hopes alive. He has to put a move on Lennon French, which means naturally Lennon French is going to have to defend. Is that defence going to be pick the pace up by 1 or 2 tenths? Is that defence going to be park the car on the inside, park it on the apex to stop Maximus Shields coming through? 2 laps remaining. 1.5 minutes for this Junior Pro Kart Championship to potentially be decided with a round to spare. Onto the back straight they go then for the penultimate time. They'll see the last lap board as they come. Shields is not close enough this time to get a run into the South Bank corner on Lennon French. Only a couple more overtaking opportunities to go. Last lap board will be out when they cross the line this time.
Yeah, that's the biggest gap we've seen so far down the back straight, but Shields has already closed it up and he's right back onto the tail of French. Last lap board is out? No?
Yes.
Yes. Last lap board is out. I couldn't see the arm of the marshal on the start line. Last lap board is out, and there they go. So just over 2/3 of a lap to go. They come into hairpin 1. This is the first set of overtaking opportunities for Maximus Shields. Elects to try and do the over and under round hairpin 2 and get that run down the straight. Isn't able to get the drive so far. French moving to the inside to defend. Heading round South Bank for the final time. Shields having a look up the inside into hairpin 3. Can't get it done. Thinks about a little bump and run. Decides against that and can't get it done into hairpin 4 either. Lennon French is going to come across the line and take the checkered flag. Take round number 8 at Teesside Sprint Series, and with it the championship goes to Lennon French. Maximus Shields in second place and will take second in the championship as well.
Seb Pereira then will step onto the podium once again in that number 21. Tom, it's been a sensational season in Junior Pro Kart between Lennon French and Maximus Shields. Lennon French, if you look back to the O-plate that Max Shields absolutely dominated, Lennon French has really stepped his game up this season and took the fight to Max Shields, and he will take the championship with him back to Dundee in Scotland. Ladies and gentlemen, your Junior Pro Kart champion for 2021, Lennon French, comes over start finish, makes his way back into the pit lane. There's plenty of applause down there, and he's done exactly what he needed to do today, Tom. Taken a points haul of 214 home. That was what he needed, and Lennon French is the 2021 Junior Pro Kart champion here at Teesside Autodrome.
I mean, there was a bit of a celebration over the line. Do you think he knows?
Oh, I'm sure he knows.
I mean, there was a big fist pump and things like that, but he's quite muted over the weighbridge. Lennon, if you can hear us, you've won the championship, kid. Congratulations.
What I can only imagine, Tom, with that is that it's been such an intense battle throughout the season that
it's almost relief, isn't it?
There's as much relief as there is happiness down there for Lennon French. I'm sure that the comments in the live chat will be going off at the moment. We always get a lot of support in for Lennon French on the live chat, watching from home. There's a couple in there already as well for the driver of the 120. He's been sensational all season, Tom. You know, in his overtakes, in his defence, makes it very difficult, as we've seen, to allow people to overtake him into hairpin 1, because he does park the kart beautifully. And be interesting now, Tom, because I know that the direction is to go into Senior Pro Kart next season. Be very interesting, because those that have won the championship before, Aaron Alexander in 2019, Jack Morris in 2020, are running at the sharp end of that Senior Pro Kart championship, and I don't think either of us think that Lennon French will be anywhere other than in the top 10 in Senior Pro Kart next season.
Yes, absolutely, and as you say, David, those restrictors will come off those engines, and we will see just how quick Lennon French is once he mixes it up with the big boys and girls.
Yep, the circuit then being cleared of the number 9 of Ben Arnold with that broken track rod. Next up then will be final number 3 of the day. It's time for our cadet class.
So as we said, lots of support coming in on the chat for Lennon French, and rightly so. And we've also had Bushwookie has been in touch and said, good morning, everybody. Well, it's 25 to 4 in the afternoon here, Bushwookie, so not sure where you're from, but please let us know. And yes, twin Honda GX200 engines that they run in both Junior Pro Kart and Senior Pro Kart, so that's what you're looking at on screen. The class is called Pro Kart, so if you want to have a look at that online, you are more than welcome to look it up, and you will get all the details there. Moving on very swiftly to our cadet final, most of these running a single Honda GX200 engine, and it is pole position for Thomas Potter, clean sweeping the day so far, with Amy Peacock clean sweeping second place so far throughout the day. Third place goes to Ben Robinson, then it's Harris Ali in the Clubman class, then it's Ethan Charles and Joseph Yao Isabella Stansmore-Wilson takes 7th place with Mason Dinsdale in 8th. Holly Swan in 9th, sorry. William Howard rounding out your top 10. Then it's Joshua Sullivan in 11th. Max Gilman in 12th. Josh Cormack is P13 with Sam Hayes P14, Jack Collinson P15 and Cody Lamb in 16th. Ollie Carter in P17th and Samuel Yeadon in 18th. 19th for Harry Brown, and rounding out your top 20 is Mason Webster. Then it's Drew Davidson, Charlie Iball, Layla Berryman. I keep wanting to call her Laura Berryman, and I'm really, really sorry for that. But it is Layla Berryman.
Laura's her mum, by the way.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, I've never met Laura, but no. Hello, Laura. Shout out to you. Morgan Cooney is 24th. 25th for Riley Sims Izard. And then it is your first of the Micromax runners, Sebastian Corking, then Caden Simpson and Riley Buckton Young.
Honda's then moving forward. I've got a little birthday shout out, Tom, and it's to Tom Hannon, who runs Mason Webster, the number 2. So happy birthday to Tom. He's 31 today, and to be fair, Tom, didn't know till this morning, but happy birthday to Tom Hannon in the paddock. And if everyone's down there and fancies singing to him, please do.
He'll love that.
Oh, he'll love it. Absolutely
He will love it. Yeah, please go and sing happy birthday to Tom Hannon. Shall we do it? No, let's not.
Absolutely not. We'll lose. We'll lose the 2 viewers we've currently got.
It's well, both of them will poke their ears out. No, happy birthday, Tom. Hope you're having a good day. Oh, he's there. He's up on the bank. He's up on the bank, giving us a thumbs up. Hope you like your wipes and your new mat box.
Honda's then rolling forward. I think we've got 3 more to roll into position, with Drew Davidson, Charlie Ibel rolling in. And then we've obviously got the micros, Tom, coming through from the back, and obviously 2 more laps for Seb Corking to make his way through the pack, as he did in the 3rd heat of the day. Looks like Layla Berryman, I believe, and Riley Sims Ezard roll in, with Morgan Cooney as well, number 8, rolling into the final position. Now it's time for the Micromaxers to make their way forward. They'll obviously get their own rolling start after this race. Sorry, at the end of the Honda start, obviously they'll take off for a standing start, and then the Micros will roll forward slowly for their start.
Has Thomas Potter secured 2nd in the championship?
I believe he will have, if he can get a half decent result in this one.
Yes, I thought that might be the case.
Yeah, I think he will. Yes.
Okay, so that's out the way, and green flag is up, green flag is down, and we are away for the cadet final.
It's a good start from Sam Hayes round the outside in the number 11. I think he's going to go all the way round the outside and make up a couple of places before they get to the national loop. Micro get away as they come through the chicane then for the first time. It's Potter, Peacock, Robinson, Ali, as Joseph Yao goes down the inside of Ethan Charles, Stansmore Wilson, then we've got Holly Allen, and then there's a little bit of contact between the 27 of William Howard and the 24 of Mason Dinsdale. That's Buck Dinsdale, and will allow the 13 of Joshua Sullivan to get alongside, but Dinsdale closes the door around the South Bank corner and will hold on as Joseph Yao goes down the inside with Harris Ali on. Is that Ben Robinson, who's lost a couple of places, having sat in 3rd place, going into the opening couple of corners here at Teesside Autodrome.
Joseph Yao had a run and a half coming into South Bank corner.
Contact between Yao and Harris Ali, and Harris Ali is fired across the grass by the 888 of Joseph Yao.
Has he got damage, Harris Ali? It looks like potentially left front damage. Maybe not. It looked like he got a bent track rod there, but it might be okay. Certainly back underway. I'm sure you'll get a good feel for that and see what happens. But yeah, I was just saying, Joseph Yao had a heck of a run coming through South Bank, carried that speed to get alongside coming through the dog leg, and then there was contact between him and Harris Ali, neither of them wanting to give an inch.
No, not at all. And Harris Ali was in front as they came over there. As now Joseph Yao is going to come under pressure from Isabella Stansmore Wilson. That's Holly Allen getting alongside Ethan Charles as William Howard runs wide onto the curb in the 27.
Yeah, we're looking at Ben Robinson here in P3 now, being hounded by Joseph Yao well and truly, and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson is right there as well, and she's going to take advantage of this if she can. We've got a yellow flag because somebody's off again on the inside of the national loop. Not sure who that is, but we'll try and get a camera on it. It's on the inside of the national loop.
Cody
it is
Lamb,
the
93.
Yeah, 93 of Cody Lamb, so unfortunately we didn't pick that up, but I saw the yellow flag come out and then just saw him going backwards across the grass. So we're looking at the battle here for third place because Thomas Potter is 3/10 in front of Amy Peacock, and both of them are 3 seconds in front of Ben Robinson now for third place. Sebastian Corking already inside the top 10.
Yeah,
was 14th over the line on the previous lap and is now up to 9th, so 5 places in a lap.
Seb Corking, a 47.4, sees him through, and then he's going to try and make the move. It'll be down the inside of Sam Hayes into hairpin number 1.
We've got a retirement from Morgan Cooney as well, who's showing us being in the pits.
Yeah, correct, and only managing to do 2 laps is the driver of the number 8. You see now Sebastian Corking. This is a move in the background. Joshua Sullivan goes down the inside of Sam Hayes into South Bank, and behind them as well. Looks like there was a move down the inside with Holly Allen getting alongside the driver behind her. Let's see if I can pick. There could have been Max Gilman getting side by side, and now there's 2 or 3 side by side in the background. Swan back behind Hayes. There's Caden Simpson's number 77. Micro Max is starting to get onto the back of this pack as well. That's Hayes at the front, the 11, with Swan, Sullivan, Simpson and Gilman behind in the 50.
Yes, indeed, as we just had a little flash through there of Sebastian Corking in that Micro Max, already up to 6th place. I think he's actually maybe even 5th now.
Yeah, I think it may well be, Tom.
It might be more than that. It might be 3rd when he comes across the line.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Tom. He's just gone down the inside of Ben Robinson in the final corner. He has got a bit more of a gap now this time to close up to Thomas Potter and Amy Peacock, but he's got plenty of time to do it, that's for sure.
Yep, 5 laps to go as they came across the line. Now the gap is going out from Thomas Potter to Amy Peacock, and then it's another 4 seconds now back to Ben Robinson. So Peacock and Potter have lit the fires and just disappeared at the front of this race.
Absolutely correct, Tom. And Peacock is actually managing, although she's just over half a second behind Thomas Potter, she is keeping pace with the driver of the number 38, who I'm going to call it early, Tom. He's the early favourite for next year's championship. We've seen how good he's been this year, taking race and final victories here at Teesside Autodrome. We know he's got the pace. You know, he's shown fantastic, glimpses of what he's capable of this season. The win by 13 seconds over the weekend of the double-header. He's only 10 years old. There is plenty of time for Thomas Potter to win championships. We said that at the last round when it was wrapped up with by Jared Fox-Whiteley. So we know, Tom, that there is an opportunity for Thomas Potter to win championships here at Teesside Autodrome.
And here comes Corking potentially around the outside of Amy Peacock. He knows he's got plenty of time, and there you go, that's it, slick as a button. In he goes. Nice clean overtake. No, I mean, you can see how, bear in mind how many overtakes Sebastian Corking has done today. Look how unmarked his side pods are. Well, that's all you need to say about it.
We had that one where he came through the pack earlier on in the season. We've had heat number 3. We've had this one now. Can you remember him hitting anything?
Well, that's
exactly
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Look how clean his sticker kits are,
yeah.
And he must have made bordering on 100 overtakes today.
Absolutely, Tom. And,
if not more.
Exactly, and when he's making his way through the pack, that's the thing, isn't it? It's not a case of, sometimes people may well turn in on him and stuff like that, but he's clean. He's round the outside, gives everybody plenty of space. He knows the capabilities of his car, and he's going to come through over the line. There's going to be 2 laps remaining when he does so. He knows what he's got to do in this class. Chances are he's actually going to start catching a little bit of lap traffic, given that we've got an extra 2 laps here at Teesside Autodrome for the finals. 10 laps rather than an 8-lap heap. So now, Tom, this is where the checkered flag would normally come out.
Yes.
For our Honda Cadets. Obviously 2 more laps in this. We've got 2 more laps in Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax and Senior Pro Kart to come as well. Caden Simpson, Tom, as well, superbly up into 6th place. There he is, actually battling it out with Ben Robinson and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. The final step on the podium between Stansmore-Wilson and Robinson as Caden Simpson goes round the outside. Fantastic from him to hold off and just, you know, drive round the outside. We've given the plaudits to Seb Corking, who's going to come over now and take the last lap board.
Absolutely.
But also exactly the same plaudits for Caden Simpson, who's come through the pack as well. Riley Buckton-Young in the other Micro Max has been clean all throughout the day. These drivers coming through to take these positions, you know, cleanly. That's what really matters, the cleanness of these overtakes.
It's all well and good being quicker than the kart in front, but you've got to get past them.
Absolutely.
That's the thing. It's not as simple as just jumping in the kart, and you know the kart in front of you is not invisible. You have to go around them.
Yeah, last lap board out then for the our leaders. There is a blue flag out down at the bottom end as they come through. The Micros starting to make their way now through the lap traffic. Checkered flag is out though. Sebastian Corking, sensational victory for him. Thomas Potter will take the checkered flag, although he's come under pressure at the end of this race from Amy Peacock. They come over nose to tail. Caden Simpson will get 4th overall. Ben Robinson on the podium in Hondas for the first time, holds off Stansmore-Wilson. Then we've got Yao, Charles, William Howard, Sam Hayes steps onto the podium in the club class with Joshua Sullivan in 4th in that one. He's going to come over the line in 9th overall. Max Gilman completes the top 10 in our Honda class. Superb racing once again from our Honda Cadets. So your podiums then will be Corking, Simpson and Buckton-Young in the Micro Max. Potter, Peacock and Robinson for the first time steps on the podium in the Honda Cadets main class. And then the club class is going to be Joseph Yao on the top step, William Howard and Sam Hayes taking 3rd place in the club championship. Honda Cadet, an absolute feast once again from them. And superb racing all the way down the pack for our Honda Cadet class. Next up though, first rolling start final of the day. It's Junior Rotax and Minimax. Isaac O'Shea then will take the number 84 straight to pole position. 3 heat victories for him alongside Bella Franklin, Gracie Mitchell and Ben Ficini. Row 2, Lewis Smith will start in 5th place for our juniors. Then it'll be our pole sitter for Minimax, the number 60 of David Mack. We'll start alongside the 15 of Addison Smith, Catherine Potter and Lizzie Mentier on the 2nd row. Jaden Hewitt and Oliver Watson, row 3. Lucas Fletcher will start in 12th place. Halfway through our finals then, and Junior Rotax already making their way out onto the circuit with O'Shea leading the way. 2 rolling starts for this one then, with Minis getting their own race, of course. And Isaac O'Shea so far today closing the points gap on our championship leader with drop scores, which is that of Gracie Mitchell. And she'll start the final from... So we're going to roll round. They do go really, really quickly on the early part of the rolling up lap and then slow the pace right down. Always that risk of oiling the plug up with the Rotaxes, but Mitchell will start from the favoured P3 as she tries to maximise her points haul. Isaac O'Shea still waiting for his first final victory here at Teesside, but he's put himself in a superb position to do so. Rolling start for the final. We're away and racing as they go over the line. And it's a good start actually from Mitchell, who's going to come down the inside, and Bella Franklin's going to lose a couple of places. In fact, looks like Ben Ficini's trying to get alongside. He's had to settle, and Minimax is away and racing. Catherine Potter comes to the inside in the minis behind David Mack. Addison Smith's going to go round the outside and get hung out to dry. Oliver Watson's come through to P3. Lizzie Mentier in 4th place. She's going to try and get down there to... Oh, and David Mack and Oliver Watson come into contact at hairpin number 1, and Lizzie Mentier from 4th place leads the final here at Teesside Autodrome, with Addison Smith in 2nd place riding shotgun, Catherine Potter in P3.
I'm really not sure there was much David Mack could have done about that. I think it was a
surprise to him.
It certainly was, yeah. I think unfortunately Oliver Watson sort of got caught out a little bit on the brakes and ended up going into the back of David Mack. That's just how I saw it at the time. You know, you're welcome to watch it back and see what really transpired, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened. And yeah, really unfortunate for David Mack, who's been having a really, really good day in the Mini-Max class. Junior Max is headed by Isaac O'Shea from Gracie Mitchell. Ben Ficini in 3rd place, and Bella Franklin right behind.
Down the back then, Minimax sees Addison Smith defending already.
Although I said right behind. Bella Franklin's actually dropped off slightly of Ben Ficini, who's now making moves on Gracie Mitchell.
Yeah, Ficini's obviously got that number 4 kart hooked up, because he's been able to make some good starts actually, Tom, but then has struggled actually to stick on the back of at least the leader and Mitchell as well. Now he's actually taking the fight to the 11 of Gracie Mitchell down the back straight. Addison Smith continues to hold off Catherine Potter, is that Lizzie Mentier leading the way then in the 50. And I imagine when she gridded up at 4th place on the outside of row number 2 for this Minimax class, I think the last thing she expected was to be leading by the time they got to hairpin number 2. But it is what it is. And what happened was contact between Mack and Watson. The rest of the pack taking evasive action. Lizzie Mentier goes straight down the inside of them all into the lead.
Yes, indeed. And Addison Smith had a little look up the inside there, but was way too far back to get that done. And that's given Catherine Potter a run as they come out of hairpin 4 and over the line with 9 laps to go. Isaac O'Shea still leading at the front of Junior Rotax from Gracie Mitchell. Ben Ficini another 4/10ths back. And then it is Bella Franklin almost over 9/10ths of a second now behind Ficini. So not quite sure what's happened to Franklin's pace at the start of this race, but she'll be hoping to come on song towards the end.
Yep, so we see it a lot, don't we, Tom? These karts coming alive at like half race distance when they get the tyre pressures to their optimum, you know, working condition. That's what they've
the water temperature as well.
Oh, exactly. Well. You know, they sort of set these karts up for a certain point in the race. If they want to go early and try and open up a gap, or they know that they're going to come strong in the latter part of the race. Here at Teesside Autodrome, as the sun, you can see, starts to break through the autumn sunshine glistening off the grass here at Teesside Autodrome. Probably the first time I've actually seen the sun today, Tom.
I thought it was going to rain about 10 minutes ago, to be perfectly honest with you. The clouds look very dark, but no, standard Teesside fare. It's come round in the last couple of minutes and thrown everybody a curveball, because now the sun's out. So we're looking at the front of the junior Rotax class. That's Isaac O'Shea from Mitchell, from Ficini, and then Franklin just in the back of the shot there. In 4th place, we have Lizzie Mentier still at the front of Mini-Max, as just coming in front of the commentary box, David Mack giving Shaden Hewitt a little knock on the back of the bumper to say, hello, I'm here, and there he goes at the inside into hairpin 1 just off camera. So David Mack now up into 4th place on the road. This is Mentier from Smith from Potter. Still nose to tail this front 3 as they will come across the line. This time there will be 5 laps to go. Bit of a hand in the air there from Addison Smith. Maybe got a little tap at the rear from Catherine Potter. She's just letting him know that she's there. And if he wasn't aware of it before, he certainly is now.
Oh, I think he knows. He's currently wedged in the Mentier Potter sandwich. Through the chicanes they go then. We are beyond half race distance now in this 12-lap final.
Franklin is closed right, Mitchell is closed right up onto the back of O'Shea here. 0.1 seconds now. We've got a warning going out, and it is going to be for the 20 of Catherine Potter. Bit of arm waving there for Addison Smith. Has incurred the penalty for Catherine Potter. I think the bump at the rear probably actually incurred the penalty, but oh no, for the warning. Sorry, not a penalty.
Yeah, absolutely.
Warning.
Yeah, I don't think the arm waving's had much to do with that. But
It doesn't normally, does it? Not a lot happens when you wave your arms about.
No, Isaac O'Shea.
That's what I call the Team America approach.
Team America distress signal.
That's it.
Isaac O'Shea, Tom, in this one hasn't been able to break away from Gracie Mitchell in the same way that he has in the previous heats. In the 3 heats, he's been able to open up a gap of around about a second. This time, though, Gracie Mitchell is managing to stay on the back of Isaac O'Shea.
And is now very much in the slipstream as well.
And they are going to encounter lap traffic at some point, Tom. Oh, as O'Shea goes slightly wide, I think he saw the inside of Mitchell coming down the inside of him and gave half a kart width. They will encounter lap traffic certainly before the end of this race, potentially on the next lap as well.
And don't count out Ben Ficini either, who's still there in 3rd place, only a second off the leader at the moment. And if these two start fighting, that's going to bring Ficini right into it. Franklin looks out of it at the moment, 2.3 seconds down. But again, if they start fighting, she will be right there in the mix as well.
Absolutely, Tom. And this one, I think now is, unless Mitchell can do something amazing, and I think it's probably because of the...
there we go, lap traffic.
Yeah, because of the heat results already, it's going to go down to a final round decider in junior Rotax. But it will be Gracie Mitchell with one hand on the trophy, that's for sure, but you've still got to get the results at the final round. And you don't want anything silly, you want to, get over the line and get it done as early as possible. Mini, though, Tom, is still wide open between Mentia and Potter, as Isaac O'Shea and Gracie Mitchell set almost identical lap times. O'Shea with the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, taking that gap out to 1.4 seconds now to Ben Ficini, so about 3.5 tenths quicker on that last lap.
Yeah, as they come through then, it looked like there was going to be half a move down the inside there for Addison Smith as Potter tries to get alongside on the exit. 1.5 laps remaining. It'll be 2 for Mini as they come over the line. David Mack is starting to close back in after that incident earlier on, but is still now probably around about 5 seconds behind, is he, Tom?
Fastest Mini Max on the track though, David Mack at the moment, a tenth and a bit quicker than, a tenth and a half quicker than Lizzie Mentia.
Down the back straight they go. Once again in Mini, Addison Smith goes defensive. Nose of the podium at stake here for the 15. Isaac O'Shea has already started his last lap. Junior is obviously half a lap further down the road at the start from the Minis. He's had to go defensive down the inside there from Gracie Mitchell. They are going to encounter some lap traffic, are they, before the end? The 10 of Jaden Hewitt down there, although I don't think they're actually going to catch him by the time they come through. Isaac O'Shea then out of the final corner, sees the checkered flag, and it's the first final victory for the 84 of Isaac O'Shea. Gracie Mitchell gets second, Ben Ficini the final step on the podium, Bella Franklin in 4th place from Lewis Smith. He'll be through in a few moments' time. He's making his way round the South Bank corner. We do have a kart going very, very slowly round South Bank, Tom. I think it could be that of Lewis Smith. The Minis behind. You're going to encounter him as they come out the corner. He moves off the line. Lizzie Mentia, it looked like it was going to be damage limitation at the start of the day, especially in Heat 2 with that puncture. But she'll take the victory and drops only a single point to championship rival Catherine Potter. Second place goes to Addison Smith, and he steps on a Teesside podium for the first time, the driver of the 15. So it's going to be Mentia, Smith and Potter, the top 3 in our Mini Max class.
So congratulations to both Isaac O'Shea and Lizzie Mentia, Gracie Mitchell, Ben Ficini, Addison Smith and Catherine Potter on their wins and podiums respectively. A fantastic result for Isaac O'Shea, setting the fastest lap of the race as well with a 42.057, keeping the championship going, we think, until the next round. In fact, we're almost positive that it will go to the next round. And then we have Ben Ficini as well, with a well-earned podium as well. 3rd place for Ben Ficini. Lightning fast start in that final, and then managed to hold on to the coattails of Gracie Mitchell and Isaac O'Shea and bring it home in 3rd place. Unfortunate for David Mack as well with the incident at the first hairpin. I think he was kind of a bit of a passenger there. It certainly wasn't his own fault. And yeah, unfortunate for David Mack because he had a really, really strong day as well. But on to the next round. So moving on very swiftly for your next final, it will be Senior Rotax. And they're already heading out onto the circuit, so I will run you through the grid very, very quickly. In pole position, sweeping the day so far, it's been Dan Kell. Sweeping 2nd place has been Ashley Savage, and sweeping 3rd place has been Kieran Savage. So that's where they start, 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Paul Swan in 4th place, then it's Lee Bell and Tom Reeve. Lee Bell, the leader of the 177 class. Then it's Chris Crowther, Emma Brown and Chris Stoves. And here we go across the line for the start of the Senior Rotax final. It is a nice clean start from Dan Kell, moving into the lead. Ashley Savage moving up the inside and defending and staying in P2 despite the outside line. All nice and clean from the Senior Rotax drivers as they head through hairpin 2 for the first time, line astern. Welcome back, David. You out of breath?
No, I've not been anywhere, Tom. Just been quiet for 5 minutes.
Okay, sure. And yes, Paul Swan having a look up the inside into hairpin 3, but not managing to get the move done at all. And Dan Kell moving clear, as we've seen all day. Absolute lightning opening lap. 41.5 off a rolling start is fantastic. 0.8 of a second already in front of Ashley Savage, barring any problems, and let's not commentators curse Dan Kell, but barring any problems, this one's already in the bag.
Yeah, opening lap, Tom, it was only 0.6 of a second off the outright lap record, but it obviously didn't have to take the D-chicane.
Oh yeah, there is that. Yeah, there is that.
Tom Reeve down the inside of Paul Swan for P4. It's been a good recovery day actually for Tom Reeve.
Tom Butterworth down the inside of having a nightmare.
Again. Kell, Savage, Swan, Reeve, and Kell, Savage, Reeve and Swan. The top 5 with Bell, Crowther and Stoves currently stepping on the podium in Rotax 177 with Emma Brown 0.3 off the back of the 81 of Chris Stoves, although I imagine that one will close up before the end of the race. Crowther and Stoves. There they are, and that's Emma Brown. That's not 0.3 anymore. Right on the back of the number 81 machine of Christopher Stoves. Round hairpin number 3, and Brown closing up again, and will try and get the run round the outside. Well, she is Daniel Kell, so that's a 41.45, taking the chicane this time. Like I said, Tom, that's only half a second off the...
It's only a 10th quicker than he went.
Yeah,
on that
it's half a second off the outright lap record, which we know was set in, you know, almost perfect conditions on a day where it was nice and warm, the sun was out, but it was windy, and we know that when we say it's windy, what we mean there is that there's plenty of air to get into these radiators to make them, make them work as good as they possibly can.
Yeah, and plenty of air moving over the top of the kart as well. So if you've got a tailwind down the straight, for example, or certainly down the back straight, that can really, really push you along into hairpin 1 and through the wiggles, and then into South Bank. Yeah,
Brown there tries to gets the good run out hairpin 4, tries to get alongside the 81 of Christopher Stoves, but cannot get alongside the 81 of Christopher Stoves. We'll have to settle back into 9th place overall, but she knows the pace is there, but getting through may well be the problem. Tries to get the run down the back straight. She's in the slipstream this time. Will she duck out before South Bank? Don't think she can. Obviously, when we watch the Bambinos and they're on that back straight for 15 seconds or so, it seems very different when the Rotax are on it for 5. She just finally go down the inside, though, into hairpin 3. Now moves into a provisional 3rd place in the class. Now, though, the gap has really opened up, and she's got work to do to close in on the back of Chris Crowther, who sets a personal best of a 42.780.
You can see how much grip that the 81 of Chris Stokes has got at the rear end, because when the rear tyre is almost coming off the rim, the amount of grip that it's just the full whole sidewall of the tyre is just bending and flexing inside as the tyres dig into the tarmac.
They don't run the highest of pressures at the best of times, do they?
No, it's about 12, isn't it? I think 14, about 14 probably in these temperatures, maybe 15, something like that. But it'd be 12 or even lower on a hot day.
Ashley Savage sets a personal best of 41.6. He's still 2.35 seconds behind Daniel Kell at half race distance. 6 in the bag and 6 laps, and 6 laps away from a championship for the O plate of Daniel Kell. And you say he's come so close, Tom, in the last 2 years with 2 second places in the championships behind Andy Ambrose and behind Andrew Collinson last year. And Daniel Kell has had a faultless season, Tom. He's had that issue he had earlier in the season at round number 4, where he'd won all 3 heats and was leading the final when the chain decided that it had done its day's work about 5 laps before the end of the race, and decided to pop off the rear sprocket. Yeah, so didn't fulfil its duty. If not, Tom, this championship would have been wrapped up at round 7, but he's been made to wait for round number 8. He's still got 4 more laps, but he's doing what he needs to do so far to take this championship back home with him.
Another fastest lap as well for Dan Kell with a 41.4, so a full 10th and a half quicker than Ashley Savage on that last lap. And like you said earlier on, David, he does make it look easy, but it is very, very, very far from that in a senior Rotax car. It is extremely physical. The forces that this machinery puts on your body, you know, they're pulling a couple of G at least through, certainly through South Bank and then into hairpin 3. You can see the way that the chassis flexes and bends. The bumps are piling into your ribs. You're trying to hang on to the steering wheel, and and then the force is on your neck as well.
I mean, certainly with these carts round South Bank, you know, it's a wrestling match every single lap just to hold that car anywhere near the flat curb on the inside of round that South Bank corner. You can see it's not like they're just turning in and holding it and having a nice serene trip round that long banked right-hander. As we'll watch Kieran Savage come down here, watch the amount of work he's doing on that steering wheel just to hold it in. Look at that outside his left arm. He's just holding it, because then there's obviously the fact that the back end naturally wants to go in a straight line and straighten up and have a little bit of snap oversteer halfway around the corner. There is plenty of work to be done just to hold these carts in a straight line round that long banked corner.
Huge amounts of grip, but still he's steering left. The cart's pointing right, steering to the right, but he's pointing the steering wheel left just to try and hold it on the line. And even with the huge amounts of grip that these carts are generating, it's like you say, a wrestling match. And you can see the inside rear wheel lifting there because of the amount of front grip from the front tyres as well. So as they go on the brakes and the weight transfers, you'll see the inside wheel. You'll see it again here. There you go. From the 36 of Kieran Savage. Yeah, huge amounts of grip on the front, on the rear of the carts. As we head into the final lap of the race, it is going to be Dan Kell, barring any problems. He's got a 3-second lead, fastest lap of the race already in the bag. Heading through hairpin 1, heading into hairpin 2, final half of the last lap, and it is looking like it's going to go championship style to Dan Kell, and what a way to win it.
Yeah, exactly, Tommy. Won the O plate in March. Last in 2019, it was a second place. In 2020, it was a second place. He's had to wait for it, he's had to work for it, but Daniel Kell takes the checkered flag, and with it, the 2021 Senior Rotax Championship here at Teesside Autodrome. Huge fist pumps for him because it's been long overdue for Daniel Kell. And it is like, as we said earlier, there's a huge amount of relief in that as well. But take absolutely nothing away. Lee Bell wins Rotax 177 from Chris Crowther and Emma Brown. And Daniel Kell will stand on the podium between Ashley Savage and Kieran Savage in second and third, either side of him. Those two have had a good day. That's where they qualified at the start of the day, and they've done incredibly well to get themselves, both of them as well, on the podium. Kieran for the first time.
Yes, indeed, fantastic result for Kieran Savage as well. So, double Savage on the podium.
Absolutely, and Daniel Kell will get to upgrade the 0 to a number 1 for next season here at Teesside Autodrome. Onto the weighbridge he goes and will be sent through towards the scrutineering. One race of round number 8 remaining. It is that of Senior Pro Kart.
So really looking forward to our final race of the day. It is getting a bit darker here as well. It's certainly no sign of rain that we had earlier in the day, but it's certainly getting dark. Is it just the light, or is it getting more cloudy? That's the big question.
Well, we only need to hold off for around about another 10 minutes.
I was going to say I'll look for the marshals putting their brollies up, but they're hardened people around here. They don't use
certainly
umbrellas.
are. Not sure we're going to be able to get grids up on screen, but I can run you through the grid for this Senior Pro Kart final. Connor Lucas starts on pole position alongside the 38 of Aaron Alexander, with Kieran Lambert and Jack Morris on the second row. Tom Braid and Scott Tate on row 3, Mark Tate and Mason Barker on row 4. The top 10 will be completed by Connor White and Joe Grinsell. Then we've got Steve Nichols and Tom Lowther on row 6, Simon Dougherty and David Brewis on row 7. Row 8 sees Brandon Truman Reddish and Paul Scaife. With row 9, Gary Witherington alongside Ben Still. The top 20 will be completed by Craig Harris and the 112 of Dan Fulsham. And we have Josh Eden in 21st, Darren Lowe in 22nd. Jonathan Allen will be 23rd alongside Joe Burrell, with Chrissy Rouse and Neil Catlow in 25th and 26th respectively. Still waiting for them, Tom, so I wonder if we've just getting a few more of them. Rotax has weighed, or they're getting themselves into position down there on the dummy grid. We may well be waiting for 1 or 2 runners. It's not like they're changing tyres or anything, because it's slicks only for Senior Pro Karts anyway.
Shall we have a championship update situation?
It's another one of them, isn't it, Tom? Is it
one of those, David?
It's one of those. If Connor Lucas wins, Connor Lucas wins. And if Aaron Alexander wins, we go to a final round decider here on the 28th of November for round number 9. So it's the NRG Cycles Owner Sprint Series.
A similar situation to what we had in Junior Pro Kart then? Absolutely.
So Aaron Alexander needs to win this final. And that is in cases that certainly if Connor Lucas finishes it, that's not wanting to wish anybody harm, but it's not if Connor Lucas doesn't finish, then it doesn't particularly matter where Aaron Alexander finishes, because Aaron will take enough points to turn it into a final round decider anyway.
Only if he finishes as well.
Absolutely.
Okay, so they will line up first and second on the grid, and this is where it's at. It's whether the big question mark for me is whether Aaron Alexander is going to have the pace to overtake Lucas. I mean, he had a lightning start last time and then almost got passed straight away by Lucas, but it's whether he's going to have the pace over the course of the entire race distance to get the job done and take this championship on to the next round.
Just having a quick look at the comments. Matt Cook's just asked what does CM mean after some of the drivers' names. That means clubman. So on the larger classes that we've got, we do split out between the more seasoned drivers and those that may be starting off or just improving their karting journey. Here we go then for the final time. There on screen are your two championship protagonists. Connor Lucas with the yellow helmet and the blue suit, black suit, and then a white, orange and black helmet for Aaron Alexander. David Brewis and Simon Doughty roll their machines into position. They are in 12th and 13th respectively.
Just waiting for the last few runners to take their position. Just as well, for a few people tuning into the final, the X next to the number on the back of the kart, so that signifies a novice driver, and they are in their own class of novice runners, as we mentioned before. And we've also got the over 40s, and there is a clubman class in senior pro kart as well. So 4 classes in this race, 4 trophies to take home, as well as the overall trophy. We look forward to that. So your top clubman runner is going to be Kieran Lambert as well. He's going off the P3 on the grid. One of those with the pooled engines, as we said. 5 drivers, the top 5 in the overall championship, are running a pool engine. If you're not aware of what that means, then please go back and have a listen earlier on to how we explained that. Basically, it's a random engine draw. They're provided by the championship. You get chosen. You pick a number out of a hat. That's your engine. You pick a second number out of a hat. That's your other engine, and there you go. Off you go racing. Correct. Everybody else is using their own engines. Starter has the green flag in hand. Green flag is up and down, and away they go. Good start this time for Connor Lucas. Takes the lead. Aaron Alexander slots in behind, and Jack Morris and Kieran Lambert come together over the D chicane. That's going to put Lambert down in 5th, potentially even 6th place. It is 6th place for Lambert as they come into hairpin 1.
Yep, so Lambert, all he really needs to do, Tom, is finish this one. We've got 22 of Ben Still facing the wrong way at hairpin number 1. Oh,
that's a shame for Ben Still as well, because he was in the novice class earlier on, has been moved into the clubman class, but he's been flying all day. So that's a real shame in the final for Ben Still, when the points really do pay.
Absolutely. Connor Lucas then leading the way from Aaron Alexander. We'll check them out fully as they go over the line, as there's Connor White going down the inside of Joe Grinsell. They're going to run wide and potentially let Steve Nichols down the inside. Lucas, Alexander, Morris, the top 3. Tate, Lambert, Braid, Mark Tate, Barker, White and Grinsell, the top 10, with Steve Nichols leading the 40s class. Craig Harris leading in the Novice Cup.
Yes, indeed, and it looks like, as we go side by side through hairpin 2, that was Thomas Braid on Kieran Lambert, and Lambert looking to return the favour as they go down the back straight. We're looking at Grinsell and Connor White as they change places. So that's for 9th overall. And Grinsell moves through into 9th place and then immediately runs wide at hairpin 3 and allows White back through. As they go side by side into hairpin 4, 3 wide even, with the 64 there of Darren Lowe, who was in 21st position on the previous lap, and then crosses the line in 21st position as well. Connor Lucas sets fastest lap of the race, 46.599, a full 3/10 faster than Aaron Alexander on that lap, and that gap has gone out again from Aaron Alexander to Jack Morris.
Contact there on the screen between Grinsell and Dougherty. Dougherty looked like he just drove into the back of Grinsell, though Steve Nichols has a bit of a head shake, but I don't think he had anything to do with that in there. But yeah, it looked like Dougherty goes up into the air over the top of Grinsell, although both of them still facing in the right direction, so no real harm done between the two of them.
There was, I'm noticing Aaron Alexander still got his hood on. He's wearing a hoodie under his race suit, and there was conversations earlier on the YouTube chat about whether that's causing him an extra drag, and I can't see it helping him in any way. It's basically a parachute behind his helmet.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know how much of an effect it's going to have, but I can certainly say it's got to have some, hasn't it? Let's have a...
Just put a jumper on next time, Aaron.
Yes, Lambert gets his head down behind the steering wheel. P4 for him, which will be enough to wrap up the Clubman Championship for those drivers with the red backgrounds down the left-hand side here. at Teesside Autodrome as he locks that car into hairpin 3.
Thomas Brake getting all sorts of shapes for the number 12 car. We've got a warning going out for the 22, is that?
Ben Still.
Made his way up to 22nd. Jack Morris there, well pointed out, David, with the fastest lap of the race so far. Closing that gap now back into Aaron Alexander, who was going out. It's now just literally just over 1 second, the gap. 0.8 of a second for Alexander to Lucas, and then we've got Kieran Lambert leading your clubman class and in 4th place.
Ben Still has a friend on the board. It's that of the 69 of Chrissy Rouse, picks up a warning as well as a yellow flag round, and I think that is Ben Still spinning at the chicane section. He's down towards the tail of the field now. He had worked his way back up, but he's facing the wrong way, Tom, and is
picking up a warning for good measure.
So what started off as a really, really promising day for the 22 of Ben Still is going to end in disappointment down towards the tail end of the field. Josh Eden is classified as 3 laps down. He's peeled off into the pit lane, so his race day will come to a premature end. Looks like we're missing another driver as well, Tom, somewhere, because I thought there was a bit of a gap on the grid, but we have only got 26 runners in this 25 runners, sorry, in this final. We normally have 26.
Yeah, Josh Eden showing us 2 laps down. Not showing us in the pits though.
No, I'll keep an eye out for him.
Number 4. We look at Steve Nichols here with Simon Doughty up the inside of hairpin 3. Jack Morris again with another fastest lap of the race, another 2/10 back onto the back of Aaron Alexander. That gap is now 0.7 of a second, but still going out slightly from Lucas to Alexander. So Jack Morris setting the 46.372, Connor Lucas 46.376, only 4 thousandths difference between them. Aaron Alexander 46.573, so not on the pace at the moment, Aaron Alexander, and being backed into Jack Morris.
Yeah, the 4 of Josh Eden is out there on track, so I don't know whether it's transponder issues that's seen him all the way down there, classified as 2 laps down, or whether he came out of the pits late. But
we did a 1:37, which would be 2.
Yeah, I think that he may well have been in and come back out then. Yeah, I think you could be right, Tom, although there was a bit of a gap actually at the on the grid, so I don't know what was the cause of that.
Scott Tate now quickest lap of the race at 46.304, and there we have Jack Morris, who was over a second behind Aaron Alexander, is now right on his tail. It was half a second over the line. It is definitely not that now.
Nope, down the back straight they go with 4.5 laps remaining then in this Senior Pro Kart final, the final of the day here at Teesside Autodrome, round number 8 of the NRG Cycles Owners Sprint Series Senior Pro Kart class, sponsored by Lucas Racing and MS Karts. 4 laps then for Connor Lucas with 1.5 seconds a gap at the front.
Jack Morris has set the fastest lap of the race, 3 out of the last 4 laps. He is just getting quicker and quicker, and he was a full 2/10 faster than our race leader on that lap. He is the quickest car out there by some distance at the moment.
Aaron Alexander will defend to the inside then from Jack Morris, although Morris so far doesn't look too racy, just happy to stick to the back of the number 38 machine that's just jacked into hairpin number 3, gets the inside rear lifted and helps to drive that car round the corner. The 3 remaining this time as Ben Still in the 22 moves out of the way of our race leader and allows Connor Lucas to move unimpeded through at the head of the pack, not wishing to get himself involved in the championship battle, which is always good to see. He's done the same as well with the rest of the pack as they come through, as he recovers from that spin earlier on in the race. Now, let's see, Aaron Alexander once again goes to the inside, has a quick look across. Jack Morris there on the outside. Alexander defending that second place.
Morris wasn't even interested in looking up the inside, was he, up the into South Bank, because he was looking behind.
Yeah, I think he's going to try and get that cut back. We know he can do it, Tom, because he's done it once or twice already, hasn't he, where he's run all the way around the outside earlier on in the race day. They're going to be nose to tail over start finish. 2 laps remaining then in this Senior Pro Kart final here at round number 8 of the NRG Cycles Owners Sprint Series, live from Teesside Autodrome in Middlesbrough. And it looks like, Tom, we're going to have another championship decided in a minute and a half's time.
Indeed, we've got a lap and a half to go here. Connor Lucas with over 2 seconds now to Aaron Alexander, who's going to have to defend from Jack Morris for this final lap and a bit. Morris has had some serious pace to get onto the back of Aaron Alexander. He was over a second behind at one point. He's now right there, hasn't managed to get the move done. As we've said before, catching is one thing and getting past is quite another, to quote the late great Murray Walker. Final lap of the race. Final lap potentially for the championship to be undecided. Connor Lucas 2.1 seconds clear of Aaron Alexander. If he wins this race, he will take the championship.
It's been a good day so far for Connor Lucas, given the form from round 4 onwards. I'm not sure anybody saw this one coming, but Connor Lucas has driven superbly all day. Morris tries to go round the outside, but that's more of a case that Aaron Alexander's gone defensive down the inside, holding on for second place. Out of hairpin number 4 though. The pendulum swung in Aaron Alexander's favour in the mid-season. It swung back to Connor Lucas, and he will take 3 championships in 3 years here at Teesside Autodrome. Takes the victory as well. A clean sweep of 215 points means that the championship once again goes to Oldham in Lancashire. Alexander gets second with Morris in 3rd place. Lambert takes the podium, the trophy, in Clubman, as well as the championship. Braid and Barker complete the podium. Steve Nichols wins the 40s from David Brewis and Darren Lowe. Craig Harris wins in novice from Jonathan Allen and Chrissy Rouse. And Tom, we both said this at the start of the day. The form going into this one was not with Connor Lucas. He's dug deep, and in digging that, he's dug down far enough to take the championship for a 3rd consecutive season here at Teesside Autodrome. And as he does so, he goes over the line and bangs that number 43, the famed number 43 of MS Pro Karting. And there he goes over the line, over the weighbridge as well. Your 2021 Senior Pro Kart champion, Connor Lucas.
Yes, indeed. Congratulations, Connor. Exceptional driving all season. As we saw, a little bit off form mid-season. Not sure why that was. We still haven't quite put our finger on it. But back on form again today, much like the Connor Lucas of old. And yes, a deserving clean sweep today. Has been, give or take, the fastest driver all day. Jack Morris, of course, taking many fastest laps in the final. So he was the fastest in the final by a fair distance as well. In terms of lap time, he was over a 10th quicker, or just about a 10th quicker than anybody else in that final. But Connor Lucas taking the clean sweep, all 3 heats and the final, and that brings to a close. As you can see, even though the circuit lights and floodlights are on, that brings to a close our day and our live stream here at Teesside.
It does. One more round ahead, then it's round number 9. That will be brought to you live and interrupted once again by Alpha Live Productions on the 28th of November for the final round of the NRG Cycles Owners Sprint Summer Season.
Thank you very much to all of our marshals, to our organisers here at the circuit, of course to our production and camera crews from Alpha Live, and thank you very much to my co-commentator David Sullivan for all of the hard work that he does, not just here on the day but also between rounds as well. So thank you, David, for everything that you do. And I will see you at the next round.
You shall, and we will hopefully see everybody else as well.
All our viewers as well. So thank you very much for keeping us entertained on the live chat, and we will see you at the next round.